that could have shut down New York City's cell phone system during this week's UN meeting. We'll have it all. Also this morning, disorder in the court after the man found guilty in an attempted assassination of President Trump attempts to stab himself moments after the verdict is read. The dramatic developments, the president's reaction, and what happens next. Plus, a warm welcome for late-night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel in his return to ABC's programming nearly a week after being pulled off the air. What he had to say about the comments that led to his show's suspension. And another reason to think before you drink, the new research that links alcohol use and cognitive decline. Aren't the studies that are like red wine's good for your heart more fun?
Yes, we definitely would prefer those instead, but we'll dig into that with Dr. Torres in a little bit. Good to have you with us on this Wednesday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for starting your day with us. We're going to begin this Wednesday morning with President Trump back in Washington following his trip to the United Nations General Assembly. That was here in New York.
It was the first time he addressed the UN since his first term. The president was sharply critical of the UN, saying it had failed to end wars and address concerns over immigration. But hours after his speech, President Trump made a dramatic shift in his stance on Ukraine and its 3.5-year war with Russia. In a social media post, Mr. Trump suggested he believes Ukraine could win back its territory from Russia with the support of NATO, returning the country to its original borders. Over the summer, President Trump played a different tune. He said Ukraine needed to make territorial concessions to Russia as part of a possible peace deal. Speaking at the UN, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky outlined his meeting on the sidelines yesterday with President Trump.
We spoke about how to finally bring peace, and we discussed a few good ideas, and I hope they will work. And I'm grateful for this meeting, and we expect America's actions to push Russia toward peace. Moscow fears America and always pays attention to it.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba leads us off this hour, joins us from Washington. Monica, good morning. So President Trump, criticized allies, touted his administration's accomplishments while speaking to the General Assembly. At one point he said, quote, "Your countries are going to hell." Strong words there, but it's actually Mr. Trump's post on Truth Social that may be getting the most attention when it comes to Russia's war with Ukraine. Any insight into what's causing this shift we're seeing in the president's thinking?
And it was a notable shift. You're absolutely right, Joe. And what was also significant is that that post came after his speech to the United Nations General Assembly. It wasn't really a part of his remarks. He did touch on the war in Ukraine, of course, going more than 3.5 years now, and had this to say about Russia and the overall situation. We'll talk about what it means and then the shift on the other end.
Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides.
And in that post that he wrote later on social media, he almost seemed to be washing his hands of this conflict, Joe and Savannah, saying, well, now it's up to these two countries to figure it out. But I can tell you that Ukraine was very happy with this development. They felt it was a very positive shift in tone, while the Kremlin is really dismissing it altogether.
Monica, while he was at the UN yesterday, there were a couple mishaps, and we heard a bit about them from the president. He had some teleprompter issues early on in his remarks, making a joke that the operator was going to be in trouble. An escalator, as you're seeing on your screen, it stopped working as soon as he and First Lady Melania Trump got on, right as they entered the UN. How did any of these little things impact this moment on the world stage?
Well, the president was quick to bring them both up, and the fact that his teleprompter wasn't working for the beginning of the speech, he made pretty clear that he was upset about that, too. The UN actually did an inquiry into what may have happened there with the escalator, and according to a UN official, they say that it was actually a videographer on the president's team that went up ahead of the president and First Lady that may have accidentally triggered a mechanism that would have stopped the escalator escalator. But the White House, for its part, says that they are looking into this matter more seriously and that they believe that there could have been some nefarious reason and that somebody could have done this on purpose. At least that's what the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said, and she said they would be looking into it to see if there were any other updates possible.
Monica, we're also now a week away from a potential government shutdown. Democrats and Republicans not getting any closer to a resolution. I mean, President Trump took the step of abruptly canceling a planned meeting for Thursday with top Democratic leaders to discuss a deal. Why was it canceled? I mean, we've gone through this before, but does it feel like it's different this time trying to get a deal done?
Well, as we always get closer and closer to these government funding deadlines, it does seem like there's always a bit of a back and forth about how it could potentially be avoided. But the president did say he didn't want to meet with Democrats because of, quote, their own demands. And what Democrats are asking for here is a discussion about some of these Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act tax credits that are set to expire at the end of this year, at the end of 2025, that they want to have a conversation about extending and keeping. The president is again saying that that is not something he wants to talk about. But now there is, of course, going to be this question of then who owns the government shutdown if it indeed happens, with the president saying that maybe he's leaving the door open to meet with Democrats again if some of these demands are met, while Democrats, for their part, are saying that it's the president who is, quote, chickening out by scuttling this meeting, and that they argue he is going to own this shutdown that, again, would come in about 6 days or so.
All right. Monica, thank you so much.
While the UN meeting packed with world leaders was going on, the Secret Service said it dismantled a sophisticated network of electronic devices with the potential to shut down New York City's cell phone system. Agents discovered what you're seeing on your screen right now. This is more than 300 SIM card servers and 100,000 SIM cards at multiple locations. They also found 80 grams of cocaine, illegal firearms, computers, and other cell phones. The Secret Service said the devices could also be used for criminal activities, things like making anonymous assassination threats. NBC News Chief Justice and National Affairs correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has more.
In the shadow of a global gathering of world leaders at the United Nations, a major risk to an essential lifeline disrupted. Federal officials say a cache of electronics they seized with ties to unnamed foreign actors could have crippled cell service in the nation's largest city, jamming 911 calls, impeding emergency services response, and causing massive chaos.
This network had the potential to disable cell phone towers and essentially shut down the cellular network in New York City.
The U.S. Secret Service says a series of recent raids in the New York tri-state area led to the discovery of 100,000 SIM cards and 300 servers, able to overwhelm cell networks by generating mass calls, up to 30 million texts a minute. These photos show some of the electronics discovered in rented apartments within 35 miles of the UN. No arrests have been made.
Early analysis indicates cellular communications between foreign actors and individuals that are known to federal law enforcement.
This investigation began close to the White House, where law enforcement says high-level officials had been swatted this spring. Those anonymous calls that report false threats. Secret Service officials deployed what they call an elite unit that includes cyber experts that led to the discovery of these telecom farms. During these raids, authorities say they recovered illegal weapons, computers, phones, and cocaine, and said they do see connections to organized crime, maybe even cartels, plus that larger link to foreign government involvement.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Well, let's get more on this with Jeffrey James. He's a retired assistant special agent in charge with the Secret Service. Jeffrey, good morning. So first off, let's just kind of talk about how this works. We heard a little bit about this from Kelly. These are called SIM farms that ultimately could have done this damage here. How does this work? How do they make mass calls and jam a system?
Well, I'll be first to tell you I'm not a cyber guy, but from what I understand, it just essentially overwhelms the system. And when it overwhelms the system with that volume of either calls or texts going out, it hijacks the signals coming from the towers and essentially just takes over the system. It overwhelms it in a couple of ways. One, so that these farms can be the only people communicating on that system, or they can just deliberately shut it down also.
The Secret Service also said these electronic devices, they could have been used for other criminal activities like conveying assassination threats to high-ranking officials. even espionage. So, I mean, given world leaders are here in New York for the UN General Assembly, do you think those are things investigators are going to dig into?
Absolutely. You know, we don't have enough time for me to list all the ways that this could be used for criminal activities, but just in the frame of the UN going on right now, it could be used to intercept classified and encrypted communications if it was part of an assassination plot. Again, multiple swatting incidents across New York would overwhelm the EMS and fire system and police system, and just the ability to make anonymous, between themselves, anonymous communications, if it is a plot among bad actors, is significant.
Even though at this point no wider plot has been uncovered, also no arrests have been made, Kelly did mention that authorities say they do see this possible connection to organized crime, even a potential larger link to foreign government involvement. With that in mind, how does the investigation proceed from here?
Well, it's going to take a while. So you mentioned earlier 300,000 servers, 300 servers and 100,000 SIM cards. It's going to take a long time to do forensic examinations on all those. And they should be very deliberate, and they should be very intentional about the investigation of these. But it's still going to move forward quickly with the attempt to identify the people who were in possession of all these. That part will happen pretty fast, and if they can get people behind bars quickly on that side, you'll see that happen quickly.
All right, Jeffrey, thanks for your expertise this morning.
After a dramatic two-week trial, a Florida jury found Ryan Ruth guilty of attempting to assassinate President Trump at one of his golf clubs just over a year ago. He was found guilty on all 5 federal counts, but the most dramatic moment came after the verdict was read, when Ruth tried to stab himself in the neck with a pen. NBC News national correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has the latest.
Just after Ryan Ruth was convicted of trying to assassinate President Trump at his West Palm Beach golf club, his daughter running beside the car authorities were transporting him in. All after inside court, Ruth attempted to stab himself in the neck with a pen. This court sketch showing that moment. NBC News producer Carmen Gonzalez witnessed the chaos in the courtroom.
As the jury was leaving, I looked over to him and I saw him doing this. I thought maybe he was having a seizure, but then I realized he had a pen and he was jabbing at his neck, trying to hurt himself.
Within seconds, she says, U.S. Marshals grabbed Ruth and took him away.
And the daughter started saying, Dad, don't, we love you.
A Florida jury deliberating for just 2 hours before convicting Ruth on all 5 counts, including attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. Prosecutors in closing arguments saying a mountain of evidence showed one thing: Ruth wanted Donald Trump dead.
Shots fired, shots fired, shots fired. Individual in the bush with a gun.
Just 2 months after the assassination attempt in Butler, on September 15th last year, a Secret Service agent spotted the barrel of a semi-automatic rifle in the shrubbery outside Trump's golf club.
On the tree line, the individual was inside that tree line.
Authorities say Ruth had been lying in wait behind a fence for hours, undetected.
Straight back!
His arrest shown on this police body cam and this image of his gun. In court, Ruth represented himself in an often rambling presentation, arguing he did not have the character to kill, saying, if you don't have the cold heart to make it happen, is that intent? But prosecutors showed jurors a letter written by Ruth where he said, quote, "Dear world, this was an assassination attempt." President Trump reacting.
You can't let things like that happen. Nothing to do with me, but a president or even a person. You can't allow that to happen. And so justice was served.
The judge was very patient, even lenient with Ruth, giving him the same instructions several times. Despite seeming frustrated at different points, she ultimately will decide his punishment, and 2 of the charges carry a maximum of life in prison. Sentencing set for December 18th. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on this. So the jury needed 2 hours to deliberate. Any surprises here at all?
Yeah, the surprise is it took 2 hours, although I suspect they might have had trouble with, say, the assault on the federal officer because the evidence tended to show maybe that the officer fired first. That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, the note it sealed the deal. He was toast no matter what, whether or not he had an appointed defense attorney or whether or not he defended himself. Unfortunately for the court, a pro se defendant creates a lot of procedural problems. It's not the best for judicial efficiency, but I would venture a guess that the outcome would have been the same no matter whether Routh represented himself or F. Lee Bailey came back from the afterlife to defend him.
So Aaron mentioned this, him representing himself, often rambling, kind of chaotic. Is that something that a competent attorney could kind of seize on and use as grounds for an appeal? Do you see anything like that being able to happen here?
Not likely, because anytime a defendant chooses to go pro se, they are admonished on the record about 100 different ways that they're not going to be able to later on say they had ineffective assistance of counsel when they themselves were their counsel. There are a number of different colloquies. Ferretta hearing is one of them. You have to tell the defendant, look, you have a right to counsel. We can appoint counsel for you. You can have an attorney. It's not a good idea to represent yourself. You should really consider it. And it's some version of that. And the reason for that is clear. It's a terrible idea to represent yourself in court. People watch too much TV. They think mostly what we do is get up there and say words. And it's a little more complicated than that.
We know that. It's much more complicated. Aaron mentioned he's going to be sentenced in December. What are the factors the judge is going to consider here? Is this fairly straightforward? And what happened after the verdict was read yesterday with him trying to stab himself with the pen? Is that something that at all could be in the judge's mind when determining what to do here?
Well, if I'm the defense counsel and he doesn't have defense counsel, as you're preparing for sentencing, you really try to create a picture of the defendant as somebody who needs help, needs rehabilitation, and doesn't need a lengthy prison sentence. That's your best bet here. But if he's handling his own sentencing, that's going to be even worse. We always cover the trial. We don't spend a lot of time on sentencing. But in federal court, since virtually every case ends in a conviction, sentencing is arguably more important than the trial itself. But what happens next is the probation department will interview him. They'll prepare a pre-sentence investigation report. And then the prosecution will recommend a sentencing range and a sentence to the judge at the sentencing. And really, everyone who goes to trial gets a bit of a trial tax. I think the judge will probably, maybe the fact that he was annoying might factor in inner subconscious, but really, it should be pretty straightforward. And he's looking at a pretty lengthy prison sentence.
All right. Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, well, Jimmy Kimmel Live is live again. The comedian was greeted with a standing ovation as he made his closely watched return to TV last night. He'd been off the air for nearly a week after ABC said it was suspending his show indefinitely for critical comments he made about Republicans after the murder of Charlie Kirk.
He opened the show with an emotional monologue, which started with, as I was saying, before I was interrupted. He then went on to make a tearful apology for the comment last week that kick-started this drama. But he balanced that with a fierce defense of free speech. Here are some highlights.
If you're just joining us, we are preempting your regularly scheduled encore episode of Celebrity Family Feud to bring you this special report. I'm happy to be here tonight with you. It was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. Look, I never imagined I would be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention in school. And one thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce and George Carlin and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's anti-American. The president of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke. This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this. I've had the opportunity to meet and spend time with comedians and talk show hosts from countries like Russia, countries in the Middle East, who tell me they would get thrown in prison for making fun of those in power, and worse than being thrown in prison. They know how lucky we are here. There was a moment over the weekend, a very beautiful moment. I don't know if you saw this. On Sunday, Erica Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him. That is an example we should follow.
For more, let's bring in Brian Steinberg. He is senior TV editor at Variety. He's been joining us to follow this entire saga. Brian, good morning. Thank you for being here again today. I just want to start with your overall thoughts here about Kimmel's opening monologue, how he handled it.
Yeah, I thought he threaded the needle. I mean, this is a very difficult moment on stage. He could have had apologized, but I think he balanced the emotion of the moment, pointing out what he had done and also pointing out why he should be free to say what he wants.
Is there anything you wish he would have done differently or said differently?
No, I think it was pretty masterful. I mean, this is a high pressure moment for any Hollywood person, and he kind of got on stage. He clearly emotional. I mean, he didn't hide the fact that he had been affected by it himself, and kind of took umbrage with the idea that people were assigning blame to him for certain things he thought that were not with reason. I thought he did a pretty good job. It was emotional, striking, but also humorous.
Brian, not every ABC station carried Kimmel's return, something he referenced there. Nexstar and Sinclair, they both have these pending deals, this awaiting FCC approval. They're continuing to preempt the show. Do you think there will be a point where they bring it back? Did you hear anything to persuade them last night? How do you see that playing out?
I thought he kind of made himself a human being. This is what happened. This is why I think about it. This is why it happened. I don't know how long Nexstar and Sinclair can preempt. I mean, certainly they can do that. Disney may have the right at some point to take the show to another station in the market. I think they will probably see what kind of ratings have resulted when they take Kimmel off the air and have other things like repeats or local news. We'll have to see what it nets out. But I mean, economics will probably drive most of these decisions, I suspect.
President Trump has already criticized the show's return, suggests on social media he may potentially take legal action against the network. I mean, have we seen this level of just pressure against a late-night comedian, or in this case, all late-night comedians before, or is this new territory for America?
Well, look, I mean, I don't know if a president has sued a company over a late-night joke, but certainly we've seen in the past several high-pressure moments where comedians, late-night comedians, made remarks that did not land well and caused problems. Samantha Bee, a few years ago, made a remark about Ivana Trump, and it caused some problems with the advertisers. David Letterman had a feud with Sarah Palin for a week and had to kind of apologize and admit the joke didn't land so well. Bill Maher famously, got off of ABC because of a remark he made about the 9/11 terrorist attacks. It didn't land well. So there have been examples of the hosts, either whether they mean it or not, the joke doesn't go out so great and the people are offended. They're supposed to be all things to all people on a broadcast network, even a cable network. And sometimes, humor doesn't always go that way.
Brian, let's talk about Bob Iger in all of this. The leader of Disney, presumably making the decision to suspend the show, but then also to bring it back. I imagine heavily involved in every discussion that took place over the course of this. What do you make of this kind of piece of his legacy here and how he handled both that suspension decision and then the manner in which Jimmy Kimmel was brought back?
Look, it's high pressure stuff. I think Iger felt that the temperature had to be cooled down for a while after last week. In the world of social media, the ability to kind of control the conversation is not in the media company's hand any longer. So I think they felt, let's take it off the air, let's chill out for a minute, and then let's figure out how to kind of get back on the air and figure things out. Now, they still have to navigate the affiliate problems. Were there any advertiser backouts because of the remarks? I don't think the story's over yet, but I feel like, I think he took the cautious way out and back in. And I think but nonetheless, the show's back on the air. I think Disney's taking a stand that, it's our decision, not the government's. That's what people hear. The people will decide, and they're going to probably stick with that for now.
Is the hardest part for ABC and Iger what's ahead? Because if the president does, say, file a lawsuit, I think most experts would agree ABC would probably win that. It's just a matter of waiting it out, of knowing maybe deals won't get approved. I mean, is that sort of this next phase perhaps the most important here?
It probably is. Let's see what happens. Disney has several matters, including an ESPN deal to have the NFL invest in the network. Looming that will require some regulatory review. Nexstar and Sinclair may have matters in front of the government as well. So it's a matter of, I think, taking a stand. Disney already paid Trump $15-16 million for a remark about that George Stephanopoulos made that many legal experts thought was pretty flimsy. I guess that wasn't enough. And I think the Iger's have to decide how much more are we going to spend, kowtowing to this stuff when we're in the right. That's his decision to make.
All right, Brian, thank you for joining us throughout this whole thing.
Thank you.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is pulling back the curtain on her whirlwind 107-day presidential campaign last year. She's out with a new book that reveals new details about the days leading up to that top-of-the-ticket switch. That includes her reflections on former President Biden's decision to drop out of the race so close to Election Day. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the details.
As Democrats look to the next election, it's the last one in the spotlight, with Kamala Harris detailing and in some instances relitigating her 107-day presidential campaign last fall.
We just didn't have enough time.
The former vice president reveals then-President Biden first raised with her the possibility he might drop out nearly a week before he actually did, on July 15th, 2 days after the assassination attempt against Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Harris says the mantra at the White House, "It's Joe and Jill's decision," writing, "Was it grace or was it recklessness? In retrospect, I think it was recklessness." Now, she herself is accepting some of that blame.
I realize that I have and had a certain responsibility that I should have followed through on, which is, and so when I talk about the recklessness, as much as anything, I'm talking about myself.
For her own running mate, Harris ultimately chose Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. But her first choice, she says, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who's openly gay. "He would have been an ideal partner if I were a straight white man," she writes, "but we were already asking a lot of America."
It wasn't about any prejudice on my part, but we had such a short period of time, and the stakes were so high.
Buttigieg responding,
"I just believe in giving Americans more credit than that."
The former vice president has not ruled out another run in 2028, saying only that right now it is not her focus. Back to you.
Thank you, Hallie.
One of the strongest typhoons this year is battering Hong Kong and southern China after leaving a trail of destruction across Asia. Deaths were reported in both Taiwan and the Philippines, while scores of people remain missing following severe flooding. NBC News International correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest.
The strongest tropical storm on Earth this year is barreling across Asia, thrashing the Philippines with winds over 165 miles per hour, a super typhoon equivalent to a Category 5 hurricane. Heavy rain triggering landslides and flooding. The extent of the damage still unclear. The sheer size of Typhoon Ragasa captured from space, now making its way through the South China Sea toward Hong Kong and southern China, where tens of millions of people are on high alert. The storm center passing south of Taiwan, causing rough seas and deadly flooding. We looked up at the huge waves and thought, is this a tsunami, she says. Experts say typhoons are getting stronger here every year. Hong Kong has been brought to a standstill, with flights canceled and schools closed. Store shelves have been emptied by people stocking up on supplies. With Rakasa expected to make a second landfall in mainland China, authorities here moved to evacuate 400,000 people in Guangdong province alone and urged millions more to stay at home and brace for impact. Janice Mackey-Frayer, NBC News, Beijing.
Closer to home, more rain and storms from Texas to Kentucky today with some potential flooding to keep an eye on.
We've got Angie Lastman here in studio with your Morning News Now weather. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you. We need the umbrella, and we need to, of course, watch for some of the flooding and the stronger storms to develop later today. All of that on the table once again as we kind of track this same system that's leaving us unsettled so far this morning across a couple of spots. One of them in particular, Arkansas, where we do have this flash flood warning in effect. You can see a good batch of moisture working through there. We've got the heavy rain. We've got a whole lot of lightning associated with it. And it's not just there. We don't have any alerts up across parts of the Ohio and Tennessee Valley just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if those come down the line here as we get into the afternoon hours. Still watching this system move to the east. It's Texas to Kentucky that will watch for the stronger storms, not quite as severe as what we were dealing with yesterday. Ingredients not there for that, but still they could be strong and again have a whole lot of lightning and the potential for some heavy rain. That means the flood risk will be there for Ohio to Tennessee valleys today. Those are the spots to watch. And then we look ahead to tomorrow, and it's the East Coast where we see the focus, mainly talking about some heavy rain from the mid-Atlantic up through the Northeast, but we'll still see the potential for strong storms stretching from Boston to New Orleans for your day. As we look through today, I think specifically this afternoon, the flash flooding risk does include Charleston, Lexington, Bowling Green, down through Chattanooga, so keep that in mind. We'll see several rounds of some of these thunderstorms and on already saturated grounds, plus an additional couple of inches. No surprise if we see that flood watch come down the line here as we get through the day today. Otherwise, we've got to talk about the tropics because we've got two areas that we're keeping an eye on. We've got Invest 93L and Invest 94L. One thing to note right now, 94L is producing some of this rain already for Puerto Rico. So we'll see the heavy rain, the potential for gusty winds today. I think by the time we get through it, maybe 4 to 6 inches. So the flooding potential is there for Puerto Rico. But down the line, there's still a lot of uncertainty with these two systems. What we do know is we're likely going to see them form into possibly tropical depressions by the time the weekend ends, but maybe in the next couple of days. After that, we've got to watch it, guys. Like I said, a lot of uncertainty, still a lot of disagreement with the model, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Oh, it's like robot names or something from Star Wars.
Yes.
Like 93L, R2D2.
Scientists love to make things more confusing than they have to be, don't we?
We appreciate it. Thanks, Angie.
We like learning things.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, close to catastrophe. A passenger plane nearly lands on top of another, getting ready for takeoff. More on what happened and the investigation now underway.
Up first, though, developing news. Activists saying aid headed for Gaza is under attack. The latest is next. Stay with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. With the United Nations General Assembly in full swing here in New York, Israel's war in Gaza is one of the most pressing issues for world leaders. On Tuesday, a report released by a UN commission found that the Israeli government has shown a, quote, clear and consistent intent to establish permanent control over the Gaza Strip and to ensure a Jewish majority in the occupied West Bank.
This comes as President Trump called for an immediate end to the war in a speech to the UN General Assembly while condemning most global efforts to recognize a Palestinian state.
Instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now.
NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest. Matt, good morning. So let's start with the president. Following his speech, he met with several leaders of Muslim-majority countries to talk about the situation in Gaza. What do we know about what came out of that meeting?
Well, we don't know anything really, and the fact is that we didn't hear any comments from President Trump after he left that meeting. We do know from Axios' reporting that President Trump had submitted something of a plan for the end game of the war in the Gaza Strip. Now, what that plan is, we don't know exactly, but it sounds as though President Trump, according to Axios, would like to see some of these Muslim and Arab countries come up with financing and with actual personnel to create sort of like an army or a security force that would be able to take up the burden of governing Gaza, at least temporarily, after the fighting ends there, after the Israeli troops withdraw. Now, that's a pretty tall order, and it's something that when we've been hearing from Arab diplomats here at NBC, they say things like, well, the Israelis broke it, and now they want us to buy it. This is the kind of attitude we're getting from Arab states. I don't know whether that was what Trump heard from these Arab and Muslim countries, but it sounds as though this was a meeting that might have been the first of several as diplomacy shifts from trying to negotiate a release of those remaining captives in the Gaza Strip to talking about the end of the fighting there, as it looks as though those negotiations to release the hostages are going nowhere.
Matt, also I want to ask you about that UN Commission's report Joe mentioned. Tell us more about what it lays out and how Israel's responding.
That's right. So this report is basically saying that the Israeli government is deliberately trying to create a Jewish majority in the West Bank. And for our viewers, the West Bank is distinct from the Gaza Strip. It's on the eastern side of Israel, on the western bank of the Jordan River. This is a part of the country where the majority of the Palestinian population that live within greater Israel, as it were, live. And this is a part of the country where there are lots of settlements by Jewish settlers who are trying to edge out some of these Palestinian residents. And that's one of the reasons why this report is identifying this problem. Also in the Gaza Strip, they're saying that the Israelis want to resettle the Gaza Strip. This is the same commission that just 8 days ago came out with a report saying that the Israelis had met 4 out of the 5 conditions to determine that they are, in fact, committing genocide in the Gaza Strip. So this is elaborating on that and explaining with some detail just what the Israeli plan is for the Palestinian territories.
Matt, one more thing we want to ask you about. There's another one of these flotillas carrying Palestinian activists and aid for Gaza. Organizers of that flotilla, which is near Greece, say they're being targeted. Is there any evidence they're providing? Do we know who's behind this?
Well, the Israelis haven't commented on this either way, but this is yet again another incident of, as you said, one of these flotillas. These happen not with some regularity, but they've happened over the years, and they were happening even before the October 7th attacks started off this latest round of fighting. Now, this global Sumud flotilla, Sumud is the Arabic word for perseverance, which you hear very often in the discourse here in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's what they're called. They said that they have been harassed by about a dozen drones that so far it's unclear where they're from. Of course, this flotilla says they're from Israel. That stands to reason since we've seen the Israelis employ similar strategies in the past against some of these aid flotillas. The Israelis said that they had offered this boat to dock and unload its cargo, its aid, at the port of Ashkelon, and that this boat had refused. So now we're still waiting to hear what happens. It sounds as though they're on the high seas, plying water on their way to the Gaza Strip. It doesn't sound like this confrontation is over yet. Guys.
All right. Matt Bradley. Matt, thank you.
Thanks. One other international news, French aviation investigators are looking into a very close call after one passenger jet nearly landed on top of another jet getting ready to take off during a rainstorm. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has more on what happened.
It happened in Nice, France. Data from Flight Radar 24 shows a Nouvelle Air Airbus A320 arriving from Tunisia at 11:30 p.m., coming into land on the same runway where an EasyJet A320 was preparing to depart. The data shows the Nouvelle airplane passing just 10 to 20 feet above the EasyJet on the runway. Nouvelle Air aborted its approach and went around, landing a few minutes later. EasyJet canceled its flight. One passenger told French TV, the pilot told French TV, the pilot was sobbing. It was a bit infectious. Everyone burst into tears. 4 investigators have been assigned to the incident. The French transportation minister posting on X, a collision involving 2 aircraft from Nouvelle Air and EasyJet was narrowly avoided.
If these 2 Airbuses had in fact collided, it could have affected 350 to around 400 people. It would have been extremely serious.
The close call happened on runway 4 right, which was being used for departing flights out of Nice. Runway 4 left should have been used for arriving flights. In a statement, EasyJet tells NBC News the safety and well-being of our customers and crew is EasyJet's highest priority, and in line with procedures, we are fully cooperating with the safety investigation. The big question for investigators, were those Nouvelle Air pilots instructed to land on the wrong runway, or does this very close call in France come down to pilot error? Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Well, coming up, a startling study about the impacts of air quality on children.
Up next in our weekly check-in, the new research that shows pollution could be affecting kids' eyesight. Our Dr. Torres joins us next. This is Morning News Now.
To Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief.
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with our weekly medical checkup. This week, we're diving into research on how air pollution may be harming children's eyesight.
Plus, we're looking at a new study that found that even light drinking may raise your risk of dementia.
Let's bring in our friend NBC News medical contributor, Dr. John Torres, for more on these health headlines. Dr. Torres, always great to see you. Okay, let's start with this study on air pollution. So nearly half of Americans actually live with some unhealthy levels of air pollution. What a number that is. New research is showing, though, that it could be harming children's eyesight. What is this about, Doctor? Tell us about the study.
You know, this is interesting because we know that air pollution is bad for us, and we've known that for decades, and various things to try and get it under control. But what we didn't really know is how it affects kids, in particular their eyesight. And this was a huge study looking at children, and what it found is that children, particularly primary-age children, it affected their eyesight, giving them what's called myopia, that nearsightedness. And that might be one reason we're seeing more and more increase of that. And it did 3 specific things. Number one, because of the nitrous dioxide in the pollution, those fine particulates, it caused eye inflammation. On top of that, it also caused stress to the eyes, and the pollution causes reduced sunlight, because we know sunlight actually helps eyes develop. And so some of the things we're finding out from them here is that, that cleaner air is important to them, especially when they get to that school age, that primary ages of 5 to 10 or 11 years old. that can be extremely important. So what are the doctor's orders here? What can you do? Well, what the study found out is having things like air purifiers in school can certainly help go a long way here. So reducing that exposure is important. They also said some community type things like shutting down traffic when people are dropping kids off and picking them up from school, having less traffic around schools, that can certainly help. On top of that, make sure your kids get eye exams to make sure that if they do have myopia, that they get that taken care of.
Next up, let's talk about some research that's mounting on the negative health effects of drinking alcohol. Now, the newest study finds that even light drinking might increase your risk for developing dementia. Dr. Torres, does the study even say there is a safe amount?
And Joe and Savannah, that's one of the things the study is saying is when it comes to dementia, there's no amount that doesn't increase that dementia risk. And this doesn't mean that drinking is going to give you dementia. What it means is when you do drink, that risk tends to go a little bit higher. We used to think, like you said, that light drinking might be a little bit healthy. Now we're finding out maybe not necessarily true, especially if you're at risk for these types of things. And the more you drink, the more you end up having these kinds of issues, the higher risk you are for these. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, the doctor's orders are essentially just, moderate your alcohol. This is not a call to stop drinking alcohol. It's definitely moderate your alcohol. On top of that, when you are drinking alcohol, try those ones that have lower alcohol levels. And so the beers, the whiskeys, the cocktails, the ones that have lower, mocktails are very popular right now. So it might be an option as well. But the more you can moderate that, the better off you're going to be.
All right. Okay. Also, this last one, I mean, this is kind of confusing. It's this new study. It looks at how eating some produce can increase levels of pesticides in your body. But Dr. John, of course, fresh fruits, vegetables, they're crucial to a healthy diet. We talk about the Mediterranean diet, which is all this kind of stuff constantly. I mean, what should we look out for here? How do we kind of balance this, avoid higher pesticide levels, but get those fruits and veggies?
And, I said 1,000 times that you want to eat your fruits and vegetables. The more you can eat, the better. What this study is finding out that eating that produce can actually increase your pesticides levels because of the pesticides that are used to produce those ones. There are some that tend to have higher levels. And you can see on the graphic there, the strawberries, spinach, bell peppers, those tend to have higher levels of pesticides. And so looking at those and saying, should I go organic in those types of things might be the thing to do. There's other ones that have lower levels of pesticides, and those are the ones you want to aim for and saying, okay, if I have to save some money and I can't necessarily go organic, let me look at these lower pesticide level ones and see if I can buy those non-organic, save my organic money for the other ones. That can certainly help as well. So doctor's orders, switch to organic when you can, and if you can, and definitely moderate the ones that have high pesticide levels. And then if you can grow at home, if you have a home garden or even can put something out on your patio or your balcony and grow some vegetables there, all the better.
Great tips there. Always stuff to think about after this segment. Dr. John, thank you so much. Great to see you.
You bet.
Coming up, a Disney downer, the company raising prices for its popular streaming services for the 4th year in a row. What subscribers need to know.
And take me out to the bot game. We're going to show you the automated system that could change the game of baseball. Morning News Now will be right back. Welcome back. All right, it's apparently, unfortunately, that time again. Disney Plus is hiking its subscription prices.
NBC's Savannah Henao has that and some other Wall Street headlines. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yep, Disney is raising prices for Disney Plus for the 4th straight year. So starting October 21st, the ad-supported plan, that one will go up by $2 to $11.99 a month. The ad-free premium version, that one will rise $3 to $18.99 a month. The annual subscriptions, those will jump $30 to $189.99. Now, the bundle of Disney Plus with Hulu and ESPN Plus will also see a price hike. Disney has been steadily raising prices as part of efforts to stem losses. The streaming business, well, that turned a profit for the first time last year. Ford is offering lower interest rates on the F-150 pickup truck to borrowers with riskier credit scores. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports that the deal, which is available until the end of the month, well, it will let consumers with a weaker credit history pay the lower rate offered to those with stellar credit records. Now, Ford is courting these lower credit shoppers as it looks for a strong close to the 3rd quarter for its best-selling pickup. And Microsoft has started officially teasing its limited edition Windows XP themed Crocs. So The Verge reports they come with a 6-pack of Microsoft Jibbitz with nostalgic options such as the Internet Explorer icon and Clippy. Now, the Crocs had previously only been available for Microsoft employees, guys.
Okay, Clippy is like really doing it for me. It's a big throwback.
Right?
Yeah.
Clippy.
Wow. Cute. Funny. Yeah.
Thanks,
have to be like a real Microsoft fan.
Yeah, that is dedication to Microsoft.
Very
there,
specific.
All right.
Thank you.
Baseball fans, get ready for some major league changes. Robot umpires are stepping up to the plate. MLB's competition committee has approved the introduction of the automated ball strike system for the 2026 season.
Yeah, it means for the first time in history, baseball history, I should say, umpires will no longer have the final say on every pitch. You'll still see them out there making calls, but now teams can challenge 2 calls per game and get the robot's verdict.
Let's bring in friend of the show, host of Front Office Sports, Baker Machado. So clearly they're easing their way into what I have to assume is the inevitable, that eventually the robots will call the entire game. But explain how this is going to work right now. I mean, this is like the Supreme Court of balls and strikes.
So kind of. Look, this has been something that Major League Baseball has been working on for years. They've been testing this in the minor leagues for at least 5 years. We also got our first glimpse at it at the All-Star game just recently in Atlanta. Successfully, it was used as well. So as Savannah mentioned, pitchers, batters, and the catcher are the only ones that are able to call to get something reviewed. You can't, a manager or anybody else in the dugout can't do this, and this is only on balls and strikes. And this does not replace the actual umpires. They still will be behind home plate. But let's just say a pitcher or a catcher doesn't like the placement of where the pitch was. Let's just say one was called a ball and when it should have been a strike. You could challenge that, and you only get 2 per game. And if you win one of those challenges, you get to retain that challenge for the rest of the game. Now, what's interesting is Major League Baseball actually said there was an over 50% success rate in this. Most of the time, it was always on calls that are 3 balls, 2 strikes, and a lot of times it went in the favor of one or the other successfully. And also, Rob Manfred, the commissioner, told us because of things like the pitch clock and all these sort of new technological advances that baseball has done, they felt comfortable being able to implement this system.
A big part of this is cutting down on players, right, and managers getting ejected for shouting, shouting matches. And that. I mean, is this going to cut that down?
Weirdly, this is so fascinating. 60% of ejections in Major League Baseball are due to balls and strikes. We're talking the umpires getting into fights with the managers. So if you've already removed that, you basically put this challenge system in there where now everybody knows what the exact ruling is, the Supreme Court, as you said. Now, all of a sudden, managers don't have to yell at the umpires, and they're staying in the game more often.
Yeah, I like the human factor, but I used to umpire. I was a basketball referee for a very long time. But also, you see the U.S. Open,
well,
and you're kind of like, oh, that's kind of nice that we know the definitive answer. Just in general, when we see these changes like this, in the pitch clock you mentioned, another one, how are fans feeling about it? Is it a good thing for baseball?
I think most fans were a little bit weary of it because, look, baseball, more than any other sport, has this era of pastime, of tradition, human era, as you mentioned. But these small changes from the pitch clock to designated hitters in both leagues have actually struck a great chord with fans that it's modernized the game. Younger viewers are now interested in the game as well, and things are going faster. They actually found with this new robo-ump system, it only added 15 seconds to the game. So this is not something like in the NFL where a challenge will take like minutes at a time. This is happening very quickly.
And Baker, quickly, are there lingering issues with this at all, or is everybody kind of feeling like it's good to go?
It wasn't unanimous. The players' union didn't unanimously approve this, but most of them did. So most of them do feel like they are on board so far with all the changes.
I talked to an umpire a few years ago in the minor leagues, and he initially thought he'd hate it.
Yeah.
And he kind of liked it.
Yes,
so,
sure. And if anything, it probably gives them more definitive cover for things that they're saying yes was a ball or a strike.
All right. Baker, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Well, coming up, a heartwarming story about sports and community.
They give me friendship. They give me respect. They give me a reason to keep on moving any given day.
When we come back, we're going to introduce you to the 80-year-old softball player whose love for his team proves it is more than just a game. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
We're going to end this hour with an 80-year-old softball player whose late-night text to his teammates has gone viral.
Those texts are winning the hearts of millions online who read the sweet messages. Here's NBC's Camila Bernal.
In many ways, Nelson Bradbury is in a league of his own. He's 80, but instead of counting candles, he's counting on his teammates.
They give me friendship. They give me respect. They give me a reason to keep on moving any given day.
Nelson is the oldest member of an adult softball league team in Newfoundland, Canada. Last week, when he woke up at 2 a.m., the night before a big game, he texted the group, writing, "I really appreciate the way you guys treat me as an equal and not just an old fart," adding, "It's all of you who keep me going and give me the reason to get out of bed in the morning." When his teammates woke up, the messages started pouring in.
He thinks that, he needs us more than we need him. He's probably got it backwards because we'd probably be lost without him.
Sam Evans, a teammate's wife, then posted it on TikTok, getting millions of views.
To have men speak to other men this way, and an 80-year-old man at that, is just amazing.
Proving that in the game of life, playing with kindness always wins.
Nobody can buy what I've got.
Camila Bernal, NBC News.
Oh, my goodness. Ugh, friendship.
A sweet story there. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thank you for starting your Wednesday with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, breaking his silence. Late night host Jimmy Kimmel returning to the airwaves overnight. He doled out a defiant and emotional rebuttal to his suspension from ABC over comments he made about Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter. We'll bring you all the highlights and the pushback from Washington that's keeping the issue of free speech front and center. Here in New York, President Trump shifting his tone on Ukraine as the world's most powerful leaders meet at the United Nations General Assembly. In a stunning reversal, the commander-in-chief now suggesting Ukraine can win back territory seized by Russia. We'll have reaction from Ukraine's President Zelensky, and we'll dig into Mr. Trump's address to a global audience. Plus, the nearby security scare that has the Secret Service on high alert. Also this morning, are you looking to take your friendships further? Well, why not open a joint bank account? Why, some money experts say the key to lasting bonds might be investing in more than just quality time. And later in the hour, we're introducing you to one viral pup living out his life one note at a time, proving to be music to the ears of thousands of adoring fans online. All right, let's begin this morning with Jimmy Kimmel's return to late night TV.
Yeah, the host was back on the air last night for the first time since ABC suspended his show nearly a week ago following comments he made about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is in Hollywood with a look at Kimmel's first show back.
Well, hey there, good morning to you. Jimmy Kimmel broke his silence here last night with a lengthy and heartfelt monologue where he addressed those comments that he made about Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin and also his subsequent suspension head on. And while many people are praising his return to the airwaves, President Trump is not one of them. He is now threatening potential legal action against ABC for bringing him back. Overnight, Jimmy Kimmel making his return to late night.
I'm not sure who had a weirder 48 hours, me or the CEO of Tylenol.
The comedian choking up as he addressed comments he made about Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter that outraged many conservatives and led ABC to suspend his show for nearly a week following pressure from the head of the FCC.
I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
In his almost 30-minute-long remarks, Kimmel also delivering a searing defense of free speech.
A government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's anti-American.
Just before the show, President Trump slamming Kimmel's return, posting, "I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back." The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. He then suggested potentially taking legal action against the network again. Kimmel firing back.
Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
Despite ABC bringing back the show, Jimmy Kimmel Live did not air on nearly 60 ABC affiliates nationwide. The owners of those stations, Sinclair and Nexstar, which both have pending business before the FCC, saying they won't run Kimmel because of his comments. And audience members who were inside that taping told us that Jimmy Kimmel's wife and his parents were there, that at times his mother got emotional during his remarks and was tearing up. As for Nexstar and Sinclair, they have not said when, if ever, they plan to run Kimmel on their ABC stations again. Last night, Kimmel's show was pretty much immediately put on YouTube, which allowed people in those blacked out markets to watch it almost in real time. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. Well, President Trump is back in Washington this morning after speaking at the United Nations General Assembly here in New York yesterday. But it was Mr. Trump's comments after his big speech that have gotten the most attention, with Mr. Trump suggesting on Truth Social that Ukraine could potentially win back all of its territory that was seized by Russia. That marks a dramatic shift by the president, who previously suggested Ukraine might need to give up some territory it had lost during the war. NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett Haig joins us with the latest developments. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, President Trump has long been a critic of the UN, so his combative tone in his speech to world leaders there came as really no surprise. No, the shock of the president's visit came later in that social media post, cheering Ukraine and taunting Russia's war effort and its economy. You know, what a White House official tells me is part of an effort to exert maximum public pressure to get the Kremlin to the negotiating table.
President Trump at the United Nations shifting his stance on the war in Ukraine.
following a sit-down with the country's leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, writing on social media that he believes, quote, Ukraine, with the support of the EU, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form.
Let them get their land back. Yep. So we'll see how it all works out.
Just last month, President Trump suggesting Ukraine must make territorial concessions to Russia as part of the possible peace deal, a move Ukraine has opposed.
There'll be some swapping of territories to the betterment of both.
Zelensky praising the president's reversal.
Are you surprised to hear that?
A little bit. A little bit. He showed that he wants to support Ukraine to the very end.
With NATO members, including Poland and Estonia, reporting Russian drones and aircraft breaching their airspace in recent days, the president said those countries should respond with force.
Do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
Mr. President?
Just over a month after rolling out the red carpet for Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, Mr. Trump now stepping up his criticism of Russia.
It could be that Russia's a paper tiger.
And reflecting on the conflict.
I thought that was going to be the easiest one because of my relationship with Putin, but unfortunately that relationship didn't mean anything.
Earlier, the president's UN address highlighting deep divisions over America's role on the world stage. Mr. Trump at times combative, accusing world leaders of failing to crack down on immigration.
I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell.
The president also making light of malfunctions before and during his speech, with an escalator stopping the moment he and the First Lady stepped onto it, and the teleprompter failing just as he started to speak.
These are the two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter.
The White House is now watching closely to see just how President Putin responds to President Trump's change in tone. In comments overnight, a Kremlin spokesperson insisted that Ukraine cannot win the war and that Russia's economy remains stable despite sanctions pressure. That spokesman dismissing concerns about the tone shift, Savannah, as the kind of thing that could change from day to day.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
For more on this, let's bring in Robert English, director of the USC School of International Relations. Robert, good to have you with us. We won't talk about the escalator or the teleprompter. Let's focus on the big issues here. It was just last month when President Trump suggested Ukraine must make territorial concessions to Russia as part of any potential peace deal between the countries. Now we see this shift. What do you think is behind that?
You know, they're fine words. They're certainly encouraging to Ukraine and all of its supporters. But until they're backed up by concrete deeds and different actions, a real shift in U.S. policy, it'll appear more like another off-the-cuff or unscripted remark by President Trump, of which we've seen so many. There's a lot of skepticism in the community of military experts and specialists on Central European affairs because we've seen this so many times, these vacillations, threats, deadlines, that have resulted in no real action. So guarded optimism, but we're waiting for real deeds to follow the words.
Overnight, the Kremlin said that any idea that Ukraine can recapture that territory is deeply mistaken. What do you think Russian President Vladimir Putin's next move will be?
Certainly the Kremlin's worried about this, 180-degree turn in the tone. From President Trump, from, soft on Russia, harsh on Ukraine, to the reverse. And they have to be concerned that it might be followed by concrete actions. And those might be these really tough secondary sanctions that the president has toyed with but backed away from. It could mean a resumption of really big American aid. Right now, that's pretty much ended, and the only American arms flowing to Ukraine are those that our NATO allies are purchasing. We have a commercial, not an ethical relationship with this conflict now. And it would also mean a larger commitment of American manpower and materiel, certainly for the security guarantees Ukraine would need after the war. Those have been lacking. But even in backing NATO in this current ramping up of confrontation over Russian aircraft and drones, we have done none of that. Again, it's been words but no deeds. And until we see those concrete actions I've outlined, there may be a lot of disappointment, but this doesn't amount to much.
When you talk about aircraft, one thing that made a lot of headlines was President Trump calling on NATO nations to shoot down Russian planes breaching their airspace. I mean, What are the fears here? Could the alliance get pulled further into this war? What would all this mean for the U.S. if things escalate like that?
That's exactly it. From the very beginning, there was talk of a no-fly zone, of NATO helping Ukraine patrol, literally a no-fly zone for Russian aviation. But that was shot down pretty quickly, and not only by the Biden administration, but by other leading NATO countries who were worried that it would bring them directly in conflict with Russia. And that doesn't seem to have changed. And frankly, President Trump seems to be confusing these recent incursions of Russian drones, especially into Poland, but also into Romanian territory. He was asked the question about aircraft, should they be shot down? And he just quickly said yes, without thinking it through, I'm afraid. Again, that concern about escalation on the part of some NATO countries remains. And I remind you that if NATO doesn't agree with unanimity on a new policy here, then it won't happen. That means that every NATO country has to be on board, even if a majority are in favor of a step like this. A small number who are worried about that escalation would be enough to stop it from a new policy from being implemented. So that would be very difficult for the West to do. Certainly if Trump pushed hard, that would make a difference. But again, so far, words have not been followed by deeds in this case.
Robert English, thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Well, the
You're
Secret
welcome.
Service says it dismantled a network of electronic devices with the potential to shut down New York City's cell phone network.
Agents discovered more than 300 co-located SIM servers and 100,000 SIM cards at multiple locations. The Secret Service says the devices could also be used for other criminal activities. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us with more on this. Steph, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. The Secret Service says this illegal network could have disrupted millions of calls and texts, even disabling the city's critical 911 emergency system. It's an unacceptable risk any time of year, but especially this week when foreign leaders from around the world are in town for the UN General Assembly. At 5 different locations within 35 miles of New York City, the Secret Service recently discovered 100,000 SIM cards capable of generating 30 million text messages per minute. The agency says it was all part of an illegal telecommunications network.
This network had the potential to disable cell phone towers and essentially shut down the cellular network in New York City.
The Secret Service, which is in charge of security for this week's United Nations General Assembly, says there was no known threat to the meeting for world leaders, including President Trump, but there was concern it could be a target.
Early analysis indicates cellular communications between foreign actors and individuals that are known to federal law enforcement.
An investigation into the illegal network triggered after a number of senior U.S. government officials were the victims of swatting earlier this year. Those are anonymous calls that reported false threats at their homes in order to trigger a large law enforcement response. The Secret Service did not name the officials targeted in those attacks.
I think we're going to see the government take a really hard look at, is there a foreign state actor?
These illegal networks called SIM farms are not new and are frequently used for a wide range of criminal activities, from generating fake social media accounts to sending out spam messages.
You can also have bad guys that are sending out texts that they want you to click, want you to turn over some credentials, want you to give them some money.
What are the chances there are more just like it operating not too far away right now?
I think it's over 100%, if that's even possible. These sorts of activities are happening all across the country.
The Secret Service is still investigating, but so far there have been no arrests. Stopping these SIM farms can be pretty difficult. They're easy and inexpensive to set up and often allow criminals, this is both foreign and domestic, to fly below the radar, guys.
Wow. Right. Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
In Washington, the countdown is on to avert a government shutdown again, but President Trump is not making it easy for Democratic leaders.
On Tuesday, the president abruptly canceled a meeting with White House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer over what he called, in a post to X, their, quote, unserious and ridiculous demands. The deadline to avoid a shutdown is September 30th.
NBC News Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from Washington with more. Ryan, good morning. So what more has Trump said about the reason for canceling this meeting with the Democrats?
Well, there's an interesting backstory here, Joe, and that is that President Trump initially agreed to meet with the Democratic leaders, but then had a phone call with the Republican leaders in Congress, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, and John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader. And it was Thune and Johnson who convinced Trump that it wasn't worth meeting with the Democratic leaders, that they believed they had an offer on the table that was good enough to keep the government open, and that by entertaining the Democratic demands, that would lead to no positive outcome, because they just didn't believe that their Republican caucus would support any changes to the underlying bill. So that leaves us in the position that we're in now, that the two sides do not have an agreement. It requires at least some level of bipartisan support in order to keep the government open. And if they're not even talking, with the deadline fast approaching, it's becoming more and more likely that the government will shut down.
Ryan, one point of contention we know here for both parties is that insurance coverage under the Affordable Care Act is set to expire at the end of this year. Democrats want to extend that coverage in this government funding bill. Republicans are rejecting that request. Why is that such a sticking point for both parties?
Well, it actually could be the one issue that brings the two sides together, Savannah, and that's because there are a number of Republicans in frontline districts. These are districts that could swing either way in the midterms that are pleading with their leadership to extend these subsidies. They're fearful that if these subsidies expire at the end of the year, that their constituents could lose health care, and that could mean that many of them will vote against them in the upcoming election. So there could be a benefit to Republicans to making this part of the negotiation. But right now, Republican leadership just isn't interested in this. They believe it spends too much money. They've long been opposed to Obamacare in any form and fashion. So extending these subsidies would go against their previous policy positions. They also believe they have the upper hand here. Republicans are arguing that they have on the table what is described as a clean continuing resolution. This is basically just extending the current spending levels without any serious changes. And they just want 7 more weeks to negotiate a long-term spending package. They believe it's the Democrats that are being unreasonable, so there's no reason to come to the table and try and give them anything during this process.
So, Ryan, we're less than a week away. The clock is ticking. We've been here before. What happens next?
Well, the biggest problem that we're dealing with, Joe, is in addition to the fact that there aren't any plans for the two sides to meet, Congress isn't even in session. They are out the rest of this week for the Jewish holidays. They're not scheduled to be back in until after the funding deadline eclipses. So it would mean that something dramatic would have to happen between now and then in order to keep the government open. I know a lot of times I come on your program, I sound like the boy who cries wolf. I tell you that a shutdown is possible, and then they somehow find some sort of an agreement at the 11th hour. Right now, the possibility of a shutdown is as real as it's ever been, mainly because the two sides just aren't talking and they don't have a plan to fix this before the deadline comes.
Listen to Ryan. He knows his stuff. Ryan, good to have you with us. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Well, there's new pushback this morning to the Trump administration's controversial claims linking the use of acetaminophen or Tylenol by pregnant women with an increased risk of autism in children. Health officials from the UK to Australia are rejecting the president's warnings to avoid the painkiller. His own administration now appears to be walking back those statements, leading to mounting confusion across the country. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is live at an OBGYN's office in Chicago with more. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, and the doctor here telling me she has been blown away by the reaction, saying one patient asked her straight up, is there anything you're not telling us? At the same time, as you point out, one of the president's own top medical advisors appearing to counter his advice, only adding to that confusion for women and families across the country.
I was constantly taking Tylenol. Could it be? I don't know.
Questions swarming social media about what's safe for pregnant moms.
They want to take away the one thing that we can have.
It follows President Trump's controversial claims Monday tying the use during pregnancy of acetaminophen, or its brand name Tylenol, to rising autism rates.
If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol.
A warning some in his administration now appear to be walking back.
The message is not never take Tylenol. It's take Tylenol judiciously. Take it by talking with your doctor.
The president citing an analysis from New York's Mount Sinai, saying some studies found a potential link, but urging further research. Autism experts pointing to decades of research finding no causal link. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists says acetaminophen is one of few options available to treat pain and fever in pregnant women. Chicago OBGYN Dr. Samina Rahman says patients are confused.
What kinds of questions are patients asking you?
Well, is there new information? Like, is there something that you're not telling us?
Do you feel like there's an undercurrent now of maybe patients trusting even their own doctors less?
100%.
In the wake of this?
100%.
Lauren Rigardo took Tylenol for migraines during earlier pregnancies, adding her 3 kids have no signs of autism. She's now expecting baby number 4.
Will you take Tylenol moving forward in this pregnancy, given this recent announcement?
Yes, I have little ones, and if I am suffering from a bad migraine while my husband's at work, what else am I supposed to do?
It should be pointed out as well, the maker of Tylenol also blasting the president's warning, saying in their words, there is no credible evidence linking acetaminophen to autism. So again, experts this morning stressing to talk to and trust your own doctor. Savannah.
All right, Maggie, thank you.
In Texas, Camp Mystic is planning to partially reopen next summer. This is the site where flooding killed 27 campers and counselors in early July. Some of the victims' families who successfully advocated for a new camp safety law in the state, they're not happy about this reopening. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now with more. Priscilla, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. In an email to camp families shared with NBC News, Camp Mystic says that it will reopen its Cypress Lake campsite. That is near on the Guadalupe River, not far from that Guadalupe River campsite where all of this happened. And tragically, those 27 campers and counselors lost their lives. That site is expected to remain closed. This morning, Camp Mystic in Texas announcing plans to reopen next summer. It comes after 27 young campers and counselors tragically died at the girls' summer camp on July 4th during catastrophic flooding in the region. Families of the victims receiving an email shared with NBC News by a source close to them that reads in part, "Our planning and procedures will comply with the requirements of the camp safety you bravely championed." Camp Mystic also writing it plans to build a memorial to capture the beauty, kindness, and grace of the girls that died. 9-year-old Lila Bonner was killed in the flood. Her father, Blake, telling the New York Times the families of the deceased Camp Mystic campers and counselors were not consulted about and did not approve this memorial. The mother of 8-year-old Seal Stewart, who is still missing, saying, quote, "Camp Mystic is pressing ahead with reopening, even if it means inviting girls to swim in the same river that may potentially still hold my daughter's body." The parents of 7 of the girls, known as Heavens 27, speaking to our Jenna Bush Hager earlier this month.
It became very, very clear that this wasn't an accident, this was complacency, and it is 100% preventable.
Through their efforts, the Texas governor has signed 3 new bills into law. Among the new rules, preventing cabins in dangerous areas of flood zones and requiring all camps in Texas to have updated emergency and evacuation plans. Ahead of the signing of the legislation, 9-year-old Molly DeWitt's parents telling Today the goal was to get the safety regulations in place before next summer.
What's being laid out in this bill should be the bare minimum for what these camps should be looking to implement.
And we reached out to Camp Mystic and many of the families of Heavens 27 for comment on all of this, but have not heard back. Joe?
All right, Priscilla, thank you.
Well, it is time now for weather. There are more showers and storms on the move today.
NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman's tracking the wet weather. Angie, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Grabbing the umbrella is going to be a good idea yet again today. We've got the potential for more unsettled weather, mainly in the form of some showers, some thunderstorms across a good chunk of the country today. So here's what we're dealing with right now. Not a whole lot of alerts out there, but we do have a flash flood warning that's in effect for southern portions of Arkansas, just over that border, just north of Shreveport. You can see kind of a robust cell working through that area. And this is just setting the stage for exactly what we'll be dealing with as we get into the afternoon hours. It's all part of this same system that left us unsettled yesterday, and we've got some of those same impacts on the table. So the one thing that's different are storms, not going to be quite as severe, but they could still be strong. So heads up for that anywhere from Texas to Kentucky. And then across parts of the Ohio and Tennessee River valleys, that's where we'll see some really heavy rain, and we are concerned about flooding across that area. By tomorrow, most of this works to the East Coast. You'll see a good batch of of moisture working across the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, parts of the Southeast, and again, the chance for some of those stronger storms from New Orleans to Boston for tomorrow. Today, this is the area we're specifically watching for flash flooding. It's a slight risk, so we'll see repeated rounds of some of these thunderstorms on already saturated grounds. We've got a couple of inches of rain that we could pick up between now and then, so I wouldn't be surprised if as the day goes on, we see a flood watch in some of these areas. But for right now, we do have that slight risk of flash flooding for Charleston, Lexington, Bowling Green, Chattanooga, but essentially the marginal risk extends farther to the south. So we'll be watching this area closely for potential impacts when it comes to flooding today. As we look to the Atlantic, we've got a couple of spots to keep track of. We got 2 tropical disturbance, so try to keep up. We've got this one, 93L, has a 90% chance of developing in the next couple of days. We've also got 94L. That one right now, good chance of developing too, but it is bringing some heavy rain to Puerto Rico. And that's going to be something that we'll deal with through the day today on top of the gusty winds. So impactful weather there. We'll see the potential of rain topping out with totals anywhere from 4 to 6 inches. Some flooding is going to be possible in that region. That's just for right now. And then we look ahead to these 2 systems down the line. So here's how the timeline goes. We'll likely see 93L become a system in the next couple of days. As we look to 94L, we'll likely see that become a system as we get into the weekend once it's near the Bahamas. So you can see those shaded areas, the pink and the red, of where we'll see those develop. And then beyond that, we're really going to be watching to see how these 2 potentially interact, if they don't interact with each other. And the models are not in great agreement at this point. This is the American model, and you can see we're kind of talking about a jumbled mess down the line. So essentially, to put it simply, we've still got a long way to go to see how it would impact us. Maybe we see some minor impacts, whereas we're talking, coastal erosion and things like that, guys. But this is going to be something that we'll see, that we watch well into next week.
If they meet, does that
it
dissipate
is,
them?
Yeah. Well, it is an interesting meteorological effect where they kind of like come together, and this requires much more explanation from me, but the Fujiwara effect. So. Wikipedia that.
All right.
If I had more time, I would go on and explain it to you.
We'll have time. We'll
Deep tease.
Thanks, Nancy. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Maybe you could spell it for us. Much more to come this hour of Morning News Now, including why some money experts say opening a joint bank account with your best friend could hold the key to a long-lasting bond.
First, after the break, billionaire Richard Branson using art to illustrate the horrors of the war in Ukraine. And it's showing right here in New York City. Our Chloe Malas has that exclusive conversation next.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. With the war in Ukraine a major issue at the UN General Assembly, one billionaire is highlighting a devastating aspect of the conflict. In an exclusive interview, NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Millas sat down with Richard Branson to hear how he's using art to change minds and save lives.
It takes just 3 seconds for a landmine to detonate after it's stepped on. And it's the reason billionaire entrepreneur Richard Branson opened a new immersive installation, steps from New York City's Ukrainian village, asking visitors to imagine just 3 seconds to say goodbye.
The Russians have put down hundreds of thousands of mines, and if a young Ukrainian, 20-year-old steps on one of those mines, he'll hear it. It takes 3 seconds before it goes off. So they've got 3 seconds before they know they're going to either lose their life or their arms or their legs. And we wanted to draw attention to that.
Branson's Virgin Group collaborated with the Superhuman Center, a Ukrainian clinic that provides rehab and prosthetics for war victims, inviting visitors to record their own 3-second messages.
Love you all so much.
And put themselves in the shoes of people living through war, like Eddie Scott, a 29-year-old humanitarian aid worker who lost his arm and his leg in a drone strike, trying to evacuate people.
We just got rocked by this huge explosion, and it felt like someone just punched me in the back of the shoulder. I knew straight away that I'd been hit.
How has it been adjusting to your new way of living?
It's been a challenge. It's been the hardest thing I've ever done, learning to walk again.
Ukraine is the most landmine-contaminated country in the world, with roughly 30% of its territory filled, an area larger than Greece, according to the UN and the Ukrainian government. And since the war began, the Superhuman Center says 80,000 Ukrainians require prosthetics due to war-related injuries. And for Branson, it's not just personal, it's political.
We want to keep Ukraine on the front of news stories. We want our leaders to keep supporting Ukraine. Putin is not going to acknowledge that he made a mistake, and it's up to the West to help Ukraine get their territory back.
This an important moment for Branson, whose late friend Princess Diana made her famous walk through a minefield in Angola in 1997.
I used to be on Princess Diana's mining foundation where she was trying to get rid of mines. In those days, mines in Africa. I never dreamt that 30 years later I'd be talking about mines all over Europe.
In 2022, NBC News reported on local efforts to remove mines from Ukraine's farmland.
The farmers here, they say they keep finding bits of shrapnel.
Organizations on the ground are working to clean up some of these mines. President Zelensky, who is in New York this week to address the United Nations General Assembly, appointed Branson in 2023 to lead fundraising efforts to rebuild the war-torn country.
President Zelensky is here as Winston Churchill was here in America in the middle of the Second World War, asking for Americans and asking for Europeans for help.
Zelensky's address coming just 1 month after he met with President Trump at the White House, 3 days after Trump's failed peace talks with Russian President Putin in Alaska, who says he will not end the war until common sense prevails. Among his demands that Ukraine must renounce its aspirations to join NATO.
It was fine for Trump to try. It didn't work. And now Trump really must follow through with what he said he'll follow through on, and that is bring rigorous sanctions against Russia.
Do you believe that Putin wants global takeover?
I am absolutely certain if Putin could click his fingers and run the world, he would love nothing better.
Would you compare him to Hitler?
Yes, I mean, the way he's behaving is exactly as Hitler behaved at the beginning of the Second World War.
Even after such a traumatic experience, Scott says he's still going home to Ukraine.
I went from knowing nothing about Ukraine to it being my home, and now I've been living there 3 years. I have a Ukrainian goddaughter. It's home for me.
Branson and Scott hoping this temporary exhibit puts a face on the human cost of war and leaves a lasting impact.
Our thanks to Chloe Malas for that report. And Ukraine's President Zelensky is expected to address the UN General Assembly later today.
Now for what else is making international headlines. A super typhoon is leaving a path of destruction as it finally makes landfall in China.
NBC News International correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with our world news in 60 seconds. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. At least 17 people were killed and another 32 were injured in Taiwan after the super typhoon Ragaza caused a lake burst there. Now, the typhoon, which carries hurricane-force winds, pounding rain and high seas, also caused widespread damage in Hong Kong, where entire neighborhoods were flooded. Ragaza is the strongest typhoon anywhere on Earth so far since the start of the year. To Europe now, where this morning investigators are looking into drone sightings that forced the temporary closure of Denmark's Copenhagen and Norway's Oslo airports. While it wasn't immediately clear who was behind Monday's flyover, Denmark's Prime Minister and NATO's Secretary General said that Russian involvement could not be ruled out. The Kremlin spokesperson said Russia had nothing to do with it. And let's end this tour of the world in Argentina, where scientists discovered a new dinosaur. They believe it was about 23 feet long, had huge and powerful claws, and was part of a group of dinosaurs called Megaraptorans, who lived up to around 70 million years ago. It's not clear how it died or how they went extinct, but they found a bone of an ancient crocodile pressed against its jaws, proof that at least before dying he had a delicious last meal, guys.
Yeah, if you like crocodiles, sure. Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
Thanks, Claudio.
Thank you.
Coming up, it's an ancient anomaly that has perplexed both archaeologists and world travelers alike for literally thousands of years.
When we come back, the brand new novel that's diving into the mysteries of Stonehenge by reimagining the world's history. That's next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal.
It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
We're back now with a closer look at what's making news in the world of politics this morning. We're going to start with a special election in Arizona.
NBC News politics reporter Megan Leibowitz joins us now with more. Megan, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning. Yeah, let's kick things off in Arizona, where voters went to the polls yesterday for a special congressional election. NBC News projected that Democrat Adelita Grijalva easily won her dad's old seat, which was open after Representative Raul Grijalva died in March. Now, it's a pretty deep blue congressional district, but it's important for Democrats because her win narrows the already slim margin in the House ahead of high-profile expected votes over things like government funding and files related to Jeffrey Epstein. Let's go next to immigration, a major factor in the 2024 election. I want to take you to a new AP North poll, which found an uptick in U.S. adults who thought that legal immigration was beneficial for the economy. 58% of U.S. adults said they felt that a major benefit of legal immigration was the contribution to the economy. That's up from 42% in March of last year. The poll also asked people about President Trump's deportation efforts, and 49% said that the efforts have gone too far, while 35% said that they haven't gone far enough. Finally, let's go to Miami, which will eventually host President Trump's presidential library. Now, the location was chosen in part because it's close to a landmark called the Freedom Tower, which previously served as a center for Cuban refugees. The president's team also hopes that the library can be part of a larger project that includes a hotel, which would be a first for a presidential library. And that's a look at what is making news in politics this morning, guys.
All right, Megan, thank you.
Best-selling author Ken Follett has sold nearly 200 million copies of his novels worldwide. Well, now comes his new book, Circle of Days, which is set in Stonehenge, one of the most mysterious sites in the world. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter met up with him to talk about the inspiration for his latest epic tale.
Good morning from a very windy Salisbury Plain. Of course, you will recognize Stonehenge behind me. It's one of the biggest mysteries in history. Who built it? How was it built? Well, Ken Follett dives into all of that in his new novel, imagining an entire world around this circle. Take a look. The ruins of Stonehenge tower over the windswept plain. All these years later, still majestic. Bewildering some 5,000 years after it was built. Even today, we don't know why. Do you still get that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
52 colossal stones remain where there were once 80.
They are much bigger than I imagined. Yeah. It's quite amazing. Just imagine trying to get that crossbar up there.
In his new novel, Circle of Days, British author Ken Follett tells the epic story of how Joya, a priestess, and Sept, a flint miner and one of the world's first engineers, built this great stone monument for eternity.
Joya is a sparky young woman, a bit of a rebel, and with a very strong will, and she's very persuasive. And that's how she motivates hundreds of people to come with her and find the biggest stone in the world.
This is where she spent most of her time.
Yes, once she grew up and joined the priestesses. Now, I've called them priestesses. They could have been priests, but I get fed up with people thinking everything in history was done by men.
His research is exhaustive, at times quite physical. At age 76, putting himself in Sept's shoes.
The best flint was underground.
Well, I've seen video of you crawling through a tunnel.
Yes, that's right. And as I was doing it, I was remembering that this tunnel was made in the Stone Age, and I had no idea how secure the roof was.
How much of the book is your imagination?
I would say normally the history in a historical novel is about 50% accurate history and 50% the author's imagination building on that. But in the Stone Age, it's more like 20/80. There's so little known about the Stone Age that we have to imagine very much more, which is quite, you know, that's what I'm good at.
What Follett has imagined has baffled historians and archaeologists for centuries.
These stones were found 17 miles to the north in this direction. You can see, can't you? This plain is not flat.
Rolling hillsides.
It's rolling hillsides. Just imagine yourself holding this, 200 people holding these ropes with one of these stones, and they're dragging them. It must have been the hardest work in the world. Imagine trying to get the tops of the uprights level so that you can put a lintel on top.
But with no wheel, no modern tools, life in the Stone Age was primitive. Historians can agree on that much. But why was it built?
They knew when it was Midsummer Day and Midwinter Day. And one theory is, and it's only a theory, that Stonehenge was used as a calendar.
Why this story?
Well, I love stories about ordinary people who do something extraordinary.
Don't you wonder if they knew at the time that this would outlive centuries and centuries and centuries.
I feel sure that's what they aimed at. After all, why make it so sturdy, so big, so fantastic, if you didn't want it to last until the Day of Judgment?
Guys, it is awe-inspiring from every single angle. This is my first time here. It's been amazing. And Ken bases the drama, the love, the conflict that makes this such a page-turner all on historical fact. Guys?
All right, Molly, thank you.
We are following some breaking news out of Texas. FBI agents are responding to an active shooter situation at an ICE facility in Dallas, where at least 3 people were injured early this morning. We're going to turn now to our Dallas affiliate for more coverage.
A lot of information yet, so we are going to hold off on reporting anything that we are hearing, but police at the scene, they also are just as in flux as we are. I tried asking one of them if they knew we were safe or not, or if the situation was safe, and he actually said he was not sure, and that they were still trying to figure out what was going on. So as you can see, you've got officers waving cars through. This is the height of rush hour for Dallas. We've got so many people trying to get into the downtown area just to start their day of work, and of course this is happening, so they're really trying to get people to clear out of this area. There's immense traffic backups. As I can see, that's happening on I-35 southbound. They're actually having people exit at Empire Central and keeping them from continuing any further, and then diverting them on some of these side roads, which is where we're at here. So we're a few blocks away from where this incident is happening, just over at the ICE facility located along Stemmons. We're also just getting word and some confirmation from the Dallas Sheriff's Department spokesperson. They're confirming that the Sheriff's Department has responded with Dallas police to reports of an active shooter at that ICE facility there on Stemmons. They could not confirm whether anyone has been injured. So that is something we're still trying to figure out at this time. This, of course, is happening as we've got some storms that are also rolling into this area. I can see them just in the distance behind my photographer here. So this is going to be a really dangerous situation, of course, as those storms come through with the officers out here, and then, of course, just not really knowing entirely what's going on. So we're going to stay out here. We know there's a media staging area that's been mentioned to us. We're going to head over there in just a few moments, so hopefully we can find out some more information for you. Laura, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, Alana, thank you. And again, if you are just joining us, this is an active police presence as a report of an active shooter at the ICE facility there at I-35 in Empire Central. You can see so many police cars that are there. We are being told, per a federal law enforcement source, FBI agents are en route, as well as you just heard Alana Quillen saying the Dallas County Sheriff's Office is also on the way. So this is going to be a multi-agent investigation as people try to figure out if people are okay, the safety of the community.
You are watching breaking news coverage of our NBC affiliate in Dallas. The FBI responding to an active shooter situation after 3 people were injured at an ICE facility there. We'll be back with the very latest after a short break.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back with a new trend that's going viral on TikTok. It's really like taking friendship to the next level.
Yeah, friendship bracelets perhaps are no longer the only symbol of the tightest bond with your BFF. That's in part thanks to a wave of friend groups creating a joint bank account, claiming this money-saving strategy has been a friendship saver.
For more on this, Elizabeth Moline, an assignment editor on NBC's National News Desk, joins us now. Elizabeth, good morning. So you wrote this article for NBCnews.com, and you mentioned how this is part of what's being called financial intimacy. I mean, I think most people tend to make financial decisions on their own, but when you are linking them together, that does seem intimate. Tell us where this came from.
Yeah, so actually one of the experts that I spoke with basically talked about how not only do most of us make financial decisions alone, but you don't think twice most of the time about making financial decisions with a partner, for example, or a significant other. This way, friendships can actually strengthen, and one of the women that I spoke with, actually, she and her friend use this as kind of a wager. So essentially, it's almost like a jar of sorts. She's training for a marathon. If she misses one of her long runs, for example, she has to put $5 into the account. So it's really a fun way to kind of, you know, strengthen friendships and almost create sort of a game out of something that can kind of be scary and intimidating.
I understand that some people even use it as like a swear jar. I mean, what are the ways you're seeing people use it? And I guess the big question is, why are they doing this?
So for a lot of people, I think especially when they're planning for groups of friends, for example, planning for a trip or an experience, I think that there's a lot of stress that can come around, you know, who pays who what at the end of the trip, especially if some people on the trip, I'm sure you've experienced this, as have I, have to lay out a large portion of money and are owed back at the end. People use various apps in order to figure this out. And I think when everybody's contributing the entire time, for example, one of the women I spoke with, she and her friends agreed that they're going to contribute $10 a week, and then they jointly agreed to up that amount to $20 eventually. So I think when everybody's contributing equally all along, it doesn't feel as stressful.
What are some of like the things that could go wrong, though? I mean, this is not without complications, right? That you're all adding money, you have a joint account, that's how you're paying for things. What could go wrong?
Yeah, so a lot of the experts that I spoke with did point out some potential warnings. For example, everyone on the account would be jointly liable for any overdrafts or fees. If one of the people on the account has bad credit, for example, that could actually end up impacting everybody's credit. So I think that, you know, it could always be risky entering into this kind of relationship financially with friends. I think the big thing is that the experts that I spoke to encouraged everybody to agree ahead of time on the terms associated with the account. So whether that's a verbal conversation or in writing, you know, what if somebody loses their job or for whatever reasons decides they don't want to contribute anymore? What would happen at that point?
Need a prenup.
Elizabeth, thank you so much. Fascinating conversation. Fun one.
Thank you.
Let's keep the money conversation going. While prices continue to soar, more U.S. consumers are turning to a nostalgic way to spice up their dinners. They're also saving some money. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung has more on a product that's helping to lend a helping hand to help families cut costs.
Hey there, it's the one-pan meal with a simple idea. Just add some ground beef, and in minutes, you've got cheeseburger macaroni or stroganoff. Hamburger Helper telling us sales are up big time as American families look for quicker meals at a lower price.
I can help.
It's the iconic pantry item over 50 years old.
It keeps your budget from getting out of hand.
Now seeing a resurgence.
I love Hamburger Helper. It's like my comfort food.
Hamburger Helper, the cost-effective solution to the hungered question.
What? Huh? For?
Oh no.
Dinner.
The New York Times featuring its sudden popularity, highlighting the economic pressures consumers are facing at the dinner table.
Let me show you how to feed 7 with 1 box of Hamburger Helper.
The cost of dining rising faster than the cost of groceries, and the price of ground beef specifically soaring almost 13% over the last year, leading consumers increasingly to the $2 Hamburger Helper mix for a hand. with Hamburger Helper sales up 14%, according to their parent company, Eagle Foods.
Families are still our core, but we're seeing a pretty significant increase in households that are buying Helper. And those are coming from young adults. They're coming from seniors, even college students who are looking for easy filling meals.
Other pantry staples seeing a change in the way consumers spend. Campbell's Soup, who told investors this month that shoppers were increasingly cooking at home and remain cautious and intentional with their spending. But it's not just the savings bringing customers back.
I'm gonna keep Helper handy.
The brand has remained in the cultural zeitgeist, from National Lampoon's Cousin Eddie.
I don't know why they call this stuff Hamburger Helper. It does just fine by itself, huh? I like it better than Tuna Helper myself.
To today, with FX show The Bear's own Chef Sydney.
All you're gonna do is stir and just make sure everything is incorporated.
Inspiring a new generation to try their own Hamburger Helper recipes.
So I saw Sydney using onions and garlic in the show, so that's what I started with.
It's still part of that cultural fabric of the country, and it's resonating in a really big way. It's kind of America's meal of the moment, as we've enhanced it and elevated what Helper is.
And Eagle Foods tells us Hamburger Helper's top sellers include cheeseburger macaroni and beef stroganoff. And since their launch a year ago, microwavable Helper cups have also had strong sales. They also have these breakfast items that have only been on shelves for a few weeks, but those results have also been strong, according to the company. Back to you.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. We're continuing to follow this breaking news out of Dallas.
That's right. FBI agents are responding to a shooting situation at an ICE facility there. We know at least 3 people were shot earlier this morning, according to an ICE spokesperson. And the suspect has died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We're now going to return to our Dallas affiliate for more coverage.
Media staging facility. We're hoping to get some more information there. But as you can see here, a large police presence that, as Deborah said, started just after 7 o'clock this morning. And we're continuing to get new information in. But Alana described that scene as chaotic when she got to the scene there. So we will continue to follow this developing story. Breaking news again off of 35E Empire Central at that ICE detention facility.
We can take it. Dallas Police, Dallas Sheriff's Office are both there asking people to stay clear of this area as this investigation goes on. NBC5 will keep you updated on air and online.
NBC5 traffic is...
All right, that was coverage of our affiliate in Dallas, Fort Worth, covering the FBI responding to reports of a shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas. Finally, this hour, we do want to bring you the story of a dog that found his way into the hearts of millions around the world through the joy he gets from his owner's piano music.
Yeah, but as NBC News correspondent Maya Eaglin found out, some difficult health news means Bradford is also teaching the people around him to make the most of every day.
It's that calm look of pure enjoyment. Those adorable squinting eyes. And that famous flop. There's no question about it. Bradford, the 13-year-old rescue dog, loves music.
When you see him flop, I feel like I'm like, oh my gosh. The sweetest, oh.
The magic behind the keys comes from Bradford's owner, Cara Baldus Merriman, who's a full-time musician and piano teacher.
2021, I just set up my camera close to the keys, and I didn't realize it, but then he started closing his eyes and just seemed so soothed by the music. It just seems to bring a lot of people a chance to catch a breath, a timeline cleanse.
How many people have seen Bradford's videos?
I would say through TikTok and Instagram, YouTube, roughly 50 million people. As soon as I commented, she said all caps, "I love Bradford," and then the classic song from Pixar, Toy Story, "You've Got a Friend in Me." Randy Newman, who wrote it, reshared it.
You couldn't tell this today, but 12 months ago, Bradford's life was looking really different.
So they took an x-ray and saw a tumor on his spleen, and then we had to go the same night to get an emergency splenectomy. They tested it. He does have a very aggressive type of cancer, hemangiosarcoma. It's a blood cancer, and here he is. He's still here. They gave him 2 months, 2 to 6 months, and we're at 10 months or 11 months now.
Cara says fans helped fund his chemo treatment, sending in words of encouragement and even gifts for Bradford.
And we're happy to report he's doing so well. His red blood cells are normal, and I think it speaks to the power of music and the community that we have on Instagram.
Now, Bradford is taking everything one day at a time, enjoying his life at home with Kara and her husband, Dan, and even spends time with them at the studio, soaking up all the music while he still can.
So what does Bradford mean to you?
Bradford is a sweet little dog angel who has helped me just think about life in a lot of different ways, lean into the emotions, lead with kindness and love, staying in the moment.
Bradford's important reminder to us all, enjoying a moment for exactly what it is right now. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Living in the present. Gotta
really
that.
cute.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, harsh words from President Trump to the United Nations. The president criticizing the UN for what he called failures to stop global conflicts.
What is the purpose of the United Nations? All they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up.
Also, President Trump signaling a major shift in support for the war in Ukraine as he calls on Ukraine to fight and win back its territory. Plus, new information about an elaborate electronic system dismantled by the Secret Service that could have shut down New York City's cell phone system during this week's UN meeting. We'll have it all. Also this morning, disorder in the court after the man found guilty in an attempted assassination of President Trump attempts to stab himself moments after the verdict is read. The dramatic developments, the president's reaction, and what happens next. Plus, a warm welcome for late-night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel in his return to ABC's programming nearly a week after being pulled off the air. What he had to say about the comments that led to his show's suspension. And another reason to think before you drink, the new research that links alcohol use and cognitive decline. Aren't the studies that are like red wine's good for your heart more fun?
Yes, we definitely would prefer those instead, but we'll dig into that with Dr. Torres in a little bit. Good to have you with us on this Wednesday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for starting your day with us. We're going to begin this Wednesday morning with President Trump back in Washington following his trip to the United Nations General Assembly. That was here in New York.
It was the first time he addressed the UN since his first term. The president was sharply critical of the UN, saying it had failed to end wars and address...
He needs to be able to hear.
Hey, I need several people injured and multiple, she said, injuries and fatalities at that location. FBI Dallas, I'm told by a federal law enforcement source, is already on the way to that scene, if not already there. That would be very standard in this kind of situation. Any attack on a federal facility and or federal officers, FBI would be involved in that. We assume other federal agencies, ATF and others, will likely be there as well to assist Dallas Police and the Dallas Sheriff's Department confirming that they responded along with DPD this morning to a report of an active shooter at the...
And I'm grateful for this meeting, and we expect America's actions to push Russia toward peace. Moscow fears America and always pays attention to it.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba leads us off this hour, joins us from Washington. Monica, good morning. So President Trump, criticized allies, touted his administration's accomplishments while speaking to the General Assembly. At one point he said, quote, "Your countries are going to hell." Strong words there, but it's actually Mr. Trump's post on Truth Social that may be getting the most attention when it comes to Russia's war with Ukraine. Any insight into what's causing this shift we're seeing in the president's thinking?
And it was a notable shift. You're absolutely right, Joe. And what was also significant is that that post came after his speech to the United Nations General Assembly. It wasn't really a part of his remarks. He did touch on the war in Ukraine, of course, going more than 3.5 years now, and had this to...
The rear side of the building away from Stemmons Freeway, who've come there to try to resolve immigration issues. You'll have families that are often lined up there to meet with ICE officers, or perhaps to post bond for a family member who has been taken into custody. The front side of the building is gated. There is a little bit less sort of public activity often on that side. We're not sure exactly where these shots came from this morning. We are told, as Alana said earlier, that the shooter on the scene is deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That information coming, again, from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. A lot of questions, obviously, now for investigators who will be immediately trying to determine who is this person, where did they come from, were there any other people involved potentially, and that's one of the reasons, of course, why you'll see a very active scene and large perimeter around this facility, is that they will be looking for any evidence that might point them to whether this involved more than one individual. They want to make sure that the entire area around that facility is secure. Laura and Deborah.
Yeah, Scott, this is, as you were describing there, a public building. People can go in and out of it. Being a law enforcement type of facility, my guess is there's a lot of security before anybody can get into that building, and maybe even on the outside. Can you talk about that?
Well, it's well fenced on the Stemmons side, Deborah. My recollection is, however, the parking lot in the back, if I recall, I think you can drive into that. I mean, it's a public parking lot that gets you fairly close to the building. There is security, obviously, there, and there are armed, federal agents. I don't know. I can't, say for sure what the security posture has been in recent weeks, whether they've had added additional folks, outside. In the times that I was there, earlier this year, there is certainly a security presence, but it is possible for the public to get, close to the building, and certainly the side of it that faces the freeway frontage road. The building is, not too far from the roadway.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay.
Scott, a quick question for you, because you make a good point that you've been in this building before. And so for people who have never been in the building and actually don't even know that that's what the building is when you're passing it on that frontage road there, can you talk to us specifically about when you had to go in the building? What was the security like? And we don't know if this happened outside as people were walking in to go to work or inside of the building, but that's a very interesting perspective that you've actually been in there before.
Yeah, there are metal detectors. There's a security screening checkpoint, that you would have to go into, and I think even a window, if I recall, where you check in, outside the building prior to that. There are offices in the building on the upper floor that house many of the supervisory folks who oversee the Dallas's ERO, operations, enforcement and removal operations. That facility actually, and the ERO district for Dallas, or I think they call it area of responsibility, covers a large section of northern Texas and I believe even into Oklahoma as well. So this is a sort of a headquarters facility for the region for the ICE agents who do that sort of work. I have been in touch with ICE this morning. A spokesman, telling me that they were aware, obviously. A spokesperson notified early this morning about this incident, which occurred around 7 a.m., but that spokesperson was unable to provide any additional details beyond what Homeland Security Secretary Noem has confirmed via social media post this morning, indicating that there are multiple people shot, some injured and some deceased, according to her message. We're unclear exactly on the numbers. And again, the suspected shooter dead at the scene from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. We're still trying to get numbers on all of this and have calls out to multiple agencies, including Dallas police, who have said to us they were just obviously trying to deal with the immediate situation and unable to provide a lot of additional information. We know they've established a media sort of checkpoint command post there on the scene, and we hope to have more information from there soon.
Yeah, and we do have this number coming in to us, Scott, from NBC News. When Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem first released her statement, she said there were multiple injuries and fatalities. A spokesperson for Immigration's Customs has now confirmed to NBC News that there were 3 people shot. It doesn't go any further than that, except to say 3 people were shot at this ICE facility in Dallas this morning, and then, of course, everything else that you have just confirmed from your sources. We have our investigative reporter Scott Friedman there by phone, and he's checking with sources. We also have our Alana Quillen on the ground watching as the police continue to surround this area. Alana, tell us more about what's going on.
Yeah, it's still just as intense as it felt when I first arrived here about 30 minutes ago. We're on the service road here of Stemmons. This is I-35E southbound going towards downtown Dallas, and it is just a flash of red, blue, and some green lights. Just numerous first responders that are still here. I'm hearing some sirens go off. I've seen off and on some officers who are wearing their bulletproof helmets and vests. Coming in and out of vehicles, you know, really over the last hour or so, I do know that they have been trying to divert traffic away from this area. They had shut down the interstate at one point to try to keep people off the road. I'm noticing now that there is no more traffic on the interstate, and I'm wondering if there is yet another shutdown just as their investigation continues, but it has just been a lot going on here. We've gone over the details with you. Again, we only know that 3 people were shot at this ICE facility. Fatalities confirmed by... Sorry, we have law enforcement walking up to us and talking to us a little bit. There's numerous media staged over here, and this is kind of the area where we were told to go. And of course, it's fluid, so we might be asked to move just as this continues. But again, we just know that there were at least 3 shot, there are injuries, there are fatalities, and there's just numerous law enforcement that continues to be here, both in unmarked cars and marked cars. So this is unlike anything I've seen before. And of course, we're still trying to figure out a little bit more, but as far as we're concerned, we're not hearing any word of any sort of active situation happening at this time. Of course, we know from Secretary Kristi Noem that the shooter has died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So that's all we know at that point in terms of that person. But still, we're still trying to work to find out more details. And of course, as I mentioned before, the rain falling is certainly adding a little bit more complexity to their investigation here. So we'll send it back to you guys as we work to find out more details.
Okay, Alana, before we let you go, from where you are, where is the facility?
So it is probably just about a block away from us, just up ahead. I mean, I could walk there. Where you see the flurry of lights the most, that's exactly where it is. It is to the right of all of those vehicles there. That is where that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility is located. So we're very close. We're closer than I was earlier, but this is as far as they'll let us go. Okay, they're in the 8100 block of Stemmons Freeway. Alana, thank you so much. Alana talked about the rain, the weather complicating the situation out there, kind of adding to the chaos. Samantha, storms were supposed to arrive about this time.
Yeah, and right on schedule. They are making their way through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Now, I will say all of the rain that we're getting, if you hear the thunder or see the lightning, we are not tracking severe thunderstorms. So none of these are going to produce damaging winds or any hail, but it is a complex line of heavy showers and thunderstorms that is basically in the process of making its way right through Dallas-Fort Worth as we speak. So as we put a track on this, again, we're going to continue to watch the eastward motion of these particular storms as we head through the morning hours. And as we put a track on some of these, they're going to continue.
All after inside court, Ruth attempted to stab himself in the neck with a pen. This court sketch showing that moment. NBC News producer Carmen Gonzalez witnessed the chaos in the courtroom.
As the jury was leaving, I looked over to him and I saw him doing this. I thought maybe he was having a seizure, but then I realized he had a pen and he was jabbing at his neck, trying to hurt himself.
Within seconds, she says, U.S. Marshals grabbed Ruth and took him away.
And the daughter started saying, Dad, don't, we love you.
A Florida jury deliberating for just 2 hours before convicting Ruth on all 5 counts, including attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate. Prosecutors in closing arguments saying a mountain of evidence showed one thing: Ruth wanted Donald Trump dead.
Shots fired, shots fired, shots fired. Individual in the bush with a gun.
Just 2 months after the assassination attempt in Butler, on September 15th last year, a Secret Service agent spotted the barrel of a semi-automatic rifle in the shrubbery outside Trump's golf club.
On the tree line, the individual was inside that tree line.
Authorities say Ruth had been lying in wait behind a fence for hours undetected.
Straight back!
His arrest shown on this police body cam and this image of his gun. In court, Ruth represented himself in an often rambling presentation, arguing he did not have the character to kill, saying if you don't have the cold heart to make it happen, Is that intent? But prosecutors showed jurors a letter written by Ruth where he said, quote, "Dear world, this was an assassination attempt." President Trump reacting.
You can't let things like that happen. Nothing to do with me, but a president or even a person. You can't allow that to happen. And so justice was served.
The judge was very patient, even lenient with Ruth, giving him the same instructions several times. Despite seeming frustrated at different points, she ultimately will decide his punishment, and 2 of the charges carry a maximum of life in prison. Sentencing set for December 18th.
35E in Empire Central, you see that massive police presence right there. Police, law enforcement now telling us that several people are hurt. The gunman is dead by a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, what we know right now is we're getting several comments from people up in Washington, and we just got one from Vice President J.D. Vance. This was posted on X just moments ago. Quote, "The obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families." And he's referencing recent events that have happened in this country. We want to bring in Scott Friedman, our investigative reporter. Scott, you work so much with stories like these, and you said you actually been to that facility before. What can you tell us about the early stages of what we're seeing here?
Well, and Laura, you bring up an important point with the vice president's comments this morning. Obviously, this is against a backdrop of a lot of political debate over the increased immigration enforcement that's occurring across the country. And this is, as the vice president references, not the first time that an attack has occurred in recent months on government facilities involved in immigration enforcement. You'll recall in July, the Prairie Land Detention Center in Alvarado was attacked by a group of people, some wearing tactical-style gear. An federal officer was injured in that incident, and a Border Patrol facility in McAllen. Somebody opened fire on that facility in July as well, injuring officers at that location. We should point out, we don't know the motivations of the shooter this morning. We don't know specifically that this person was motivated by concerns related to immigration. Is still very early in the investigation, but we do know, obviously, that this occurred at an ICE facility that is office home to agents who are involved every day in enforcing federal immigration rules in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Yeah, talk again, Scott, if you would, about the activity that goes on in that building.
Yeah, it's an office facility, largely, Deborah, for those agents. These are the agents who are involved in everything from the door-to-door kind of increased enforcement efforts that we've seen a lot of, particularly this year under the new administration. And they work cases every day where they develop information about immigrants who are often wanted not just on immigration violations, but have criminal backgrounds. That is a large part of their focus at that facility. They're part of a group that's known as ERO within ICE, which is Enforcement and Removal Operations. They're the agents who do the day-to-day sort of boots-on-the-ground work in enforcing federal immigration law. There are offices in the facility that house supervisors in that group, including the director of the ERO operations for the Dallas region, which encompasses a large part of North Texas and southern Oklahoma as well. It's a very busy place. There are families that are in and out of there on a regular basis to connect with or loved ones who have been arrested on immigration violations. Some immigrants detained are held there for a period of time, often before being transferred to ICE longer-term holding facilities as well. And so on any given day, if you arrive in the rear parking lot, I mean, there can be people lined up outside waiting to meet with ICE officials regarding their immigration case or to learn the status of a family member. They're a very busy parking lot behind it. The facility is fenced, but my recollection, unless things have changed just in recent weeks, I think you could drive through the gate, the rear gate, without having to gain access to the parking lot. Without somebody allowing you into the parking lot, you can drive right into it and walk up to the rear of the facility. We don't know, again, which side of the facility this apparent attack occurred on. But the front of the building faces Stemmons Freeway, and so it's a very busy place, a lot of traffic and other activity along the freeway and the freeway service road.
Yeah, the opening there right off the service road. Scott, thank you so much again. Law enforcement, about 6:40 is when they were dispatched to the scene. It was about an hour later when the first confirmation came from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem about the shooting. She said at the time there were multiple injuries and fatalities. The shooter was dead. And then in the last few moments, a source has confirmed to NBC News that it was 3 people who were shot at this ICE facility this morning. Again, the suspect dead. We want to bring in our Alana Quillen, who is trying to inch her way a little bit closer to some of the activity there. But obviously, Alana, they're keeping you as far back as needed.
They are. And, you know, the activity, the center of everything that's happening, the facility that Scott was speaking about is just about a block that way. It is walking distance from where we are, but we are not allowed to go any closer. I will mention that in the last few minutes, a Dallas police officer came up to some of the media here and told us that they will be giving an update to us. They didn't say exactly when, but soon. And they were just notifying those of us who are here that they will be coming up and doing some sort of press conference, probably catching us up to speed on some of the details that have unfolded in the last couple of hours. I'm going to step out of the way so that you can see still just the huge presence that continues to be here on the service road of Stemmons Freeway. I don't know if you can see the exit there, but this is leading up to the Mockingbird Lane and the Dallas Love Field exit off of 35, heading south towards downtown Dallas. This entire stretch of road here, certainly from Regal Row, even further back, is just blocked off with police activity, with police officers. And then as it gets closer to that facility, you can see it gets thicker. There are much more lights down there. There's much more activity and cars over there. That is the center. That is the focus of their investigation. That is where this all took place. I've mentioned seeing numerous officers in different attire. You can see one walking right here with helmet, bulletproof vest, weapons. I mean, they've all come out full force to respond to what has happened here this morning. But again, just to reconfirm what we know so far, 3 people were shot here at this ICE facility in Dallas this morning. That is confirmed by an ICE spokesperson. And the shooter, suspected shooter, is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So as far as we know of there being any more concerns, we have not heard about that. We're still waiting to get some more information from police, but this has been just a very, very chaotic situation for people who've been trying to head to work this morning. Of course, when the storms rolled through, it hasn't made it easier. So again, we are hoping to learn a little bit more from officers when that press conference unfolds, hopefully just here in a few moments. But it is just something that we're just going to continue to follow out here. Nothing much has changed. If anything, there's been more presence, more law enforcement pulling up to the area the closer we are to this scene. So we'll, of course, keep you updated when Dallas Police comes up and gives us that press conference. Hopefully fills in some of the blanks on what happened here this morning. Lauren, Deborah, back to you.
Alana, thank you. I want to go back to the reaction from Vice President J.D. Vance right now, posting to X. This was in response to Kristi Noem's post saying that the obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families. And Scott referenced this before, but I think it's really important to bring it up again. Defendants in the Prairieland Detention Center attack that happened on July 4th, just July 4th, just appeared in federal court in Fort Worth this week. So that's kind of what he's referencing there, is that these attacks have been happening across the country. Yeah. And you can see it now happening and playing out in Dallas.
In that case, the Alvarado case, again, 14 defendants, 8 men, 6 women, all going before the federal judge in Fort Worth the last couple of days for arraignment. And in that case, I remember, an Alvarado police officer was shot. All right, we keep talking about the confirmation from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. So let's show you her statements about 7:45 this morning, saying we can confirm there were multiple injuries and fatalities. The shooter is deceased by a self-inflicted self-inflicted gunshot wound. She goes on to say, while we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. Please pray for the victims and their families. And I got to think, too, and anybody who had somebody going to that ICE facility this morning in that area probably worried a little bit about their family as well.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Now, all of this happening against the backdrop of slick streets, rain that is falling in North Texas this morning. Let's bring in Samantha now for this part of the story. Samantha.
Yeah, that rain started to push in about 30-40 minutes ago, and it's going to continue as we head through the rest of the morning and potentially into the early afternoon. We've got a widespread area of showers and thunderstorms that we're tracking right now, and you'll see the leading edge of this dealing with some of those heavy.
It probably is. Let's see what happens. Disney has several matters, including an ESPN deal to have the NFL invest in the network looming. That will require some regulatory review. Nexstar and Sinclair may have matters in front of the government as well. So it's a matter of, I think, taking a stand. Disney already paid Trump $15-16 million for a remark about that George Stephanopoulos made that many legal experts thought was pretty flimsy. I guess that wasn't enough. And I think the Irish have to decide how much more are we going to spend, kowtowing to this stuff when we're in the right. That's his decision to make.
All right, Brian, thank you for joining us throughout this whole thing.
Thank you.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is pulling back the curtain on her whirlwind 107-day presidential campaign last year. She's out with a new book that reveals new details about the days leading up to that top-of-the-ticket switch. That includes her reflections on former President Biden's decision to drop out of the race so close to Election Day. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the details.
As Democrats look to the next election, it's the last one in the spotlight, with Kamala Harris detailing and in some instances relitigating her 107-day presidential campaign last fall.
We just didn't have enough time.
The former vice president reveals then President Biden first raised with her the possibility he might drop out nearly a week before he actually did, on July 15th, 2 days after the assassination attempt against Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Harris says the mantra at the White House, "It's Joe and Jill's decision," writing, "Was it grace or was it recklessness? In retrospect, I think it was recklessness." Now, she herself is accepting some of that blame.
I realize that I have and had a certain responsibility that I should have followed through on, which is, and so when I talk about the recklessness, as much as anything, I'm talking about myself.
For her own running mate, Harris ultimately chose Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. But her first choice, she says, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who's openly gay. "He would have been an ideal partner if I were a straight white man," she writes, "but we were already asking a lot of America."
It wasn't about any prejudice on my part, but we had such a short period of time, and the stakes were so high.
Buttigieg responding,
"I just believe in giving Americans more credit than that."
The former vice president has not ruled out another run in 2028, saying only that right now it is not her focus. Back to you.
Thank you, Hallie.
One of the strongest typhoons this year is battering Hong Kong and southern China after leaving a trail of destruction across Asia. Deaths were reported in both Taiwan and the Philippines, while scores of people remain missing following severe flooding. NBC News International correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer has the latest.
The strongest tropical...
Out to the injuries in this shooting at the ICE facility this morning. We told you there were 3 people shot. We can now tell you from an ICE spokesperson that 2 people are dead at this facility. One of them is in the hospital. The 3 people shot are ICE detainees.
Yeah, and with 3 people shot, we know that part. The shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound as well at this scene. That's in addition to the people that Deborah was just talking about. The spokesperson also cautioned that information continues to change, as with any investigation like this. And it's hard to even call it an investigation at this point, Deborah, because as we heard from our crews on the scene there, it's so chaotic that police are just trying to secure the scene. Federal agents also there, Dallas police just kind of providing that backup for them. We know that the Dallas County Sheriff's Office is also there trying to help.
Yeah, of course, probably the first thing they wanted to do is stop an active shooter. Stop the active shooting. We can't tell you the suspect is dead. Treat the victims. There were 3 of them. 2 died from gunshot wounds. Another is in the hospital. And then try to make sure everybody else in that building was okay. And we are hearing from the ICE spokesperson there were no immigration officers who were injured in this shooting this morning. The 2 people who are dead, the 3 people who were shot were ICE detainees in this building this morning. They're in the 8100 block of Stemmons Freeway. Situation started at about 6:40 this morning.
Good morning. We are coming on the air with an NBC News special report. 2 detainees have been killed at an ICE facility in Dallas this morning and another injured. The suspected shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, according to an ICE spokesperson. That shooting prompting a massive law enforcement presence near that detention facility that you can see on your screen right now. Senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us on the phone with more. Gabe, good morning. Tell us the latest you're hearing.
Hi there, Savannah. Well, this is a very fluid situation, and information is still coming in. But what I can tell you, as you mentioned, according to an ICE spokesperson, 2 people are dead. 3 people in total were shot. From what we understand at this point, no ICE officers were hurt. The 3 people shot were ICE detainees, and the shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That's according to an ICE spokesperson. Again, all of this is still fluid, but this is extremely significant because we just heard from a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, who said just now in an interview that this facility, which was a field office, by the way, not a large detention center, was an ICE field office. It had recently received a bomb threat, and now DHS investigators are looking into whether this shooter may have been planning this for some time. Again, we don't have any confirmation that the bomb threat and the shooting were connected, but it speaks to the larger tension really around the country when it comes to immigration, when it comes to ICE. The administration has repeatedly said that ICE officers have been increasingly under threat. But again, the latest we have from this scene, which again, there's massive law enforcement presence out there in Dallas at this ICE field office. According to this ICE spokesperson, 2 of the 3 people who were shot are dead. The 3rd is in the hospital. No ICE officers hurt. The information we have right now is that the 3 people who were shot are ICE detainees. Savannah.
Gabe, to underscore the point that you just made, we have heard from several administration officials, including Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem on X, posting that ICE law enforcement is facing, quote, unprecedented violence against them. Tell us what more we've learned from her.
Right. Well, again, this is such a fluid situation that administration officials are just trying to sort through all this right now. But just a short time ago, as you mentioned, Kristi Noem posting on X, on social media, saying that she was actively trying to sort out more information, but that this was basically confirming those initial details and saying that this type of violence has to stop and that, yes, law enforcement had been under increasing threat. But again, speaking to the fluid nature of all this, it's from what we understand, the 3 people who were actually shot were ICE detainees, ICE officials confirming that no ICE officers were shot at this point, and it's too early to speculate as to any sort of motive. That's something that investigators are going to be looking at in the coming hours, seeing if this individual had made any previous, immigration-related statements, either on social media or to friends and family, and exactly who this person was targeting. Now, the DHS spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, in an interview in the last few minutes, she could not say how far the shooter was from the field office. So again, this is all information that is slowly trickling out, and we should know more in the next few hours, Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much for your reporting there. We've also heard from Vice President Vance posting to social media that he is praying for everyone hurt. We will continue to monitor any type of reaction from the White House on this. That does conclude this NBC News special report. We will have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and also a full wrap-up tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you for watching.
All covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing at this moment? Millions of dollars in federal...
And we continue the coverage here at NBC5 of the breaking news in Dallas, the shooting at an ICE facility off Stemmons Freeway. The Dallas Police Department has just confirmed some new information saying the preliminary investigation determined that a suspect opened fire at a government building from an adjacent building. 2 people transported to the hospital with gunshot wounds. 1 victim died at the scene. The suspect died as well of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. All of this started to unfold about 2 hours ago. And here we are with still the heavy police presence there at that building off Stemmons Freeway.
And I think that we also, Deborah, right now we have someone on the phone. I think this is Eric Jackson. Eric Jackson, are you there with us, sir?
Yeah, sure am.
Former special agent with the FBI. Yeah, we have Eric Jackson on the phone with us. So, Eric, first of all, thank you so much for joining us at such late notice. But really want to bring you in and ask you what your initial thoughts are about what we are hearing right now. Deborah just said that the Dallas police have confirmed this person was shooting from an adjacent building. So now we know the person was outside of this ICE field office that we're talking about right now. And there are 2 detainees who are dead, 1 who is at the hospital with a gunshot wound as well. Can you kind of talk about what's going on right now as we watch this chaotic scene unfold?
Well, I think the primary thing that law enforcement is going to do right now is they're going to look at where the shooter was perched, start the evidence collection at that location. They're also going to look at the evidence collection at the ICE facility to make sure that they're able to tie that to the shooting location, and probably bringing in the FBI and ATF and others. They're going to start really taking a deep look at who this individual was and why this incident happened.
And Eric, can you talk about, too, just we are seeing repeated threats now against law enforcement as immigration and custom enforcement just continues to go on across the country. We just had the incident in Alvarado back on July 4th where an Alvarado police officer was shot. 14 suspects were in federal court this week.
Yeah, I think the rhetoric that we're seeing, that's a national rhetoric toward the ICE mission, the ICE team, what they're doing to handle the immigration-related arrests and detainees, things like that. And it's just in my personal view, a terrible time because I've worked many years with ICE officials, and I know that they're trying to do their mission that's directed to them, and they're impacted by what the public thinks about them and what this level of violence that they're seeing. And I would love for the rhetoric on both sides to kind of tamp down. Because this is opening the door to those individuals that have their motives or their ideologies on how they're going to handle the situation. And I think one of the things we should do in this shooting is to allow law enforcement time to really look and identify this person and try to identify what the motive of this person is before we assign blame to what caused this action to happen.
Eric, if you know, I'm curious about what kind of activity goes on in this building. We know that this was not a detention center. This was another kind of facility, yet the 3 people who were shot, 2 of whom died, were detainees. So what happens at this field office, if you can?
And you know what, because I've been away from the government for a number of years, I would hate to say what ICE is doing at that facility. What it comes down to is incidents like this should never happen. The fact that that facility was targeted this morning the normal citizenship wouldn't know what was going on within that facility unless they've had interactions with it or unless they've actually studied what's going on in the facility. So again, I would wait for ICE to give clarification of what they do in that facility, because it may have been a temporary holding facility. It may have been a processing center. It could be a number of things.
Eric, and this is Laura again. I just want to bring up what you were just talking about there, that this is a nondescript building. So if you didn't know what you were looking for, I have driven by that building probably twice, 3 times a week, and never knew that's what it was until we did this story this morning. And we just heard from National that there are reports that there was a bomb threat at this building in recent days. And now you have something that has escalated to this point. I know you just spoke about the increased rhetoric and what is happening across the country. I mean, can you kind of speak to that, and just that this is, it has to be not just chaotic, but just a really scary situation?
Yeah, and not only for the ICE employees, but also the visitors to ICE facilities. I am almost confident that extra security, extra law enforcement presence is being stepped up at all ICE facilities based on what happened. But again, this is what's difficult. As a career federal employee, I've worked with not only incredible ICE agents, FBI, ATF, and all, and I know that they're doing what their guidance and instructions and leadership are telling them to do. But on a personal note, these individuals are all members of the community, and they're members of the community, and the fear that will strike the community based off of what happened today, it's going to be palpable, because people are going to worry that if there was a bomb threat, with the sniper attack and things like that, they're going to be wondering what's next.
Yeah, and can you talk about that, Eric, just your reaction when it was reported that the shooter fired from the top of an adjacent building?
Well, you know what, based on, what's probably going to happen working with Dallas PD's evidence response group, and also probably the FBI's evidence response group, they're going to look at the distance of the shot, what type of weapon was used to make that shot. Was this a illegally attained weapon, or was it one that was purchased openly? But they're also going to look at the distance of that shot, and depending on what the distance is, only certain people are able to make those shots. So they're going to be looking at this same thing that they looked at in the Charlie Kirk assassination and things that happened with President Trump. They're going to be looking at, is this a skilled individual, or is this someone who is a novice who took the shot? So they're going to be pulling all this together, and we really should again wait to see what forensics is telling you about not only the shooter, but also the distance of the shot.
Well, Eric, we really appreciate your time this morning. Again, we understand how difficult this is for you, too, to be able to do these interviews. So we really appreciate your time.
Well, good luck, and I look forward to more coming out once law enforcement is able to put the story together of what really happened in this matter.
And we may be calling on you again for some insight, Eric. Thank you so much.
Okay, have a great day.
You as well, sir. We want to get now to our Alana Quillen, who has been at the scene for some time now. Alana, describe the situation there now.
Still the same, but I will say that traffic is opening up a little bit more to folks who are trying to navigate this area. I'm going to step out of the way so you can look. Just right to my right here is I-35E southbound heading toward downtown Dallas, and it's approaching the Mockingbird Lane exit for those trying to get over to left field. That has reopened completely to traffic. It was not that way not that long ago. It was completely blocked off, and I know noticed maybe 10 minutes ago, there was just a huge row of police officers that was kind of leading the way for traffic as they were reopening that up after they had blocked it out for quite some time. But you can see why they had it blocked off. It's because just right over there where the most intense police lights are located, that is where the facility is. It is just a block from us, if that, just walking distance. It is just down there, but they are keeping us down here just to keep a distance from the investigation as it continues. So traffic opening up a little bit. That is a huge difference from earlier when they were really keeping people away from here, of course, out of concern for safety, no doubt, as some officers told me on the scene when I first arrived here just about an hour or so ago. But again, you know, just to reiterate these details that have been in flux and just so fluid over the last hour, 3 people total shot. They are ICE detainees. 2 of them are dead, confirmed to us by an ICE spokesperson, at least to NBC News, and then no ICE officers hurt. And then as far as the shooter, that active shooter situation is no longer. They've told us that suspected shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But we are awaiting a press conference that Dallas police have told us is supposed to be happening here in this location where we are. At any moment, they kind of walked around making sure they could kind of assess who was all here to make sure that we knew that this was coming up. But we're still waiting on that to happen, and I hope that fills in a lot of gaps on what we're still trying to figure out. We've gotten a lot of confirmation from national law enforcement and from national officials, which has been helpful to shed a little more light on the situation here. But local law enforcement, of course, inundated, I'm sure, with requests, not only Dallas police, but Dallas Fire Rescue, who told us they initially responded to this at 6:41 this morning. That was when the first calls came out to a shooter situation in or at that building there. And then, of course, Dallas Marshals, Dallas Sheriff's Office has been here. Every law enforcement agency that I can think of just in this immediate area has responded here. Dozens, at least 30 vehicles we saw at one point on the interstate and on the service road here just outside of the facility. So a really intense situation. It has backed off and eased off a little bit, which just shows that their investigation is really pushing forward. So we're hopefully going to find out more from Dallas police directly here any moment now, again, as they prepare us for that press conference. We'll, of course, keep you updated when that happens. Lauren, Deborah, back to you.
Yeah, we're also watching their social media channels as well, where they're dropping little bits of information. Alana, thank you.
Alana just mentioned that chaotic scene that was happening and how they had to respond so quickly. We do have a snippet of the scanner traffic from the Dallas police when this call came in.
Just checking the cameras and have seen at least 3 people shot. Multiple people shot, 4 to 5 people.
Okay, on the law building, I'm being told by several workers, not from immigration, that there's a guy on top of the building at the law office that overlooks the INS office.
Wow, striking confirmation there in that call that the shooter was on top of a building near the ICE facility. Witnesses saw the man, called 911, reported the information. And our investigative reporter, Scott Friedman, quickly as well got on the phones this morning, contacting all of his sources to gather information to try to put some facts behind all this. Scott, we bring you in now to share what you know at this point.
Yeah, Deborah, I can add, and this is from a source with direct knowledge of the scene there this morning, that the shots were fired from a rooftop of a building that's located on Empress Road. This would be just to the southwest of that ICE facility. We're being told by that source, again with direct knowledge, that the weapon appeared to be a bolt-action rifle. And that, again, the shots were fired from that rooftop in the direction of the ICE building. The shooter was pronounced dead on the rooftop, according to this source, of a self-inflicted gunshot wound at that location. We're also hearing from sources that no officers, no ICE agents or officers have been injured in this event, that all of the victims were ICE detainees at that location. And I can clarify one thing. You were talking earlier with Eric Jackson about the use of that facility. This is not, as you mentioned, a long-term ICE holding facility. However, detainees are held temporarily at that location when they're first apprehended by ICE or in some other situations. It's not a place where they would be held On a long-term basis, they would be sent to other ICE holding facilities, which are outside of the city of Dallas. But it is a place where people are detained, at least, and questioned in some cases by immigration agents. ICE agents who work at that facility are part of the enforcement and removal operations section of ICE, which does the day-to-day, boots-on-the-ground enforcement of federal immigration law in the DFW area.
Okay, so sorry, Scott, we may have left you there for just a few seconds. We were trying to just real quickly hit maps because we were trying to get an idea of the distance between the ICE facility there at the 8100 block of Stemmons and the building where the shooter was on Empress Road. We're just trying to figure out the distance between those two.
And I don't have exact measurements for you, but what I can tell you is that there would be a roadway, the Empress Row, and then a large parking lot before the actual ICE building there. So it's a fair distance. And as Eric Jackson, a former special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI office, just said to you as he was speaking a few moments ago, officials will be looking at that because, it may require some training from that, some significant weapons training to be able to hit people from that distance. And so one of the questions they'll be asking is what sort of background the shooter had as it relates to that. And obviously the motivation is still a huge question here. Was this, were the shots intended for ICE agents or for detainees or for both? What was the shooter motivated by just the increased rhetoric around the country, surrounding immigration enforcement and the administration's increased efforts to apprehend and remove people on immigration violations? We don't know those things yet, but obviously those will be immediate questions that federal agents and Dallas police at the scene will be asking.
Right. We know 3 detainees were shot, 2 of them died. Scott, can you talk a little bit, if you know or if you can, about the bolt action rifle? Because it seems like that's the kind where they have to load the weapon each time they try to fire a shot.
Right, and I don't have more details beyond that, Deborah. Again, this is just this information from a source of direct knowledge that's seen this morning that this appeared to be that type of rifle. Beyond that, I don't have additional details. I do know in any case like this where a federal facility is targeted, the ATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms investigators will be there on location to assist police in gathering things like shell casings, which they can use to trace the history of the weapon. They'll have the weapon itself, it appears, in this situation, since the shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And they'll be able to begin looking at the history of that gun to determine how it was obtained and whether it was obtained legally or not.
Yeah. Scott, I know you mentioned this earlier, but for people who are just joining us right now, I think this was really great information that you gave us. You've been inside of that facility before, and there is certainly, even though it's a field office, there is certainly a level of security. So the fact that this person was, from what you're saying, basically across a frontage road and a large parking lot, it begs the question, was this planned? And now we're hearing that there was a bomb threat at that same facility in recent days.
Yeah, there certainly have been escalated threats against ICE facilities and Border Patrol facilities across the country in recent months. As we indicated earlier, an attack in Alvarado on an ICE holding facility back in July. This building, that's where the attack occurred today, had received a bomb threat. It had been the scene of some public protests in recent months as well about the increased enforcement efforts. And so the officers who work for all these agencies involved in immigration enforcement have been dealing with this increased threat level for a period of months now. Even when I was at the facility earlier this year, there was a discussion about that, about this, the security of officers. Many of these folks who have done their work largely anonymously for many years, who have now been thrust more into the public spotlight because of the increased national conversation about immigration enforcement. And some of them have expressed to us concerns about that, about concerns about threats against their workplace, their families. This building, as I indicated, it's used as a temporary holding facility. It is also offices for some of the leadership of that enforcement and removal operation section of ICE for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It has a public lobby. It's accessed. There are metal detectors there. There are armed security folks inside the building, and some who occasionally are outside of the facility as well. But the parking lot is accessible, to the public and to family members who come there to receive information about family who've been detained or that sort of thing. There's a lobby area that looks much like what you would expect in, a police facility or, perhaps a waiting area of a county jail, that kind of thing, with a number of chairs and things inside the lower level lobby, and then you have offices located on other areas of the building.
Yeah, Scott, as you were talking, I was just kind of visualizing the multiple investigations that are going on right now. You talk, definitely they'll be trying to find information about the weapon, the owner, was it legal, et cetera, trying to gather information about this suspect. Obviously, they'll focus on the victims and get information from them. But I'm also thinking about the man who we heard, the call that we were listening to when officers were first dispatched about 6:40 this morning, and we heard that a witness had called in saying a guy on the top of a building at the law office shooting from the roof. Obviously, authorities will try to find that witness to learn what they can from that individual.
Absolutely, and you always have in this situation an effort immediately by police and federal law enforcement to locate any surveillance video from buildings in the area. Obviously, this being a federal facility, there will be cameras there that could potentially have video evidence that could be crucial in that part of the investigation, and surrounding buildings as well, private buildings that may have additional video footage. And so in any situation like this, the FBI will establish a command post working with local police, and they will begin to fan out through the neighborhood to try to talk with anybody who witnessed this and to obtain any of that sort of video footage. They'll also begin looking for shell casings. When you have shots fired from a distance, that becomes crucial evidence as well, because another question here that's still unanswered for us this morning is whether there was anyone else involved in this shooting. We know of the one shooter deceased on the rooftop across from the building, but we don't know definitively from officials yet whether they suspect anybody else was involved in firing shots. Obviously, they will immediately begin background checks on this person, the gunman found on the rooftop, and then begin working backward from there to determine, where they're from, whether anybody else may have had knowledge of plans involved, in this shooting today.
Right. Scott, it was just about, I guess, almost 3 months ago now, July 4th, when there was this attack at the Prairieland Detention Center in Alvarado. 14 people, 8 men, 6 women arrested. They were in federal court this week facing a judge for the first time. But an Alvarado police officer who was injured in this attack back on July 4th. When that happened, does ICE then immediately respond and try to respond with beefed up security at its buildings to protect its officers?
Absolutely. I mean, that's been occurring, throughout the year. I mean, I think there's been an increased security posture at all of these government facilities, involved in immigration. I don't know the specifics at the Dallas Enforcement and Removal Operations Office, what specifically they had done on that front. But obviously, there was heightened awareness across the country among ICE agents about the potential for this sort of thing. I mentioned earlier there was an attack on a Border Patrol facility in McAllen, Texas, earlier this year as well. So this happens against this backdrop of ramped up rhetoric and threats and security concerns at ICE facilities nationally.
Okay, Scott Friedman, we know that you are working the phones, working sources, trying to get any new developments, so we'll let you get back to that, and we'll continue our coverage here in the studio.
And our Alana Quillen is waiting for a news conference to start right outside of that facility, but want to bring you this statement from Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton that we just received. Quote, "Join me in praying for the victims of this heinous shooting. We will continue to do everything in our power to combat the alarming increase of targeted attacks against ICE and all law enforcement by evil, twisted individuals." And I do want to point out the 2 people who are dead right now were ICE detainees. The one person who's in the hospital from their gunshot wound was also an ICE detainee. And federal agents have told us that no ICE agents were injured in this shooting.
Also, Laura, getting a little bit more information from Scott Friedman's producer. Here's the J.D. Vance statement on the obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families. Now, to the new information I'm looking at from Scott's producer, who's also trying to get information. She was saying that a little bit more information about where the shooting happened. She said it happened outside the gated area behind the ICE building. And she said at the time of the gunfire this morning, about 6:40, detainees were being offloaded when that shooting occurred. And again, it was 3 detainees who were shot, 2 dead, a 3rd injured.
Right, and I think that was one of the things that we heard from the former special agent there, the director. He was telling us that this is something that may have been targeted. They're not sure, but Deborah, that certainly sounds like if you know what time things are happening and you're on a building, an adjacent building, which Scott says was kind of across a frontage road and a large parking lot, that there is a chance that this was planned. And that was another thing that we heard when we had that NBC News special report. They are working to find out if this was someone who had been planning this for some time now.
Yeah, and whether this bomb threat that had been called in a few days ago may have been connected to what unfolded this morning, about 6:40 this morning, when reports of shots fired first came in to Dallas police.
So we have a recap here for those of you who are just joining us right now. We are outside live. This is 35E and Empire Central right there in Dallas. This is just south of Dallas Love Field Airport. And this morning, as you know, Deborah, about 2 hours ago, we're about to lose that shot right there from TxDOT, but about 2 hours ago, we knew that that first call for service came in, and that was somebody saying, I think somebody is shooting from a roof. And that was when we found out that 3 people were shot, 2 of them now dead. Again, all 3 of those people were detainees.
And we watch our TxDOT cameras, our traffic cameras from TxDOT all morning long as we bring you traffic reports from 5 to 7. And it was just after 6:40 or so when one of the traffic cameras just started showing a lot of police activity there on that service road right there, Stemmons and Empire Central, and information started to come in that this was an ICE facility where there had been a shooting. The first confirmation came about an hour later from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, confirming that there were multiple fatalities and injuries in this shooting. No ICE officers were hurt and the suspect was dead. And then it was further revealed that it was 3 detainees who'd been shot, 2 died, 1 injured. A little bit ago, we talked to Eric Jackson. He's a former special agent with in charge of the FBI Dallas office. As we await this news conference by authorities, we want to go back to what we heard from Eric a little bit ago.
Well, I think the primary thing that law enforcement is going to do right now is they're going to look at where the shooter was perched, start the evidence collection at that location. They're also going to look at the evidence collection at the ICE facility to make sure that they're able to tie that to the shooting location. And probably bringing in the FBI and ATF and others, they're going to start really taking a deep look at who this individual was and why this incident happened.
And Eric, can you talk about, too, just we are seeing repeated threats now against law enforcement as Immigration and Customs Enforcement just continues to go on across the country. We just had the incident in Alvarado back on July 4th where an Alvarado police officer was shot. 14 suspects were in federal court this week.
Yeah, I think the rhetoric that we're seeing, that's a national rhetoric toward the ICE mission, the ICE team, what they're doing to handle the immigration-related arrests and detainees, things like that. And it's just in my personal view, a terrible time because I've worked many years with ICE officials, and I know that they're trying to do their mission that's directed to them, and they're impacted by what the public thinks about them and what this level of violence that they're seeing. And I would love for the rhetoric on both sides to kind of tamp down. Because this is opening the door to those individuals that have their motives or their ideologies on how they're going to handle the situation. And I think one of the things we should do in this shooting is to allow law enforcement time to really look and identify this person and try to identify what the motive of this person is before we assign blame to what caused this action to happen.
Exactly. So many questions. What went on this morning? So many questions about what went on this morning, about 6:40 this morning. Again, we were getting information from Dallas police that the 3 people who were shot were detainees being offloaded.
And the information, Deborah, is fluid. We want to tell our viewers that the information is fluid. Right now, we're hearing 3 people were shot, 1 person is dead, and we know that the shooter is also dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But again, the information that we're getting just continues to change as this investigation is in its very early stages.
Right, yes. Of course, we are waiting for Dallas police or law enforcement of some sort to kind of help clear up some of this and get the facts to us about what went on this morning. Our Alana Quillen is on the scene, and she is on the phone with us now to see if she can fill in some gaps. Alana?
Yes. So I'm having to speak with you by phone because our camera, and I don't know if you can see it, is currently on standby, getting ready for this press conference with Dallas police that's set to begin at any moment. You've got media here that's setting up all of the microphones and getting it ready. I mean, it is a very fluid situation. We're in the parking lot of a fast food restaurant right off of the service road of I-35, just about a block or 2 away from where this situation is happening, where that investigation is happening at the ICE facility. Just behind the police car here, I can see numerous Dallas police officials, some leadership as well. We were just told they are waiting on the mayor to arrive and other officials so that they can also be a part of this press conference. Probably due to the location and just the difficulty in getting here, they're still waiting on them to arrive. So we're still waiting on this to begin. They told us to bear with them as they get everything together and get all the officials they need together to conduct this press conference. But again, we have been able to get a lot of information from officials, especially the federal officials, on what's been going on with the situation here. You know, Dallas Fire Rescue, again, told us that their own calls came out around 6:41 this morning. So that just kind of gives us an idea of how early this happened and how long this has already been going on now for over 2 hours now since this all happened. I know we've reiterated the information, but again, 3 people shot, 2 dead. Those who were shot are ICE detainees, no ICE officers hurt, and the suspected shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I'm again looking at more law enforcement that's walking up here for this press conference. We've got canines on the scene. We've got Dallas police and some other officials. They're all gathered here waiting to begin, and we've got numerous media that's starting to pour in as well to get their microphones set up. So we're hoping to learn more and, again, fill in some of those gaps on some of the limited information we've been able to find out so far. So we'll keep you updated when this press conference begins in just a few moments. Deborah and Laura.
Okay, thank you so much, Alana. Again, as we were pointing out, the information is fluid. We're getting information from NBC News and their sources, and then also Dallas police issuing statements on the number of injuries and fatalities. But what we do know is, yes, 3 detainees were shot, at least 1 dead. The shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The shots from the individual, coming from the top of a building, which looks like it was across the parking lot from the ICE facility there along Stemmons Freeway at Empire Central.
Right, and what we are learning right now is basically what we are telling you all, because we are waiting for a press conference to start really any moment now. All of this unfolding as we know that federal agents, as well as Kristi Noem, we've gotten several reports from the White House and from Washington, people talking about the very latest rhetoric and what has happened when it comes to ICE detention facilities and these ICE agents. But do want to point out again, there were no ICE agents, no officials in that building, which is a field office. None of them were injured. We are being told these are 3 detainees that were shot, and at least one of them is dead.
Yeah, and in fact, Dallas police going so far as to say that these individuals were being offloaded, being taken out of a vehicle when the shots were fired about 6:40 this morning. And at that time of the morning, there were people who are witnesses to what happened. We did hear that call that was on this to Dallas police when the shooting happened. Let's listen into what these witnesses said.
is checking the cameras and have seen at least 3 people shot. Multiple people shot, 4 to 5 people.
Okay, on the law building, I'm being told by several workers, not from immigration, that there's a guy on top of the building at the law office that overlooks the INS office.
You heard him say the calls came from the immigration office, looking across the way, seeing the shooter.
And we're going to go to this press conference now because we do believe that this is about to start. We thought it was going to start, but we're still waiting on that to get set up.
You know what? And that's okay, Laura.
That's what's been happening all morning.
They're trying to get information. They want to put out the facts, not add to any more confusion. I mean, it does take a while because you're working with multiple agencies. You've got ICE, obviously, where the shooting happened. You've got FBI involved, Homeland Security, Dallas County Sheriff's Office, Dallas Police Department, multiple agencies responding to this scene this morning about 6:40.
And our Scott Friedman, who's our investigative reporter, does an incredible job here at the station. He gave us some really good insight earlier about what happens inside of this building, really nondescript. You wouldn't know that it was there if it's not what you were looking for. It's part of the ICE Enforcement and Removals Group. They are tasked with removing people from the country on specific violations. So this would be a facility where the officers conducting those door-to-door knocks would work every day. So they might go to that facility in the morning, as they probably did this morning, getting ready for whatever they were going to do on this particular day. It's also a facility where the immigrants are held for a period of time.
And I think interesting, now granted, we do not know the motive. We do not know the motive, but this is a facility where there is law enforcement.
Yes.
No ICE officers were injured in this.
Right.
It was 3 detainees who were shot, and then of course the suspect of dying of the self-inflicted gunshot wound.
And we have been hearing that that particular office had received a bomb threat in the last few days. So we don't know if that bomb threat is with this, has anything to do with it. We're not sure about that, but we do know that that did happen. And so here you have what looks to be a calculated attack, because this was a shot that was fired from across the frontage road, from across a large parking lot. And Deborah, we were looking at the map earlier. This was not a person who walked up to the front door or the back door of this building or even was close to a window. This person was a distance away to be able to connect with these victims.
Yeah, and on top of the building as well. And you heard Scott say that the weapon, that right now they're looking at the weapon that was involved with a bolt action rifle. This is a type of weapon where an individual has to, once the shot is fired, reload. It is not continuous action, but shot fired, reload, and fire again. Enough shots fired this morning that 3 people were shot, and then the suspect turning a weapon on himself or herself. We don't know anything about that individual, but of course that's at the heart of the investigation. Who is this person, and is there any sort of trail of information that the individual left behind to indicate why this action was taken this morning?
We also have our Shannon Miller on the phone for us right now. I do believe Shannon is outside of that building as well. Shannon, what can you tell us?
Hey guys, yeah, I just pulled up here next to Burger King here, just a couple blocks away from where all of this happened. I'm getting some new information from Dallas Police this morning about their initial response to all of this. They said this initially came in as a shooting call. DPD responded for their active shooter protocol to the scene. They say at some point, a short time later, they found the actual shooter with that self-inflicted gunshot wound. They also found 2 of those 3 people who had been shot there on the scene. So a quick response from Dallas Police this morning, again, when this came in as an initial shooting call. We're told that at this point, the federal agencies will start rolling in here to the scene. We're talking about everyone from, again, the FBI to the ATF, ICE, the Homeland Security agents going to be rolling up here. This has become an ever-increasing response scene here. I'm seeing multiple law enforcement vehicles come to the scene here. I'm seeing police dogs here at the scene. Again, still a lot of boots on the ground here. And again, as that transition happens from that initial response from Dallas Police to those federal agencies, we'll kind of see this transition take place here over the course of the next several hours. We heard this morning from the former special agent in charge, Eric Jackson, from the FBI. about what these next few hours look like. Again, they're going to be, trying to search this area here for evidence collection. He talked a little bit about really trying to figure out what sort of weapon was involved in all of this. So those are going to be the next initial steps here that these federal agencies are taking into consideration. I have to tell you, this is just reminiscent of kind of what we've been seeing here over the course of the last several months here across the nation and in North Texas. Just on Monday, I was in federal court where several of those suspects in the Prairieland Detention Center were facing a federal judge for the very first time after their involvement with that shooting at the Prairieland Detention Center in Alvarado, where that Alvarado police officer was shot in the neck while responding to the shooting there. You'll remember that those suspects, according to that criminal complaint, came to that ICE detention facility in Prairieland, opened fire, firing multiple rounds, dozens of rounds at those ICE officers who made it outside of that facility. When that Alvarado police officer responded, he was shot in the neck. So those suspects in at least that crime are now facing those federal charges. We know that the any sort of attempted murder on a federal agent carries a pretty hefty sentence of anywhere from 10 years to life sentence. So, again, we do not know, the motive in all of this, where investigators are going to try to be looking for, that identification of the suspect. What was the motive behind all of this? As they continue to descend here on the scene, I'm going to get out here and kind of take a better look around and kind of see what boots on the ground here, what agencies are here taking a look at all of this. But again, I'm just now seeing an ATF agent walk through here. But again, you're going to be seeing all those federal agents start to roll in here and process this scene here.
Shana, thank you so much. Some great information. I want to go back to the very beginning of what you said and make sure that I heard this correctly. So it was Dallas police who arrived on scene first once the calls to 911 started coming in. And then am I correct that I heard you say that it was a Dallas police officer who found the shooter atop the building?
So what Dallas police tell me, that initial shooting call came in, the DPD responded per their active shooter protocol. A short time later, Deborah, is when they found that actual gunman with that self-inflicted gunshot wound, and a short time later, they found 2 of those 3 people that were shot.
Okay, got it. All right, Shannon Miller, they're working her sources as well to try to get just a better picture of what unfolded starting about 6:40 this morning there at that facility, that ICE facility in the 8100 block of Stemmons Freeway. I've been looking at one of our live cameras too, kind of trained on some microphone as we await more information and a news conference from authorities. And we talk about the multiple agencies that have been involved in this. We've got Dallas Police, Dallas County Sheriff, Immigration's Customs Enforcement, also had the FBI on scene as well. This is a multi-agency investigation. I think the one thing that maybe can bring some comfort is this active shooting situation did not last very long. The call came in, police got on the scene, and the shooter was found dead of that self-inflicted gunshot wound. The threat essentially ended because of his or her actions.
And just chaotic scene, because when we first heard the reports, Deborah, it was one thing, and then when we got the confirmation from police, it was another thing. And if you're just joining us right now and you're seeing the live picture that we have here from TxDOT, this is not what it looked like about 2 hours ago. I mean, there were several. I mean, that's a lot of police cars there, but there were so many blocking that frontage road right there because nobody knew what was going on. Nobody knew if somebody was in the building, outside of the building, or if the public was at risk. But as you can see here, it looks like they have that scene secure. Traffic is moving better on the highway as well. And we've got multiple reporters on the scene telling us the same thing. Our Alana Quillen saying in the beginning it was very chaotic. Now they're getting everybody in place so that they can have this press conference. And then again, that should be happening any moment now. But you can imagine, Deborah, when you have so many different agencies, especially when federal agencies are involved, there's a lot of people who have to talk about it before they can bring more information to the public.
And speaking of talking, just a little bit of information from Homeland Security posting on social media in the last few moments, again confirming the shooting at the ICE facility with injuries and fatalities, the shooter dead. And then this quote that we've been hearing, this violence against ICE law enforcement must stop. All right, so let's bring in our meteorologist, Samantha Davies. Now we're going to take a breath and talk about the weather, because in the middle of all this, Samantha, they've been dealing with rain out there on the scene.
Yeah, that's right. Rain pushed in a couple of hours ago, and it is still falling across not only Dallas, but much of North Texas. Now, for the most part, we are not talking about severe weather. We're not even concerned about severe weather as this complex of showers and thunderstorms pushes towards the east. But there is one storm in particular that is getting a little bit stronger. You'll see just to the east of Greenville on I-30 between Greenville and Sulphur Springs, this purple.
Listening to breaking news coverage here from our affiliate in Dallas as 2 detainees at an ICE facility were killed in a shooting, another injured. The shooter dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, according to authorities on the ground. We have senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joining us now. Julia, good morning. What are you hearing from the Department of Homeland Security about this shooting?
Hi, Savannah. So they were quick to respond. We first saw a post from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem condemning this attack, which she at first said was at an ICE detention facility. She later took that post down and corrected to say field office. The difference, of course, is that a field office is a place where a lot of officers work and where immigrants could be taken in temporarily for a more short-term processing before they could be deported or held longer. She also condemned the attack and said that this was a result of increased threats against ICE officers. We have seen increased attacks on ICE officers. In fact, a spokesperson for DHS says that they're up 1,000%, especially as immigration enforcement increases across the nation. But in this case, it looks like those shot were only the detainees. We understand that 2 were killed, 1 was injured, as well as a sniper who appeared to have fired with a long gun from quite a distance away on top of a law building. That person died from a self-inflicted wound. We know nothing about the shooter at this point. We know nothing about the motive. Very easily, it could have been, Savannah, that officers were targeted. What we understand is that these were people who were being brought in around 6:40 a.m. local this morning to the field office for processing. Very likely they had just been arrested this morning. ICE very often conducts their arrest in the early morning hours, sometimes starting around 5:30 in the morning. And when they are being brought in, they are handcuffed, often around their wrist and shackled around their ankles, and they would be escorted by an officer. And so for a shooter to be aiming from a long way away, it's difficult for us at this moment, Savannah, to say whether or not the shooter intended to kill the ICE detainees or the ICE officers themselves. But at this point, what DHS is saying is that they have Homeland Security investigations looking into that very question about who was the target, what was the motive, to learn more about this shooter. And we understand as well, Savannah, that FBI have been called to the scenes. Dallas police were the first to respond to this morning. And now we are seeing increased presence of federal law enforcement in that area as they try to learn more about the motive. And at this point, we are waiting to hear more from a press conference that should be getting underway momentarily.
Yeah, you can see that large police presence, as you mentioned, Julia, from multiple different agencies there on the ground. We did hear from our local affiliate. Traffic has started to move again on the highway nearby, as you can see sort of in the background of this video. Julia, tell us what more we know about this particular location, this sort of field office as it's being described, not a whole detention center. What do we know about this particular location?
It's incredibly nondescript. That's the main thing I could say about it. I've driven past that area. Many people would have on their way to the airport, and it doesn't look like anything more than an office building. So for someone to target that area, very likely they would have to know exactly what happens in that building. This is a place where officers plan their operations before they go out and make arrests. They are the Dallas field office, which means they control a whole region outside of just the metropolitan area of Dallas. So a number of people who might be arrested in that area would get brought into that area, into that place for processing. And we've heard from a DHS spokesperson today that these were people who very likely were arrested just this morning and brought in. And we also have to say that when someone is arrested, that does not necessarily mean that they are deportable yet or that they have committed an immigration violation. Sometimes more information comes to light after they've been processed. And that's exactly the kind of information that ICE officers would be getting inside this processing facility after they bring them in to get that kind of information, get fingerprints, look at any documents they may be able to provide, also to be able to understand where an immigration case they may have would be in the system if they have an ongoing case that might be pending for asylum or another kind of relief to be able to stay in the United States on a temporary or permanent basis. So a lot goes on inside these facilities, but it's not like a detention facility. A detention facility, often in the more rural parts of the country, surrounded by barbed wire, people badge in and out. You see detainees who are dressed according to their color and jumpsuits as colors denote the threat that they may have based on a criminal history. That's not the kind of thing you would see in a place like this, which would be part of an investigation to determine what motive and what planning the shooter may have had in order to target this particular facility at this time today. Savannah.
Absolutely, Julia. We actually also heard from a DHS spokesperson who said that this particular building where this shooting happened had recently received a bomb threat. And that, again, adds just to the fact that investigators will be looking into how long the shooter might have been planning this attack and would have had knowledge, like you just described, Julia, that just passing by, driving by, you probably would not have picked up on. Julia, let's talk about how this may change or not change necessarily, but what you think this might do to ICE's posture across the country. We've seen these increased activities from ICE, and along with that, as has been noted by the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, that these increased threats of violence. What do you think that might look like as it plays out?
Yeah, certainly. You point out the bomb threat. There were also attacks on, there's an attack on an ICE officer by a large number of people, perhaps a dozen people in San Francisco. There was an attack at an ICE facility around the July 4th holiday this year. This is not the first incident, though certainly the deadliest so far, where an ICE facility has been targeted. There were also riots that erupted inside Delaney Hall in New Jersey that were met also with outside protesters that brought down a barbed wire fence, and some of the detainees escaped. That was in June of this year. So they're seeing an increase. And in fact, ICE says that there is 1,000% increase in assaults on ICE officers. What we've seen so far in that response is increased gear, increased tactical gear, a lot more masking of ICE officers when they go out to do their arrest in the field. Advocates and critics, advocates for immigrants and critics of ICE operations say that that masking actually increases the threats to ICE officers because people might fight back when they're not able to see who it is who's arresting them. But in this case, Savannah, this is a different posture that they would have to change because it has to do with the building. They were already back on their property. No amount of tactical gear or tactical vehicles could really prepare ICE in this situation, although, of course, their officers very likely would have been wearing bulletproof vests as they do when they conduct their operations. When I've gone out on ICE operations, I've also worn that kind of tactical gear. In fact, it could have been, we don't know yet, but that could very well be something that investigators look at, where any of the ICE officers targeted but simply were in gear that could have prevented this. But at this point, we don't think any of the ICE officers involved were even hurt. And in fact, it was only the immigrants who were killed, 2 detainees and 1 injured, but we can't determine who was targeted just based on that. But it could have reverberating effects in terms of how ICE carries out operations going forward, what they think this moment calls for, and whether or not DHS will now say that this is justification for more security measures by ICE, either on their properties or when they go out to make operations and arrests across the country. Savannah.
Obviously, so much to uncover in this investigation. Our senior Homeland Security correspondent, Julia Ainsley, we will be talking to much more throughout the morning and throughout the day here as we cover this. Thank you for your reporting thus far. We are anticipating a press conference from authorities on the ground shortly this morning. We now want to return you to our Dallas affiliate coverage as they are getting the latest right there from the ground. Let's listen in.
And probably bringing in the FBI and ATF and others. They're going to start really taking a deep look at who this individual was and why this incident happened.
And Eric, can you talk about, too, just we are seeing repeated threats now against law enforcement as immigration and custom enforcement just continues to go on across the country. We just had the incident in Alvarado back on July 4th where an Alvarado police officer was shot. 14 suspects were in federal court this week.
Yeah, I think the rhetoric that we're seeing, that's a national rhetoric toward the ICE mission, the ICE team, what they're doing to handle the immigration-related arrests and detaining, things like that. And it's just in my personal view, a terrible time because I've worked many years with ICE officials, and I know that they're trying to do their mission that's directed to them, and they're impacted by what the public thinks about them and what this level of violence that they're seeing. And I would love for the rhetoric on both sides to kind of tamp down. Because this is opening the door to those individuals that have their motives or their ideologies on how they're going to handle the situation. And I think one of the things we should do in this shooting is to allow law enforcement time to really look and identify this person and try to identify what the motive of this person is before we assign blame to what caused this action to happen.
All right, so the insight that we got this morning from the former special agent at the FBI office in Dallas, Eric Jackson.
Our Shannon Miller is on the scene as well. She got there about maybe 30 minutes ago. Shannon, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so I've been watching here as these federal agents start to make their way in here to the area. And again, to just elaborate a little bit more on what Eric Jackson said, the next few hours are going to be looking like that evidence processing beginning and building intelligence about who the shooter is so they can obtain search warrants for homes, any sort of vehicles belonging to the shooter, and anything that can help build a picture of exactly who this is, what happened here. They're also going to be looking at the victims to ensure that they have no links to the shooter. Again, all of this helps to start build that picture of possible motives. Again, the ATF, as far as what I'm seeing, seems to be the largest federal agency to have responded here. I'm seeing at least half a dozen of these ATF agents who have gathered nearby the scene. So their role in all of this is going to be focused on that weapon that was used in all of this. They're going to be trying to figure out exactly who that weapon belongs to. Where did it come from? The ATF is responsible for being able to determine the lifespan of a gun, exactly where it was manufactured from, all the hands that it passed through. So that's going to be their role in all of this, again, as the federal agencies start to respond here. Again, we know that we have been seeing this increase in these threats and attacks on federal agents here in North Texas over the last several months. Again, I'll go back to just 3 months ago with that Prairie Land Detention Center where those federal agents were shot at while those 15 individuals showed up at that detention facility and began firing shots outside that facility. I can tell you, I went to the Prairie Land Detention Center just days after that shooting to kind of get a sense of what it looked like. And I will tell you that even before you made your way down, there's a long driveway, at least for that detention facility there, before you make it to the Prairie Land Detention Center. And days after that shooting there were agents that were already well before you get to the gate. So again, we know that in the days to come that all of the ICE centers, the ERO offices, the detention facilities here in Texas and across the nation are going to be seeing that increase in federal protection as these threats continue. I'm just seeing now ICE truck roll through the scene here, U.S. Customs and Border Protection pickup truck roll in. So again, we're going to start to see this scene change from a local response to those federal resources rolling in here. Right now I'm seeing Dallas Police Incident Command Truck. This is a large command truck that comes to scenes here where there's a lot of evidence processing on scene here. So that truck is rolling in here right now. Again, you're starting to see just an increased response to all of this. This is where the investigative work starts to begin, really kind of peeling back the layers here and taking steps backward to try to figure out what led up to this point. Deborah, Laura?
All right, Shannon, thank you so very much. And, you know, Shannon talks about how they're going to piece together this investigation. One of the first pieces of evidence that they received in this investigation is people calling and saying, this is what I saw, this is what I heard. So we are getting scanner traffic right now from the Dallas police call. Let's listen in.
This is checking the cameras and have seen at least 3 people shot. Multiple people shot, 4 to 5 people.
Okay, on the law building, I'm being told by several workers, not from immigration, that there's a guy on top of the building at the law office that overlooks the INS office.
All right, and this call coming in early this morning, about 6:40 or so. This call coming in of shots being fired. The call coming from inside the immigration building of a shooter in a building across the way. It came in very early this morning, and I got to think too that building, the rooftop where Dallas police found the shooter dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, is just another one of the crime scenes that police are looking into as this investigation goes on.
Yeah, and we have Eric Jackson back live on the phone because he was giving some really good insight just about an hour ago, telling us exactly what's going on with this investigation as much as you can. Former special agent here in Dallas. Eric, as of right now, like I said, about an hour ago we talked, and I know that this is very early in the investigation, but just your initial conversation, your initial thoughts as you watch this play out.
Well, I think the most important thing right now is the shooter has taken his own life, and that actually is going to be a treasure trove of information because you know, once law enforcement is able to fingerprint this individual, see if he has any type of former criminal history or affiliations or things like that. This is the part that the public never really gets to see is everybody is focused on identifying who this individual is, looking at any internet postings or anything that leads, see if this individual had a phone in his possession so that you can kind of map out who he was talking to either prior or days before this incident happened. So this is the part that the public doesn't see, but gathering intelligence is the most important thing because not only identifying the shooter, but ensuring that there are not other assailants or other individuals out there that are tied to the shooter that you have to be worried about.
And Eric, as you talk about that, I'm mindful that somebody knew this individual. He had contacts, he had acquaintances. And now that this action has happened, does everybody start thinking, oh, this is what he or she said before. This is what I saw. Does everybody start just kind of backtracking a little bit, thinking there was something that led up to this?
Yeah, one of the things that I enjoyed during my FBI career, not only did I lead a domestic terrorism squad, led a joint terrorism task force, and also oversaw terrorism until the day I left. Someone always knows that this individual is their rhetoric is changing, the things that they're talking about are changing. That's where, you know, they came out with this see something, say something analogy so that the public, which has more eyes and more ears, can bring this to law enforcement's attention. But it's important to identify who this individual is because not only did he attack this facility, if there were detainees that were injured in this, those individuals did not deserve that. So this is such a vital time to quickly put together a portfolio of this individual and see if anybody else knew ahead of time of his actions and put that in the context that it needs to be. But this is so important for law enforcement right now to come together as a complete group, depending on where this individual lived, where family members are, just to get out and start to put together a picture of who this individual is and why he chose to take this action.
Right. And I'm curious to get your thoughts about this, Eric. I think I heard you say, detainees did not deserve this. It was 3 detainees who were shot. No ICE officers were injured. Can we glean anything from that?
Yeah, well, there are many things you could potentially glean from that. Some of the things that you'll make sure is that the shooter, once they're fully identified, and the detainees that were the victims of this, do they have any commonality, or is this individual someone who was targeting the detainees because of who they are? One of the things that law enforcement, no matter what the rhetoric has been from the higher ups or whatever, every time I arrested someone, every time I saw someone arrest someone, once that person was in our custody, they were our responsibility. And I know law enforcement is impacted by this, because once those individuals are your responsibility, you have a duty of care to take care of them. And for this to happen, that's going to have a dramatic impact of how they're processed and how they're handled in the future.
Yeah, that does make sense.
And Eric, we know that federal law enforcement, there are so many people who are there now, and this investigation is, of course, going to take days if it doesn't take months. We're waiting on a press conference right now to just hear exactly what they have learned in this initial investigation. But in just the 3 hours since this shooting happened, we have heard that there was a bomb threat at that facility, which, we don't know what the nature of that bomb threat was, but we know that happened a few days ago, and now you have this. So when you hear that someone is shooting sniper style from a roof across the street, across a long parking lot, that has to be something that investigators look at like this could have been, and probably was, some sort of planned attack.
Well, to hurt yourself on a adjacent building and to target this non-distinct ICE facility, it's clear that this is not something that just sprung up this morning. It was probably planned. The thing that will be most telling is, as law enforcement, as the FBI, as others are putting together this puzzle picture of this individual, to make sure that this individual didn't make that call for the bomb threat, because that may have been a way for this individual to test response of law enforcement, test response of the facility. How do they handle? Because most federal facilities working with Federal Protective Service have a procedure for when a bomb threat happens, how you respond to that. And if this individual was the one that handled that, they may have used that opportunity to see what the response, where people go, and things like that. But I still go to the point to where we're too early in this investigation to put all that together.
Yeah.
But I know that my former colleagues are thinking about all of these things, and they're looking at every possible scenario that could have led to this horrible incident today, and trying to just build that picture so that they can tell the public that they're safe, or if there's still a threat of things like that. So it's early in the investigation, but they should start putting the pieces together pretty quickly now that the shooter has taken his own life.
I don't know, Eric, if you can see this live picture that we're looking at. I don't know, do you have our TV turned on?
No,
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. That's all right. So what I'm looking at with this live camera is Dallas Fire Rescue going up the ladder, the fire ladder up to the top of a building, and they're carrying with them some sort of cylinder casing. I don't know what building this is, but there were 2 buildings involved. One, the nondescript ICE facility, and number 2, the building from where the shooter perched to fire those shots. Any idea, just from what I'm describing, probably incorrectly here, but what might be going on here?
You know what? I would hate to surmise what's going on, because it could be anything from law enforcement is trying to get vantage points from where the shot, based on individuals being near that spot and doing the trajectory from that. There are so many things that can be from that, but also to make sure that there are no other injured parties where the shooter was, and you know, just a number of things. So I would hate to speculate right now what they're doing.
Yeah, of course. And this might be, I might be asking you to speculate here again, but the fact that Scott Friedman, our investigative reporter, told us it was a bolt-action rifle that was found on top of the building with the suspect. Does that tell you anything?
Yeah. Depending on what type of this goes again with the proficiency of the shooter on what type of weapon they needed to do this. One of the early takeaways that I think is easy to think about is the type of weapons that this individual used. They would have had to have calculated that round would have trajectory enough to make it from the building to that ICE facility. So that makes me worry that this individual may be proficient in the use of long weapons, sniper-type weapons, and that individual may have already scoped out the distance and the trajectory between those two. And I know in Dallas, around 6 o'clock this morning, we were expecting bad weather, so they would have taken that into account in their action that they're taking. So a lot into that, but again, that's where law enforcement, you know, even though the FBI has really been impacted by supporting immigration related issues and things like that. The one thing that I feel comfortable saying is that the FBI, the ATF, the official with ICE and all, this is their priority. And their priority is not only identifying who this individual is, but also making sure that others that may be threats to the system are identified and looked at. So this is their priority. And I think when you bring law enforcement together and you're focused on the mission, that they're going to tell us pretty quickly who this individual is and any motives behind it.
Yeah. So from what you know at this point, Eric, how many crime scenes are there? How many different locations is law enforcement looking at right now?
You know, honestly, there could be a number, because you're going to look at where the individual's perched. You're going to look at the ICE facility. You're going to look at the roadway to make sure that there are not rounds or casings or anything that fell in the roadway by the facility. You're going to be looking, once you've fully identified this individual, you're going to be looking at his residence, you know, family residents that are in the area. So you could have a number of crime scenes, and that's what in North Texas, law carve up this piece of pie. Answer.
Okay.
You have been listening to our NBC Dallas station with this breaking news of 2 detainees killed and 1 injured in a shooting at an ICE facility there in that area. Officials are set to update any moment on the latest on the ground there, including information from local authorities as well as the FBI, who is involved in this investigation. Again, 2 people killed, also a 3rd injured. All of those victims we know at this point are ICE detainees, and the shooter dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We're going to bring in NBC's George Solis, who is monitoring this story. George, I know we're waiting on a lot of new information from authorities within the next hour or so here. Can you tell us, though, anything new that you're learning right now?
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, a lot of this information is preliminary, but we do know, as you mentioned, 2 of those 3 detainees dead, that 3rd supposedly in the hospital right now, that shooter dying of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Well, we have been hearing from authorities as it appears that the shooter fired multiple rounds from a roof or an elevated position down into what's known as the Sally Port, which is generally a secure area. But again, we're expected to get more clarity on that from this briefing, expected to begin here in the next several minutes. Now, what what is interesting is that a DHS spokesperson noted that this is not a detention center per se. It is a field office, meaning this is a place where it doesn't appear that anyone would be deported but processed after an arrest. But again, at this point, it is unclear what the motive may have been in this shooting. So we don't know if the detainees were being targeted or if the shooter was looking at the agents in particular. We also did hear that this particular field office facility was the subject of a bomb threat a while back ago. We're not sure on the timing of that, but it will kind of play a role in determining if this shooter may have been looking at this building for some time. Again, right now what you're seeing is just that heavy law enforcement presence there. And this is an area, as you can see, is getting hit with some severe weather. So it's going to obviously impact how quickly first responders and investigators can get to the scene. But what we have seen is a number of investigators there getting on the ground, beginning to process and comb what appears to be an adjacent building to this field office. We've seen officers and investigators sort of combing this building, this office next to this detention or this facility, rather, beginning to sort of piece together. And again, this is so preliminary right now as they work to learn what may have sparked this shooting. Again, recapping what we do know at this hour, 2 of 3 people shot here at this facility are dead, the third in the hospital from what we're hearing. We do know that the shooter took his or her life from what appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And so, again, what you're seeing is just this massive law enforcement presence arriving there at the scene, beginning to try and piece this together. We were told a briefing was expected around 10:30 local time. We were told that was pushed back by about half an hour. So again, this could really unfold at any moment. What you see there is just all the microphones awaiting this briefing from the officials. And of course, we've heard from a number of officials, including the vice president, just reflecting on what they say has just been an increase in the attacks on ICE agents and facilities here. But again, we don't know the motivation of what may have sparked this shooting. But again, we are hearing that this shooter may have fired multiple rounds from a roof or an elevated position, again, from a building right next to this facility. Savannah.
George, thank you for your reporting. Stay with us. I'm going to bring in NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley as well. Julia, George touched on this, the fact that there is not a motive known at this point, but obviously you actually walked us through earlier this morning that this particular ICE facility, it's not marked, it's not known as a big detention center, so obviously it seems some type of information known to this suspected shooter. We also heard this sort of invoked by the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, mentioning in a social media post the violence that ICE enforcement agents have seen as they've ramped up operations, again, without having any idea of a motive here yet at this point. Julia, can you tell me a little bit about how this piece of this is going to factor into this investigation?
That's right, Savannah. And I want to point back to that post from Secretary Noem for just a second, because she's talking about a trend she's been noticing. She says, while we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. And this is a common refrain we're hearing from ICE and their spokespeople right now, saying that assaults against ICE officers are up 1,000% under this administration. Of course, they've increased operations as part of President Trump's campaign promise to carry out mass deportations. And so we're seeing them respond in a lot of ways. They do their operations. There's more tactical gear. There are more armored vehicles. There are masks being used by officers who are worried that if their faces are on one of those videos that goes viral, they could be doxxed and their families could be targeted for carrying out this work. But as George pointed out, they were in a secure area in that Sally Port. This is an area where they would have been taking detainees after they've been arrested. This was around 6:40 a.m. local, we understand. So in all likelihood, although we obviously need to wait for more confirmation, these could have been people who were arrested on an early morning operation. Very common for ICE to go out around 5:30 in the morning when they're conducting their arrest. And so it's difficult to see what ICE could do to respond to that. And to try to make an operation like this, it was so routine. The detainees would have been cuffed at the time. Officers would have been escorting them into the building. How do you make that any more secure, especially as if we're understanding it bears out that this shooter was on a roof? How could they protect against a scenario like that in the future? But what Noam is touching on is assaults on ICE officers. And as we understand it, the two people who were killed were immigrants, were detainees. Of course, their immigration status is yet to be known, but they were detainees, people taken in by ICE. And the third that was shot and injured, also a detainee. And so at this point, all of the ICE officers who work in that building have been accounted for, and they say there was no injuries to them. But just because they were not shot does not mean they were not targets. So a lot of information still needs to be pulled out about who this shooter was targeting. But of course, we know that there are people who are targeting immigrants as well as people who are targeting officers during this period in our country right now. And so we want to get more information behind this. And of course, as George pointed out, there was a bomb threat earlier to this facility. We've seen ICE officers who have been assaulted doing their work in places like San Francisco. There was a riot that led to 2 detainees escaping in Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey in June. So this is obviously the deadliest attack so far, but this kind of violence, as Secretary Noam points out, is something that they've been monitoring really since the start of the summer and even since the ramped up ICE operations and arrests began under this presidency. And so it could be that today marks a new period in how ICE tries to secure against things like this. And of course, they'll be taking any threats to their locations very seriously. As you pointed out, this is not a facility that was clear to the passerby on a highway. And so it seems that whoever carried out this attack must have known the building and what was happening there.
Julia Ainsley, thank you for your reporting. We will continue to come back to you for anything new. Let's bring in Jim Kavanaugh. He's a retired ATF special agent in charge, also an NBC News law enforcement analyst. Jim, thank you for being with us. So, I mean, Julia, I think, just put it really smart. She said, how do you make a location like this any more secure, after she laid out exactly sort of what this particular part of this facility was like, where detainees are being brought in, even in an armored vehicle. Jim, it obviously raises the question and raises concern, I imagine, for law enforcement about these sniper-style attacks. Walk us through what we know about how something like this is done and how law enforcement can try to counter something like this.
Right, exactly, Savannah. Well, to answer your first question, to secure a facility like that, victims were in a sally port. That's an area that's normally has like a covered roof or is an enclosed garage area. If it's an open with just a roof, the easiest way to secure that is just to put tarps around it. I mean, that's the way the Secret Service secures the president walking to a vehicle outside of a hotel venue, for example. They'll cover it with a tent. A long rifle attack is thwarted because you can't see through to get the shot. So that's the simplest, fastest, easiest way to secure a sally port, is to just enclose it, even with tarps, if you have to do that temporarily. But your second question is the one that really is the big one for today. So we're on the heels of our at least 4th long rifle attack in our recent memory. First was the attack on Trump from the Butler, Pennsylvania long rifle guy on the roof. Then we had this fella in Florida who was just convicted, hiding in the bushes on the golf course, another long rifle. And then we had Mr. Kirk killed with a long rifle. And now we have this attack on an ICE facility with a long rifle. Other attacks we've seen have been sort of, a group of people going to attack the ICE facility or spraying places with bullets from assault weapons. So these long rifle attacks are different. This one is very interesting, and Julie made just very clear on what she was talking about. And actually, it's what's been on the forefront of my mind all morning is, who is the killer trying to shoot? Because when you come at a sally port with a prisoner, I've done it many times, the prisoner's handcuffed. Normally, that's the normal procedure. So you can see a handcuffed person, depending on how far away you are on a building. Or are you mistaking them for ICE officers? Or are you trying to kill detainees? we don't quite know yet who the person is trying to kill. Is he just trying to kill anybody at the facility? So that's not clear. Maybe the press conference can clear that up. Also, the distance is important. And working the mechanism of a rifle, Savannah, like's been described on from NBC in Dallas as a bolt-action rifle. You have to work the mechanism. So you fire the shot, and you have to work the bolt. Now, it's just that fast, but you still have to do it and fire another shot, work the bolt again, and fire another shot. So when the first shot rings out, people are going to know somebody's shooting at them, and they may scatter. So there's a lot, going on when the killing's happening. And of course, what underscores and underpins a lot of it is what we see so often, the leitmotif of suicide. This shooter, unlike the killer in Mr. Kirk's case, he doesn't try to escape, he commits suicide. So there he lays in his sniper's perch with his rifle, and the rest of the story to be told. Savannah?
Jim Kavanaugh, thank you very much for your expertise here. Our thanks also to George and Julia for their reporting here. Again, we are waiting on a news conference. It is set to start in just a few moments. We will bring you that live pictures of where we're expecting that update from. Before then, we are going to go back to our local Dallas station and hear more of their reporting from the ground.
Well, it's just like you said, they're shackled at the feet. And then they're moved toward the bus. I think once they get on the bus, they have to be unshackled because they're actually in the bus, but they're moved, like a chain gang from the inside of the facility. And it's not that far, it's probably, I would guess, 20, 30 paces, not even 20 or 30 yards to where the bus is parked, and the people get on the bus and the bus goes in the back. And it comes out from the back right there, the back office where the shooter took place. And then they go around that and they get on 35 and there they go.
So the process there, it's not like we would see people just standing there with, waiting for something to happen on a regular day. These are people who were most likely in custody, shackled, and about to be
correct. These are folks that are on their bus ride back to Mexico. Okay, because usually the folks that are going to be moved to a detention center are moved at night. Okay, so the ones who got picked up on an ICE and then they spend the night there, and then they get moved to the other facility, to wherever they're going to be detained. But those buses to Mexico, final removalers, leave every morning, first thing in the morning, from that facility to Laredo.
And you were just hearing from a Dallas immigration attorney right there. He was talking to our Maria Guerrero. He actually works in that area. Our Larry Collins, as you can see right here, is live on the scene as well right now. Larry, from your vantage point, what can you tell us?
So let me give you a little bit of insight of what we are seeing here, maybe 2 blocks away, because what we're doing is keeping an eye on this gate over here. You're going to see a Dallas police officer who has it blocked off right now. But maybe 30 minutes ago, a caravan of DART office, Dallas Area Rapid Transit officers in their police vehicles escorted a DART bus that was empty into there with lights flashing, at some points with sirens to make way for them to get into this. This takes you behind that ICE facility where all of this happened. So unsure exactly why they would bring an empty bus there. There are still questions about what happened to the other detainees who may have been there this morning during this initial intake or whatever was happening during the morning. You heard that attorney talking to Maria about. Our colleagues with Telemundo also spoke with some folks who were here who had appointments at this facility this morning. They were set to go in and do some paperwork. They explained to us that this is more of a processing facility. They were set to come in and sign some papers and take some fingerprints and things of that nature. So they are waiting as well. It gives you just the insight of kind of how this has transpired this morning, as this very heavy police presence does remain this morning, and this investigation is ongoing. Again, we've seen federal agents, federal officers here as well. We are expecting more. Something interesting we'll want to pay attention to in that press conference that's set to begin. The new Dallas police officer, Daniel Como, of course, is a former DEA special agent. He knows about being a federal law enforcement officer. He may have some insight about what this means to him, and also the increased violence that we have seen levied against some federal agents. In this case, though, specifically to ICE. We are seeing another Dallas Fire Rescue vehicle just arriving right now, going down this way, as this whole area has been cut off. As you see right now, more heavy police presence. A little bit further down that way is where we are expecting that press conference to happen. Again, still quite an active situation here. We know there are immigrants that are waiting where we are right now who were supposed to be here. Of course, they are a little on edge, given that we've learned that 3 detainees have been shot, at least 1 dead. That just gives you kind of an insight of what's going on. We are paying close attention to what happens with what was an empty DART bus and see what it looks like when it leaves that facility, whenever it does. Back to you.
All right, Larry Collins, just one of our many reporters tracking every bit of information as this situation continues to develop. It's a little bit past 10 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. We want to recap what we know at this point from a source with direct knowledge of what is happening. Again, this was about 6:40 this morning when the 911 calls came in saying that there was a shooting at the ICE facility off Stemmons Freeway. 3 people shot, 3 detainees, at least 1 dead. And Dallas police found the shooter dead on top of a building. They say that individual died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
And with all of this, we've been following it for much of the morning right now. We also know that they say the shooter was found on a roof behind the ICE building with a bolt-action rifle. It appears, again, he died by suicide. The shooting happened outside of that gated area behind the ICE building where the detainees were being loaded off at the time.
We're hearing from federal officials as well as local officials, with Governor Greg Abbott releasing a statement on social media saying, in part, Texas fully supports ICE. Both the Texas Department of Public Safety and Texas National Guard work closely with ICE. This assassination is what the governor is calling it, will not slow our arrest, detention, and deportation of illegal immigrants. In his statement, again, the governor saying that we work well with ICE and the Dallas Police Department to get to the bottom of, again, his description, the governor's description, assassin's motive. The governor says we will offer ICE additional support to assist in their operations.
And Deborah, you were just talking about 6:40. Those initial calls started coming into the Dallas Police Department. Here's what they heard as people were calling 911 to say they saw a shooter.
Just checking the cameras and have seen at least 3 people shot. Multiple people shot, 4 to 5 people.
Okay, on the law building, I'm being told by several workers, not from immigration, that there's a guy on top of the building at the law office that overlooks the INS office.
Again, that was the call that got Dallas police in motion this morning, where they discovered this shooting at the ICE facility. Definitely witnesses, part of the investigation, individuals that law enforcement will want to talk to see what more they can add to that.
NBC5 Shannon Miller is out there live. She's part of our team coverage. We have several teams out there right now. Shannon, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Laura, I just spoke with the ATF here, the Dallas office, asking about the number of agents who have responded here. Just getting this word from here. They're looking to pull whoever is available, moving folks around. They've got a special agent in charge here on scene. Again, this is the federal agency that we are seeing the largest presence of here. We're just, again, minutes away here. We know that Dallas police are about to give us some information. I've seen some Department of Homeland Security folks standing nearby as well. So those federal agencies may be giving us some information as well on all of this. Again, this is going to be, again, a federal agency investigation that's taking over all those federal agencies, FBI, ATF, Department of Homeland Security, again, to working to find out those very critical details about that gunman. Again, right now, the biggest information that those folks are going to be looking for is, again, this person, who he was, trying to talk to family members, friends, anyone that can give any statement on exactly what this person was all about, where they were last seen. Again, I talked about those cell phone tracking that's going to be happening, that digital forensics that's going to be going on here. One of the biggest questions, again, is exactly where the shooter was located, and exactly from what point that shooting occurred. Again, we know that this was happening as those detainees were making their way into the facility. So again, were they the intended targets in all of this? Those are the questions that we're going to be asking here in just a few moments. Again, this is still only a few hours out from this initial shooting, so much of this information, again, is not going to be flowing through until the next
several hours or so. We remember some unfortunate, tragic, high-profile shootings that we've seen here in the course of the last several weeks. That information trickles in slowly. There's got to be search warrants that are obtained, oftentimes through cell phone providers and other agencies. So those are the things that these federal investigators are going to be working here through the next several hours. Again, the big presence of those ATF agents just behind me here. And there's been about at least a dozen of them that we've seen here working throughout the morning. Again, once they kind of figure out their game plan and exactly who's going to be looking at what, that's how they'll strategize to figure out who's going to be looking at those ballistics, who's going to be going through and trying to find, again, the information that's associated, Laura and Deborah, with that weapon that was used in this.
Right. So Shani, you've talked about federal investigations. This will be a federal investigation. But clearly, local law enforcement, Dallas Police, Dallas Sheriff, they will be part of this too, because it was Dallas Police who were on scene first and discovered that gunman.
Right, yeah, this came in again as an active shooter call earlier this morning, and that is how Dallas Police respond to any shooting call. It becomes an active shooter event. So if you were to look at that on the call log, all the calls that Dallas Police are called out on, that is what this call initially came in as. We've learned from Dallas Police that shortly after they got to the scene, they were able to find that shooter with that self-inflicted gunshot wound and two of those people who had been shot a short time after. So it sounds like when Dallas Police got here, it was a swift response. At a short time, they were able to locate the shooter and locate two of those victims. Once they realized exactly what was going on here, that is when, Deborah, that those federal agencies are called in, especially being that this was at a federal facility. That is when that immediate call goes through, that this now becomes a joint investigation with both Dallas Police and federal agencies.
Yeah, as you said earlier, all hands on deck to get to the bottom of this. Shannon Miller, our law enforcement reporter, just one of many of our crews on the scene out there.
All right, we also have NBC5's Larry Collins, who's out there live at the scene. Larry, what can you tell us from where you're standing?
Maybe 2 blocks back from the ICE office where this all happened. We did see a Dallas Fire Rescue ambulance arrive over the past few minutes. But I tell you what, we are focusing our energy on this morning is the back parking lot, where there's still a very heavy police presence this morning. And as I said, DART officers, a caravan with flashing lights brought in an empty DART bus. The big question is, why would they bring that in? Because there have been questions about what happened to any other detainees who were being processed here this morning, right? A lot of people waiting for all of these unanswered questions that may come during this press conference, some of which are people who had appointments here. Our colleagues at Telemundo 39 telling us that they had just spoken with them. Of course, they're a little on edge because they were supposed to be here, explained to us that this is a processing center. People come here for paperwork, is why they were supposed to be here. From what I understand, none of them were here for any of the detainees that were here. We know that there is a very heavy police presence, as you can imagine, throughout the course of this area. They have opened a few more areas of traffic for the public to come to, which gives us an indication of where the investigation may be centered, of course, beyond our visible eyes right here, beyond this area. But we have seen increased federal agents throughout the course of the morning, increased local agents, sheriff's office. We have seen Homeland Security, as you can imagine, this being an ICE facility. We've seen quite a few people make their way here. As I mentioned earlier, new Police Chief Daniel Como, former DEA special agent in charge, will have some unique insight for those of us here locally because he spent so much time as a federal law enforcement officer. There's been a lot that's happened. As you know, in Johnson County, July 4th, over in Alvarado at the ICE detention center there, an Alvarado police officer shot in the neck in an incident that's being described as an ambush, where people have been accused of setting off fireworks to lure those detention center employees outside, firing on them, and then firing on an Alvarado police officer who responded as well. Some of those individuals were just in federal court this week. The females in that case on Monday, the males, including one of the accused shooters, was there on Tuesday. So quite a lot of things to pay attention to just in the general climate of North Texas when it comes to federal law enforcement. Many unanswered questions. We hope to get some of those answers in the very near future. That press conference was set to begin at 9 o'clock, but as you can imagine, they are gathering every bit of information that they can. Again, for us, where we are at our vantage point, the big question is, why was that empty bus brought in? Obviously, it's there for a reason. Hopefully, when it leaves and we see who or what is inside, it may give us a little bit more detail. We hope to get more information, maybe from some of those who are standing by here waiting, who were supposed to be in that building for an appointment, and we will check in with you as soon as we get that.
Yeah, but that bus, though, clearly just another piece of this puzzle that we're all trying to put together and awaiting the picture as law enforcement knows it at this point. Larry, thank you.
And it's about 10:12 right now, so I want to get back to NBC5 Shannon Miller. Shannon, do you have some more information?
Yeah, I've just learned exactly who we could be hearing from here in just a moment at this news conference. We're told the Chief of Police, Dallas Police Chief Daniel Cuomo, Mayor Eric Johnson going to be speaking here. We're also expected to hear from the FBI. I'm also told that these gentlemen here from Senator Ted Cruz's office, who may be responding here in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. Again, I just want to give you a sense of this scene. We are still seeing a heavy presence from those federal law enforcement officials. I want to show you here. We've got someone here from the Department of Homeland Security. Again, weapons still drawn here. That just gives you a sense that this scene is, again, nowhere near from being cleared at all. Again, this is going to be an investigation that takes several hours here. Dallas police telling me that this is likely to be a secured scene here for the remainder of the day today, again, as all of these federal agencies continue to respond here and gather evidence. But again, just moments ago, learning that we're going to be hearing from Dallas Police Chief Daniel Cuomo, Mayor Eric Johnson, and also the FBI and all of this. Senator Ted Cruz's office also responding here. This event is coming just months after Dallas Police Chief Daniel Cuomo began the job. He's about 4 months on the job, so a major event here happening here in Dallas. This will be the largest event of this scale that has happened since he has taken the position as chief. We know he has worked for the DEA prior to his job here as Dallas Police Chief. So he's also got a working knowledge of how these federal agencies work, how they coordinate, how they assign who is going to handle what part of the investigation. So again, we're expected here just within a few minutes. We're waiting on some of those key players of this news conference to make their way here. So we're going to hear more here in just a few minutes exactly what they are able to release at this point. But again, we are still seeing that steady stream of those federal agencies flow into this area. Again, the questions that I'm looking to ask, again, is more about those victims in all of this, those detainees, more about the suspect, exactly what they know at this point, where the suspect was situated, what sort of information they're working to obtain right now. Those are the questions I'm planning to ask here in just a few minutes to try to help piece together more of how all of this happened. Again, we are waiting to hear more here in just a few minutes. The rain has cleared off here just for a little bit, which is making things a little bit easier out here for those crews that are responding here to collect that evidence. But again, we are waiting any moment now to hear from both local and federal agencies in response to all of this. Deborah, Laura?
All right, Shannon, thank you. I want to bring you, though, this statement that we have from Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They have now sent out one saying that this morning at the Dallas ICE field office, there was a shooting resulting in multiple injuries and fatalities. The shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This violence against our ICE law enforcement must stop. Please keep the victims and their families in your thoughts and your prayers.
All right, just one of many statements in response to what's happening this morning in Dallas. We want to get back now to our Larry Collins, a couple of blocks from the crime scene. Larry, I understand you've got some new information you just learned.
Yeah, good morning. So we're getting our first indication of what it was like inside of that ICE facility when all this happened. Our colleagues at Telemundo spoke with a gentleman who was there when it happened. He said he had arrived around 6:20. He heard the gunshots. He said there were about 40 or 50 people inside the building as well. He described it as chaos, mass chaos inside. That's when an ICE agent had told him that someone had been shot. At that point, he was terrified, not just for himself, but for his family who was waiting outside. knowing, in fact, that what hadn't transpired and still not knowing all the details happened outside where his family is. He is safe. He is here over where we are right now, a couple of blocks away, reunited with his family, but he described it as utter massive chaos, lots of people moving, lots of bodies moving, lots of people really, as you can imagine, trying to figure out exactly what happened. He said that ICE agents, though, did tell those 40 to 50 people who were there what was going on. So they had some instance that they felt safe inside. They were concerned about any family members who were outside. Explaining to us again that for a lot of people who had appointments here this morning, that as early as when this happened, they were there for processing. He was there for fingerprinting and to sign some paperwork. So we are getting that first insight of some of the fear that happened from those who were inside, civilians who were inside the building. Still no official statement from ICE or any ICE agents of what they experienced while this was going on. Back to you.
Larry, can we stay with that for just a moment? Because this is the first account that we are getting of what people were experiencing inside of that building, because we've heard about the chaos outside. Is there any more insight that you can give us? Because, you know, you can't imagine that you're inside trying to take care of business and then you think the gunshots are happening outside. My family's outside. I want to go try to help them too. So it just sounds like it just mass chaos on all sides.
Absolutely right. As you can imagine, being in that building with dozens of people, upwards of 50 people, and what's unclear is if he's counting the ICE agents in those 50 or so people, hearing at least one gunshot and being told by an agent that, yes, someone has been shot. And of course, he didn't indicate that they shared any more information with them at that point. For them, fear sets in. You're not sure exactly what's going on, as you can imagine. A little peace of mind to know that you are likely safe inside, but then to have family, loved ones outside.
This is an NBC News special report.
Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers, and we're coming on the air with breaking news. Officials are set to update on this morning's deadly shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas. It comes after a shooter opened fire near that facility, killing 2 people, injuring a third, and all of those victims are ICE detainees, according to an ICE spokesperson. We have NBC's Jay Gray. He is in Dallas on the ground. Jay, what's the latest that you're hearing here as we await this press conference?
Yes, Savannah, still multiple federal agencies on the ground, as well as Dallas police. As you talk about, we're waiting to hear not only from the chief of police, but the mayor of Dallas, just a few short steps away. They're expected to walk to the podium at any point. We have just heard, in fact, I think they're there now. Let's listen in.
Prayer, and that prayer changes things. And so I'm going to ask everyone, please join me in praying for the families of the folks who lost their lives today. Pray for the speedy recovery for those who are hurt and were injured in what happened today. But maybe even more to the point, we're a country and a city that needs prayer. So I'm going to ask you all to join me also in praying for this city, that we can come together at a time like this, and that we can be there for one another the way we always have in times like this, to support one another, help us all get through this very difficult time, not just in our city, but in our country. And that's why I'd ask you to pray for our nation. There's a lot going on right now in our country. A lot of it's confusing. It's a scary time. I've got children. I've got 3 young children. And I'm here to tell you that it is challenging to explain to them what's going on in our country right now. But I said before, and I'll say it again, I believe in the power of prayer to change things. And it can change the hearts of people. It can change this country. It can change this city. So please pray for everyone who's affected by today's tragedy. I also want to say thank you to the Dallas Police Department, and say thank you to the Dallas Sheriff's Department, Dallas County Sheriff's Department, Texas Department of Public Safety, and all of our various federal law enforcement partners who acted so quickly today to make sure that today's tragedy wasn't worse than what it was. So on behalf of the city of Dallas, I want to say thank you to all of you. And you're going to hear from some of those folks later, but I wanted to let you know that we appreciate what you all do, not just today, but every day to help keep us all safe. And lastly, and this is really important, I would ask all of the city of Dallas residents who can hear me right now, let's be patient, let's remain calm, and let's let our law enforcement partners, our police department, do their job. This is an active investigation. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, and I want to encourage all of you to exercise a little bit of restraint and allow them to do their job to help make sure this continues to be a safe city and that they can help us figure out what happened here today. But with that, I want to say, again, thank you to all the folks who came out this morning from our law enforcement community. I'll turn it over to our police chief, Daniel Como, to speak a little bit more directly to the investigation itself. And with that, Chief Como, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Today at approximately 6:40 a.m., we received a city officer call. We responded to the call, got to the scene, and we later learned that we had 4 individuals that were shot, 2 of them deceased, including the shooter. The DPD was able to locate the shooter who was deceased. We're going to be working this investigation shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners. The FBI is on scene, and right now I'm going to introduce you to the SAC of the Dallas Field Division, FBI Joe Rumrock.
Yeah, good morning. My name's Joe Rothrock. I'm the special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI Field Office. I want to first start by thanking our partners in local law enforcement, specifically the Dallas Police Department, for their quick and timely response. I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. It is unfortunately just the most recent example we've seen of targeted violence, to include here in North Texas, where back on July 4th, we saw a coordinated attack carried out against an immigration detention center in Alvarado, Texas. What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack. This will be a whole of government response. There will be no resource not utilized to bring all those individuals who are responsible to bring them to justice and to hold them accountable. While we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack. If any member of the public has information that would help the FBI's investigation, I would ask that you please report that to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, any piece of information will be helpful, but this will be an ongoing investigation between us, a number of federal partners, and our local partners, again, to ensure that anyone responsible is held accountable. With that, I will turn it over to my counterpart from the ICE Enforcement and Removal Office.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Johnson. I'm the acting field office director for ICE Dallas. I'll be brief with my comments, but I do want to start off by saying thank you to the Dallas Police Department, Dallas FBI, HSI, CBP, ATF, and virtually every law enforcement officer in North Texas for your support. This is the second time I've had to stand in front of you and talk about a shooter at one of my facilities, and I think that the takeaway from all of this is that the rhetoric has to stop. There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees. So that's kind of all I have for today, is that it's just got to stop. It's dangerous, and people are losing their lives. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Again, thank you all so much. As it was said here today, if you do have any information, reach out to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you. Thank you.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of ICE and CBP and everyone who puts their lives on the line to keep us safe. The divisive rhetoric tragically has real consequences. I hope that every one of us will pray, number one, for the safety of law enforcement that are risking their lives to keep us safe. Number two, for the health of those who were shot and injured today. We still don't know the full details of who was injured, but for the families also of the victims of this shooting. Violence has no place. It is wrong. And we should come together. If we want to have a debate about immigration policies, we can do so in the halls of Congress without demonizing each other, and especially without demonizing the men and women who every day put on a badge and go risk their lives to keep us safe. And we should not be putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes. Our prayers are with the men and women of law enforcement, and we ought to come together and have some decency across the political aisle to say this violence is wrong and it needs to stop.
Senator, have you been told that immigrant detainees were the victims of today's shooting?
My understanding is the details of who the victims are still being ascertained, so I don't want to go ahead of law enforcement releasing these details. What they have said is that no law enforcement was injured, and so that's a natural inference, but I don't know the details.
Special Agent, can you talk a little bit about some of the evidence mentioned earlier? Just for clarity, I think there's going to be a lot of questions. Our understanding is that some of the shell casings had specific writing that was relevant to the voting. Give us more information.
So I'm not going to go into any more details at this time. We will come back to you when we have more details to share. Again, our goal here will be transparency as those details become available. But we are still in the early stages of an investigation. Information is still coming in. When we have more details, we will come back to this group. I'm not going to be identifying victims at this time. The only thing I will confirm at this time is no law enforcement was injured. Certainly you can respect law enforcement's need to make notifications. At this point in time, we're not going to take any additional questions from law enforcement. Again, I'd ask for you to respect the fact that this is an ongoing investigation, and as more details come available.
We're not asking for the names of the victims.
I understand.
General sense if the victims are the detainees.
The only thing I can say right now is no law enforcement was injured. this morning as part of the attack. I won't be taking any more questions, neither will law enforcement this time. We'll come back to you later today or in the coming days when we have additional information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Law. Thanks a lot.
You've been listening to officials on the ground in Dallas giving us an update after the shooting at an ICE facility there, specifically with the special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI calling this an act of targeted violence, also saying that rounds found near the shooter had anti-ICE messaging. We still have no information on the victim specifically, but it was emphasized that no law enforcement was hurt. Let's go to NBC's Jay Gray, who is in Dallas. Jay, I think probably the biggest piece of information there, of course, is this point that this seems to be a targeted act of violence. Tell us more what we learned.
Yeah, no question, and that some of the ammo did have what's been described as anti-ICE memos and messages involved. We also got some clarity on what exactly the situation is with victims. 2 dead at the scene, one of those the shooter, and then another victim. We haven't had any clarity on who that victim may be and who the other 2 who were shot may be. We do know that they continue to investigate, as you just heard here, and will continue to investigate this. We're getting some information from those who were inside the facility right now. What I can tell you in talking to some of them is that there was chaos, that there was pandemonium inside. You've got families that have shown up here. It is a check-in station for many immigrants, and so it was a place where they were going through the routine day of appointments, and all of a sudden shots rang out, and they tell me that it was just chaos again inside that facility as well as outside. Dallas police have told us that they are investigating, that the shooter was on a building right next to the facility and shooting from a raised position into an area where they unload detainees for processing. It's just a holding facility, so it's not a place where you constantly see people being detained. They are moved from this facility to another detention facility. We also heard from the mayor talking about the shock and the need for prayer, not only for Dallas, but for this nation. And then a fiery response from Senator Ted Cruz, who walked in during this press briefing and stepped to the microphone talking about the need to tone down the rhetoric that we continue to hear on both sides, he said, of the aisle. But again, the keys to the investigation right now, Savannah, are the position of the gunman, which was on a building next door, we are told, where the shots ended up, and that was in a loading area, a sally port, they call it, where detainees are taken out of vehicles, moved through for processing, and then also trying to determine a motive in this case. They stopped short of saying that this was an attack on ICE, though, with the messages that were found on the ammo and other indications, they are going that way, clearly, from the press briefing. So that's what we've learned with regards to the investigation. This area is still locked down, still federal agents on the ground, as well as Dallas police, and will be, I'm sure, for quite some time.
Jay Gray on the ground in Dallas for us. Thank you very much. Let's bring in NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, we learned there, as expected, this will be this joint investigation between federal and local law enforcement partners. And again, the big piece of information here being that this is being seen as a targeted act of violence, and that messaging on those rounds appearing to be anti-ICE there, according to the FBI agent in charge there for Dallas. Tell us what you're hearing, Julia, and how this is going to impact as the investigation shapes up.
Well, as Jay pointed out, this is a facility where people come in not just after they've been arrested, but also to check in. Those appointments have become much more tense recently because some people may be coming in for a routine check-in, and then they are there detained and set up for a possible deportation. So you have a lot of confusion, a lot of anxiety, especially given what happened this morning. And as you heard in that press conference, they're talking about praying for law enforcement, although what we do understand is that none of those shot were ICE officers. We're still waiting for confirmation at this point if one of the other person who was killed, we know one was the shooter, if the other person who was killed was a detainee. That was the message that we heard earlier this morning in some of the initial reports coming out of DHS, that this was an immigrant detainee. At first we thought 2. Now it's sounding like there's only one other in addition to the shooter. And we believe that they would have been taken into that Sally Port after being arrested around 6:40 a.m. local time this morning. This is very common after they do their arrest, often around 5 or 5:30 in the morning when they're going out for these operations. And in that, usually they're handcuffed, there's someone nearby, so unclear at this point who they were targeting.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you very much. We're now going to bring in Jim Kavanaugh, retired ATF special agent in charge. He's also an NBC News law enforcement analyst. Jim, I think for anybody who was just listening to that, to hear that there were these messages on bullets on these rounds, you think, not again. What do you make of that development?
Well, you know, on its face, you take the evidence you have, it's the killer screaming his motive to all of us. Now, as a commander investigator on these, you always have a grain of salt that, you know, sometimes anything from the killer can be misdirection. You always have that in the back of your mind, but you have to deal with what the hard evidence is. And so the hard evidence is this guy wants to attack ICE. He obviously is on the building in darkness because they're early in the morning. This is occurring 6:40. He would have to already been up there on the top of the law office, which is, we don't know the distance away. And if he's wanting to shoot ICE, he winds up killing a detainee and wounding others, and then committing suicide, which underpins everything of the whole event. So I think you're going to find out the guy's suicidal. Likely his tactic was developed, you know, after watching these other shootings, the latest one with Mr. Kirk. So whether or not he called in the earlier bomb threat to this place remains to be seen. But he's screaming the motive at us from what he wrote on the bullet cartridges.
Jim Kavanaugh, thank you very much for your expertise and analysis here. Again, this is after officials on the ground in Dallas updating on that shooting at an ICE facility just this morning. That will conclude our NBC News special report, but we will have more coverage ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBC.com and your local NBC station, as well as on Nightly News tonight. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you for watching. Good day. I'm Savannah Sellers. We're continuing our breaking news coverage right now on NBC News Now of that deadly shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas. Just getting new information here from officials on the ground. Dallas police say 4 people were shot in total and 2 are dead. That includes the shooter. Officials just gave an update saying that they are investigating the shooting as an act of targeted violence. That was the big piece of information we just learned from officials there on the ground, specifically the FBI also mentioning messages on rounds that appear to be anti-ICE in nature. NBC's George Solis is monitoring the story. Obviously, George, the biggest piece of information there from this press conference was just that I just mentioned, and certainly gives us at least a peek into how this investigation can unfold. Tell us what else we learned.
Yeah, Savannah, obviously a lot of information, but at the same time, leaving us with a lot more questions. As you mentioned, the highlight there of that briefing from the officials, apart from the anti-ICE messaging found on the rounds near the shooter, was an update to the number of people that may have been injured or killed in this particular shooting. Officials there saying 4 were injured, 2 deceased, including the shooter. Now, that is obviously different from the initial report that 2 detainees were shot, with a 3rd still being in the hospital. We are still working to get some clarity on those numbers, and you heard from Senator Ted Cruz there sort of saying, well, it infers that none of the officers were injured, and that was something that was stressed by the officials, that no ICE officers were injured in this shooting. One thing also that was not touched on but had been said by officials through multiple channels was that this facility was apparently the subject of a bomb threat. Now, it's unclear if this was in relation to this shooting or how that may have played a role, but it does appear that at least it was on someone's radar at one point or another. Again, still more details to come. You heard from the mayor of the city there saying that this is obviously a very heartbreaking situation for the city, saying that he wishes that people would pray for the nation. And then officials there not taking any real questions, just sort of emphasizing that more information will be coming. They're trying to explain that there will be as transparent as they can with this investigation. But again, we're now learning that at least 1 person is dead in this facility, and we are starting to hear some reaction from those people there that were at appointments at this facility who were just describing some of the chaos. They were there for what they thought would be a routine day, and then, of course, this all plays out. So what you've seen is a very active scene playing out under really dreary weather there in Dallas. Officials haven't really provided where they'll be providing another update, if at all, if it'll be in person or through social media channels. And, we are monitoring every update as it comes in. Just looking at a new post coming in from, I believe, the FBI director, noting while this investigation is ongoing, an initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind the attack. One of the upspent shell casings recovered engraved with the phrase, quote, anti-ICE. Not more clarity beyond that. So again, information, again, Savannah, just coming in by the second on this. And again, as you see investigators there on the ground beginning to comb through the building, this adjacent building, from officials learning that this shooter appeared to have been from an elevated position shooting into a sally port, which is, again, a secure area where detainees would be processed generally in handcuffs, shackled. But again, more information coming in. And again, we'll just be monitoring the updates as they come in, Savannah.
George, also, we heard in that update there from the ground, from officials, from Senator Ted Cruz as well, really with sort of this fiery charge to people to stop doxing these ICE agents, to kind of stop violence in this way. Tell us more about what we heard from him and his message to people.
Yeah, Senator very outraged. He noted this was the third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CPB. He said the violence has got to stop, and of course referring to just the number of incidents where people are posting ICE agents in their neighborhoods, in their communities, posting their information, noting that the violence has got to stop. This is a sentiment that we've heard over and over, not just from Senator Ted Cruz, but a number of officials who have noted the uptick in violence against the agents, obviously because immigration is such a hotbed of an issue that a lot of people feel very strongly about. And we have seen those videos circulating on social media, do various different other channels of ICE agents arresting people, pulling people over, questioning. And that is the rhetoric that he's, at least Senator Ted Cruz and other officials have sort of pointed at as sort of that anti-ICE sentiment, people that are outraged and inflamed. And they are sort of in so many ways directing and saying this is the result of that. This is what happens because of this inflamed a rhetoric. And again, preliminarily, as this investigation unfolds, we are seeing that at least this shooter, according to what they said about the shell casing, was anti-ICE. But again, there's going to be a lot more that needs to be looked at in terms of the shooter's motivations, his background, as we piece together what transpired here this morning in Dallas.
All right, George, please stay with us, and please do let us know as we may have any other type of information coming in, anything new. I want to now go to our NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent, Julia Ainsley. Julia, I think it was really helpful. We've, of course, been talking to you all morning. You are an expert when it comes to sort of the workings of ICE, and something very interesting, I think, about this facility, which could be telling when it comes to the investigation, which is that this is not some large detention facility that's marked as an ICE facility. You sort of have to know what it is to understand who might be there, and certainly to understand exactly where it is that a car may be coming into what we keep referring to as the Sally Port. Give us that background that you have on this particular location and what you think it could tell us. Of course, we are waiting for more information from law enforcement, but what it could tell us about somebody who had planned something like this.
Yeah, it's the kind of place, Savannah, you could drive by on your way to the airport and not know what it is. That's very different from an ICE detention facility with a large footprint. We usually see these in more rural areas of the country. Barbed wire, you would see people out in different colored jumpsuits having their outdoor time, really looking more like a prison than it would this facility. Yes, people are brought in there immediately after arrest. That's where they're processed. But it's also a place for other functions. This is a place where ICE does their meetings, where they do their field work before they go out, where they do their background research. This is also a place where immigrants who have pending cases come in for check-ins. They come in to get their fingerprints. They come in to show ICE they're in compliance with the conditions of their release while they wait for an asylum hearing. And so it could be that someone would show up to a place like that and then later be taken into detention. But a lot can go on inside this building, but it is relatively small. It would have to be a place someone would know this is there. And of course, these bullets that you see here now, this is a whole new game. What George is now talking to us about, they said they had anti-ICE messages. All we see here is anti-ICE written on that bullet that we see there. We understand that this was recovered from the scene of the attack, presumably on that rooftop. And so this is now taking us in to a new phase where we're not just talking about this incident today, but we, of course, saw this elevated on the national stage when Senator Ted Cruz came to the podium to say that the rhetoric has to stop, that is escalating political violence, rhetoric on both sides. And so he prayed for law enforcement. But Savannah, we have to point out, although that says anti-ICE and he's calling for prayers for law enforcement, there are no indications. In fact, they've said no ICE personnel or officers were hurt as a result of this incident. We're still waiting for identification on who the other people hurt. We understand there were 2 others injured, 1 deceased, and then, of course, the shooter died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. But we're waiting to hear more about the identification of those wounded and the other deceased.
All right, yeah, Julia, I actually, if we can, control and pull up that photo one more time just to emphasize, this is photos of these rounds of these bullets recovered at the scene. Certainly the biggest piece of news that came out of this press conference, as you can see on one of them, it says anti-ICE. We're actually going to play the press conference for you again. This is updates from officials on the ground in Dallas just moments ago.
All right. Let me start off by saying that I'm a person who believes very, very strongly in the power of prayer and that prayer changes things. And so I'm going to ask everyone, please join me in praying for the families of the folks who lost their lives today. Pray for the speedy recovery for those who are hurt and were injured in what happened today. But maybe even more to the point, we're a country and a city that needs prayer. So I'm going to ask you all to join me also in praying for this city, that we can come together at a time like this, and that we can be there for one another the way we always have in times like this, to support one another, help us all get through this very difficult time, not just in our city, but in our country. And that's why I'd ask you to pray for our nation. There's a lot going on right now in our country. A lot of it's confusing. It's a scary time. I've got children. I've got 3 young children, and I'm here to tell you that it is challenging to explain to them what's going on in our country right now. But I said before, and I'll say it again, I believe in the power of prayer to change things, and it can change the hearts of people. It can change this country. It can change this city. So please pray for everyone who's affected by today's tragedy. I also want to say thank you to the Dallas Police Department, and say thank you to the Dallas Sheriff's Department, Dallas County Sheriff's Department, Texas Department of Public Safety, and all of our various federal law enforcement partners who acted so quickly today to make sure that today's tragedy wasn't worse than what it was. So on behalf of the city of Dallas, I want to say thank you to all of you. And you're going to hear from some of those folks later, but I want to let you know that we appreciate what you all do, not just today, but every day, to help keep us all safe. And lastly, and this is really important, I would ask all of the city of Dallas residents who can hear me right now, let's be patient, let's remain calm, and let's let our law enforcement partners, our police department, do their job. This is an active investigation. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. And I want to encourage all of you to exercise a little bit of restraint and allow them to do their job to help make sure this continues to be a safe city and that they can help us figure out what happened here today. But with that, I want to say, again, thank you to all the folks who came out this morning from our law enforcement community. I'll turn it over to our police chief, Daniel Como, to speak a little bit more directly to the investigation itself. And with that, Chief Como, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Today at approximately 6:40 a.m., we received a assist the officer call. We responded to the call, got to the scene, and we later learned that we had 4 individuals that were shot, 2 of them deceased, including the shooter. The DPD was able to locate the shooter who was deceased. We're going to be working this investigation shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners. The FBI is on scene, and right now I'm going to introduce you to the SAC of the Dallas Field Division, FBI Joe Rumrock.
Yeah, good morning. My name's Joe Rothrock. I'm the special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI Field Office. I want to first start by thanking our partners in local law enforcement, specifically the Dallas Police Department, for their quick and timely response. I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. It is unfortunately just the most recent example we've seen of targeted violence, to include here in North Texas, where back on July 4th, we saw a coordinated attack carried out against an immigration detention center in Alvarado, Texas. What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack. This will be a whole of government response. There will be no resource not utilized to bring all those individuals who are responsible to bring them to justice and to hold them accountable. While we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack. If any member of the public has information that would help the FBI's investigation, I would ask that you please report that to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, any piece of information will be helpful, but this will be an ongoing investigation between us, a number of federal partners, and our local partners, again, to ensure that anyone responsible is held accountable. With that, I will turn it over to my counterpart from the ICE Enforcement and Removal Office.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Johnson. I'm the acting field office director for ICE Dallas. I'll be brief with my comments, but I do want to start off by saying thank you to the Dallas Police Department, Dallas FBI, HSI, CBP, ATF, and virtually every law enforcement officer in North Texas for your support. This is the second time I've had to stand in front of you and talk about a shooter at one of my facilities, and I think that the takeaway from all of this is that the rhetoric has to stop. There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees. So that's kind of all I have for today, is that it's just got to stop. It's dangerous, and people are losing their lives. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Again, thank you all so much. As it was said here today, if you do have any information, reach out to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you. Thank you.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of ICE and CBP and everyone who puts their lives on the line to keep us safe. The divisive rhetoric tragically has real consequences. I hope that every one of us will pray, number one, for the safety of law enforcement that are risking their lives to keep us safe. Number two, for the health of those who were shot and injured today. We still don't know the full details of who was injured, but for the families also of the victims of this shooting. Violence has no place. It is wrong. And we should come together. If we want to have a debate about immigration policies, we can do so in the halls of Congress without demonizing each other, and especially without demonizing the men and women who every day put on a badge and go risk their lives to keep us safe. And we should not be putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes. Our prayers are with the men and women of law enforcement, and we ought to come together and have some decency across the political aisle to say this violence is wrong and it needs to stop.
Senator, have you been told that immigrant detainees were the victims of today's shooting?
My understanding is the details of who the victims are still being ascertained, so I don't want to go ahead of law enforcement releasing these details. What they have said is that no law enforcement was injured, and so that's a natural inference, but I don't know the details.
Special Agent, can you talk a little bit about some of the evidence that you heard earlier, just for clarity? I think there's going to be a lot of questions. Our understanding is that some of the shell casings had specific writing that was relevant to the voting. Give us more information.
So I'm not going to go into any more details at this time. We will come back to you when we have more details to share. Again, our goal here will be transparency as those details become available, but we are still in the early stages of an investigation. Information is still coming in. When we have more details, we will come back to this group. I'm not going to be identifying victims at this time. The only thing I will confirm at this time is no law enforcement was injured. Certainly you can respect law enforcement's need to make notifications. At this point in time, we're not going to take any additional questions from law enforcement. Again, I'd ask for you to respect the fact that this is an ongoing investigation, and as more details come available...
We're not asking for the names of the victims.
I understand.
General sense
I will,
if the victims are the detainees.
The only thing I can say right now is no law enforcement was injured this morning as part of the attack. I won't be taking any more questions, neither will law enforcement this time. We'll come back to you later today or in the coming days when we have additional information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot.
Good Wednesday to you. I'm Vicki Wynn. My co-anchor Morgan is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Wednesday, September 24th. Developing story. A shooter opens fire at an ICE field office in Dallas, Texas. At least one detainee is dead. The messages found on the bullet casings just revealed. Late night return. Jimmy Kimmel is back on the air just days after ABC preempted his show. How he addressed his sudden suspension. Fastball to the face. A Cleveland Guardians player rushed to the hospital after being hit by a ball going 99 miles an hour. Candid Conversation, the Home Edit co-founder Clea Shearer is sharing her fight with breast cancer, what she wants people to learn from her experience in her new book. Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday. We start with breaking news in Texas, where police are investigating a deadly shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas.
And then someone is shooting inside the building, possibly behind ICE building.
You just heard police responding this morning to reports of gunfire at the facility. Dallas officials held an update just a short time ago, and here's what we know so far. Local law enforcement confirmed a gunman opened fire from the roof of a nearby building. 3 people were shot. 1 of those people has died. They say the suspect took his own life at the scene of the shooting. FBI Director Kash Patel posting this image of bullets found near the scene with the message anti-ICE. We have also heard from one local reporter who described his interview with a witness. Take a listen.
You can imagine being in that building with dozens of people, upwards of 50 people, and what's unclear is if he's counting the ICE agents in those 50 or so people, hearing at least 1 gunshot and being told by an agent that, yes, someone has been shot. And of course, he didn't indicate that they shared any more information with them at that point. For them, fear sets in. You're not sure exactly what's going on, as you can imagine. A little peace of mind to know that you are likely safe inside, but then to have family, loved ones outside and not know exactly what's going on.
NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins me now from Dallas. Jay, we know this is still a very active scene. It was also the site of a recent bomb threat. What is the latest from police at this hour?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Vicki. Let's start with the scene on the ground right now. Federal agents, dozens of them still here, as well as dozens of local Dallas police as well. This is an investigation that is really just now ramping up after they've gotten everything locked down. This area remains locked down, will be for quite some time. This office was a field office. It was not a place where they kept detainees. They would be checked in and checked through this office and then moved on. And as you just heard, it's an office where even this morning they had already started check-ins with local immigrants who have to check in on a timed basis. And so they were going through the normal day's work this morning when those shots rang out. What we do know as well is that the shots were apparently fired from a building just next door, a law office just next door, an elevated area, and fired down into a Sallyport area, a place where they unload people who have been arrested to work them through the process as well before taking them to a detention facility. During the press briefing this morning, we heard from Senator Ted Cruz, who walked in during the press briefing, stepped to the microphone with a strong message about political violence.
This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop.
Yeah, again, a fiery message from someone who has been criticized for his rhetoric in the past in the Senate. He's saying that both sides need to draw things back at this point. I can tell you this is the second attack on an ICE building here in North Texas in the last few months, and a lot of people paying close attention right now to the atmosphere here. Back to you.
Jay, do we know any more about the people who were shot? Were any law enforcement or ICE officials involved? And also, we understand the top White House officials have also spoken out to condemn this shooting. What are they saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And what we're hearing from both sides of the aisle, frankly, right now, Vicki, is that this has to stop, as we just heard from Ted Cruz, saying that these targeted attacks on these facilities and other areas is something that's not a part of the process here. It's not a part of the American political process. And so that's a frustration that is rising. As for those who were fired on, we know that 4 people were wounded, 2 of them dead. One of those, the shooter, by a self-inflicted gunshot wound, we are told, and the other has not been identified at this point. What we have been told by ICE officials is that no law enforcement was injured during the attack.
All right, Jay Gray live as this news develops. Jay, thank you. We'll check back in with you in a bit. I want to bring in NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley now. So, Julia, we know the FBI is now investigating this shooting as an act of targeted violence. We heard Senator Cruz saying this is the third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or Customs and Border Protection offices or agents. What do we know about the threats and the tension around these agencies right now?
Well, he did reference some. In fact, just yesterday, 6 women were charged with an ambush in Alvarado, Texas, outside an ICE facility there. In that case, it was a local police officer who ended up being hurt, but they think that this was part of a plan to target the ICE officers working inside a detention facility there. And then this very facility right here that was targeted today was actually the recipient of a bomb threat very recently. And so what he's pointing to is an escalated threat environment against officers of ICE or CBP agents as they go about their day-to-day business. In fact, ICE says that assaults against ICE officers are up 1,000%. Of course, they're out doing more than they used to do in order to carry out mass deportations, the president's campaign promise.
Yeah, Julia, they are highly visible. We see them in mass. We've seen a lot of protests across the country. How do you think this shooting will change the way that ICE operates and secures locations, especially as we see no slowdown on these kinds of raids?
Yeah, you're right. In fact, we saw today the Texas Governor Greg Abbott saying that deportation shouldn't slow down as a result of this. I don't see that coming anytime soon, but it's difficult to imagine how they could change your security posture based on what happened here today. These were people coming in through a secure port, the Sally port. They were in handcuffs, being walked in by ICE officers, presumably in their tactical gear. We already see ICE officers wearing masks, tactical gear, sometimes even in armored vehicles when they're going in to conduct these operations. Hard to see how they could secure a place like this anymore.
Yeah, and some of these operations are conducted in open environments where, you know, it would be difficult to secure or impossible, really. Julia Ainsley, we appreciate it. Thank you. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent George Solis now. George, you're actually hearing from witnesses who were inside the facility. A lot of those interviews being conducted in Spanish. Obviously, you speak Spanish. Tell us what you're hearing.
Yeah, Vicki, what you're hearing is a lot of people who were just rattled by what was unfolding. Our team on the ground able to speak with a woman whose husband was inside at the time when the shots began to ring out. He said he basically took cover inside of the building. He was, of course, worried for his wife and young child who were outside. His wife describing about 20 or so shots that she claims she heard. She initially thought it was fireworks, saying we were looking for where they might be detonating. They immediately took cover. She thinks she actually saw some of the bullets flying by her vehicle. Of course, her heart sank. She's saying she left her native country of Venezuela to get away from violence, and it comes to find her here in Dallas. Again, they were there saying right around 6 o'clock this morning, around 6:10, according to what officials have been saying, is when this started to take place there at the field office. And again, we're hearing from the husband, whose name was Edwin. He said that he was terrified. He heard the shots and he took barricade there. And again, it seems like they're all fine right now, just very rattled, very emotional. They're just happy to be together in the aftermath of this shooting. Vicki.
George Solis, appreciate it. Thank you. And as we mentioned, police found shell casings near the scene engraved with anti-ICE messaging. I want to bring in NBC News law enforcement analyst Jim Kavanaugh. He is also a retired special agent in charge for ATF. Jim, thanks for being here. So this is just the latest of several shooting incidents recently where messages were found on the shell casings from the suspected gunman. Talk to us about why you think this is becoming more common, and what does it tell you about the mindset of these shooters?
Well, they're screaming their motive when they engrave the shell casing or the bullet, like they did in Mr. Kirk's murder or this case. They're screaming their motive at us. Now, as a commander, you always have to be careful whenever a killer or shooter tells you something or leaves something that it's not misdirection. But you have to deal with the evidence you have, and they'll be able to uncover the background of the killer today, from his social media posts, his computer and his phone and his family and his friends. So they'll see if that's, who he really is. But I would say likely it is. He's screaming his motive. He's picking the ICE facility. And as a result, of course, he's a a failed criminal, Vicky. He doesn't kill ICE officers who he probably wants to kill, and he winds up killing people he probably wants to protect. You know, immigrants who he feels are being unjustly treated. If this motive holds, so you know, it's a little picture into the mind of the killer. And of course, we could also have a guy who is learning from watching the other killers, watching Charlie Kirk's killer, and you know, getting a sniper rifle and getting on a building and taking out his hatred on ICE.
It sounds like you think there is a copycat element to these very public, highly publicized shootings. This shooter also, Jim, allegedly carried out this attack from a nearby rooftop. What, in your estimation, needs to happen around sensitive facilities like this in the future? Do you think we're going to see stepped up security for ICE agents, Customs and Border Protection, anyone who could be a target of political violence?
Well, I think we will, and I think we should. I mean, the president's been deploying National Guard all around the country. This would be a good duty for the National Guard to help protect the ICE facilities. And also they can use tarpaulins and to cover their sally ports. If the sally port has a roof on it, just a covered roof, they can put tarps all around it so a sniper attack does not have a target. Those are easy and simple fixes. And I think the Attorney General could release the FBI and ATF agents from all the ICE duty and put them out, and they're the agents who would track down these kind of killers and bombers and shooters, and a lot of them are tied up on ICE duty right now.
All right. Jim Kavanaugh, we appreciate your insight. Thank you very much. We're going to keep you updated on this story to our viewers as it develops on NBC News Daily. Now to other news coming up. Jimmy Kimmel returned to cheers and applause in his first episode since ABC suspended him. How he made waves with his emotional opening monologue. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Now to breaking news in Pittsburgh, where 3 students are injured after a stabbing at a high school. Police say it happened at Carrick High School, and it stemmed from an altercation in the hallway. 1 student is now in police custody. Here's what one mother had to say about the violence.
This happens every single day, and just something needs to change, especially in Pittsburgh. Like, it's a small city, but we're a family. Everybody knows everybody in this city. Every kid in this school knows what happened and knows who did it.
NBC News correspondent Marquise Francis joins me now. Marquise, what more are we learning about the attack? It sounds like they started with a fight, but then escalated very quickly.
Yeah, Vicki, we learned that, according to officials, police, EMS, and fire were called to Carrick High School at about 8:30 a.m. this morning, less than an hour into the school day, and there were reports of a fight breaking out in the hallway, and there were 3 stabbing victims. All of them needed to be treated by medical personnel. One of them was treated at the scene. 2 of them taken to the hospital after stabbings to their abdomen. One of them in stable condition and one of them in serious critical condition. Now, the stabber is identified as a male student thus far. We do not know an exact ID, but apparently that male student stabbed those 3 victims with a small knife. We also heard from a Pittsburgh PD spokesperson who spoke about the victims and exactly what happened this morning. Take a listen.
There was one victim who was transported in critical condition to the hospital, another victim in stable condition, and then a 3rd person with a sort of a minor injury to his arm or hand. It stemmed from an altercation in the hallway. I don't, know exactly how it started.
Yeah, Vicki, and as that spokesperson just noted, we still don't know the exact motive, what started this altercation, but we do know all the victims and the alleged suspect are between the ages of 15 and 18 years old.
You know, you really feel for that mom, talking about how Pittsburgh, although it's a city, is a small community. Everyone knows everyone at that school in particular. Do we have a sense of the security measures on campus, how the student was able to get a knife into the school?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how they were able to get the knife in, but we do know that Carrick High School is a high school of about 550 students going from grades 9 to 12. Pittsburgh itself is a city of 330,000 people. What we do know is the school was on lockdown for a period of time this morning. They're now in a secure protocol. Classes actually have resumed, which to me is a bit unfathomable. After students have been stabbed, classes are still going on, but parents are able to securely take their students out if they so choose. There are medical personnel as well as therapists on the scene, but really a crazy, wild start to the day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not what you want to see happening at school ever. Marquise Francis, thank you very much. Well, Jimmy Kimmel made his return to late-night TV following a nearly week-long suspension. Kimmel didn't hold back during his lengthy monologue addressing Charlie Kirk's death, free speech, and President Trump's ongoing calls to cancel his show. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more on Kimmel's first public comments since being pulled off the air.
Jimmy Kimmel making his return to late night.
I'm not sure who had a weirder 48 hours, me or the CEO of Tylenol.
The comedian choking up as he addressed comments he made about Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter that outraged many conservatives and led ABC to suspend his show for nearly a week following pressure from the head of the FCC.
I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
In his almost 30-minute-long remarks, Kimmel also delivering a searing defense of free speech.
A government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's anti-American.
Just before the show, President Trump slamming Kimmel's return, posting, "I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back." The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. He then suggested potentially taking legal action against the network again. Kimmel firing back.
Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
Despite ABC bringing back the show, Jimmy Kimmel Live did not air on nearly 60 ABC affiliates nationwide. The owners of those stations, Sinclair and Nexstar, which both have pending business before the FCC, saying they won't run Kimmel because of his comments. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
The suspect in the Gilgo Beach murders lost his bid to separate the case into multiple trials. How that could affect his chances of an acquittal. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
In Pennsylvania, Temple University is training its campus police on how to spot swatting calls. The increased safety comes after 2 active shooter hoaxes caused a mass panic at nearby Villanova University. Kelsey Kushner from NBC Philadelphia shows us why the school now says it's not taking any chances.
It's been 1 month since Villanova was the center of a swatting situation. Reports of an active shooter with an assault rifle on campus. Heavily armed officers swarmed the school as students barricaded themselves in bathrooms until the call was cleared as a hoax, a troubling trend that's targeting university campuses across the country.
Tell the police, dispatch 311.
Here at Temple University, they're not taking any chances.
Not a problem.
We want people to know we're completely prepared if one of these situations were to come in and dispatch at the same time.
Police Chief of Public Safety Jennifer Griffin gave NBC 10 an inside look at the dispatch center, where the team is monitoring over 1,400 cameras on campus, looking and listening for any potential threats and false calls.
You got that?
What are the signs of a suspicious call that the dispatchers are keeping an ear out for when someone makes that call?
Right, so anything that would be out of the norm, you know, maybe the person's voice, or they're not answering questions that somebody who's familiar with our campus would be able to make.
Although Temple hasn't received any swatting calls to date, Griffin says since Villanova's scare, the department has added specialized in-house training on how to handle swatting incidents. So if a suspicious call comes in, police will still clear the area and put the school on lockdown. However, now they're trained to recognize the signs that may indicate it's a hoax.
We're going to handle it as if it's real until we can prove it's not, but it gives them more information. That little person right there.
And that training goes beyond the badge. Students, too, can sign up to know what to do in an emergency.
We want everybody to know what to do, to feel empowered, not to be scared.
I think it's important. Yeah, we need to all stay safe, and you just have to be smart.
Other universities like Drexel and Villanova say they, too, are taking extra steps, training with the FBI on hoaxes. For NBC News Daily, I'm Kelsey Kushner.
Thank you, Kelsey. Well, Arizona has become the latest state to give Tesla the green light to start testing its robo-taxis on public streets. William Pitts from our NBC affiliate KPNX explains why the self-driving cars will still need to have a real person behind the wheel for now.
Well, they won't be running these, but Tesla now has approval to start testing its robo-taxi service right here in the Valley. Waymo may be getting some competition. Tesla has approval to start testing its robo-taxi service in Arizona.
There's no driver, there's no ghost.
Tesla rolled out the robo-taxi in Austin in a small area so far. And so far, Forbes reports Tesla has had 3 crashes, but few details. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration tracks self-driving crashes, but information can be spotty. In the database of Tesla incidents involving some sort of self-driving technology, many details are listed as redacted. In Austin, Tesla's robotaxis do have someone acting as a safety monitor, and in Phoenix, they'll have to start that way too.
They've been really aggressive with doing this, and they have got a pretty good technology. I'm not sure it's roadworthy enough yet for my likes, but they've been pushing hard on this.
Andrew Maynard studies self-driving cars at ASU. He says Waymo and Tesla use 2 different technologies. Waymo uses a combination of cameras, LiDAR, and sensors, while Tesla only uses cameras. But the company says it's trained on the cameras of every Tesla on the road.
Tesla have very intentionally gone the visual route, and they have a very good technology with there are 8 cameras at the moment around the car. But experts are really divided on this. There are a lot of people that are concerned that you cannot just do this with visual cameras.
Because self-driving cars are not easy. Some companies have already folded. Cruise was testing its cars in Arizona, but closed down after one of its cars dragged a woman in San Francisco. Uber stopped testing its cars in Phoenix after one of its cars hit and killed a woman crossing the street. According to a survey by AAA, 13% of people trust self-driving cars, but that's up from only 9% last year.
I worked at a dealership, and whenever my customers would get picked up by those Waymos,
I've seen them almost cause an accident multiple times.
I just imagine a scenario where I'm locked in the car and it does not pull over, it does not stop.
I don't know, man.
I would try one.
We'll have to try one, yeah.
I'm a risk taker.
Tesla did not respond to a request for comment. Tesla will still have to apply for a separate state permit if they want to start offering the robotaxi as a service.
For NBC News Daily, I'm William Pitts.
Stay right here. Much more news straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Welcome back this Wednesday. It is 12:30 in Hartford, Connecticut, and right here in New York. I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Police in the United Kingdom say they arrested a man yesterday over an alleged cyber attack that disrupted several major European airports this week, including London Heathrow. The suspect was held on suspicion of misuse of computers, but later released on bail. Cybersecurity officials say their investigation is still in its early stages. A 72-year-old man in California has been awarded $25 million for what his lawyers are calling the largest wrongful conviction settlement in state history. Maurice Hastings spent 38 years behind bars after being falsely convicted of a sexual assault and murder back in 1983. His settlement was officially made public in court documents Monday. Hastings' lawyers accused 2 Inglewood police officers and an LA district attorney investigator of framing him. And a frightening moment in Cleveland last night during the Guardians-Tigers MLB game where designated hitter David Fry was accidentally hit in the face by a 99-mile-per-hour fastball pitch.
He tried to bunt, and it hit the bat and then hit him in the face. Or did it hit him square in the face? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's not good.
Fry, as you see, laying there in the dirt by the batter's box for several minutes before he was carted off the field. He was hospitalized overnight for treatment. Well, we are following the fast-moving developments in the deadly shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas. Investigators say a gunman opened fire from a nearby roof or an elevated position. He killed at least 1 ICE detainee and wounded 2 other people. We are told the shooter then shot and killed himself. The FBI is calling this an act of targeted violence. You see there on your screen bullet casings with the message anti-ICE etched on one of them. The Bureau's director, Kash Patel, says that they do believe that this will be a clue in the motive for the shooting. We're going to go back to NBC News correspondent Jay Gray, who is on the scene in Dallas for us. So, Jay, where exactly were the victims when this shooting unfolded? Walk us through kind of the procedure at this facility as the agents walk some of the folks in there.
Absolutely, Vicki, and these were people who were recently arrested. They were in what's described as a Sally Port area, a transfer area, where they bring in arrestees and work them through a process. This is an I field office, so it's not a detention facility. It's not where people are held long term. They walk through, they do the paperwork, and then they are transferred to another facility. But as a field office, it's also a place where families come for routine and regular appointments. And so there were families at the facility this morning when the shots rang out. It's described to me by one of those inside as chaos, that they were told there was a shooting. People were running, ducking under desks, getting anywhere they could at that point. And again, we're talking about families that were inside at the time. Now, it appears at this point, including in talking to investigators with Dallas police, that this was a shot that came from an elevated position from a building next door, and they are continuing to investigate exactly how all of that played out. It's an investigation that is very much still ongoing, Vicki. Dozens of federal agents on the ground from multiple agencies, as well as local Dallas police, and they'll continue to have this area locked down for quite some time.
You know, Jay, this all coming at a dangerous time for ICE agents amid a lot of heightened tension in many communities as we see these ICE raids unfolding in public areas. What do we know about a recent bomb threat at this very facility?
Yeah, there was a bomb threat about a month ago, August 25th, at the facility. There was someone arrested in that threat. There's no indication that the two incidents are combined, but we should also point out there was an attack with firearms and multiple suspects just within the last few months in Alvarado, which is within the North Texas area. So it's the same jurisdiction as this office as well. Yeah, heightened senses, heightened awareness right now, and a lot of frustration, not only here in Dallas, but we've been talking about it for months across the country when it comes to ICE.
Absolutely. Jay Gray, we appreciate it. The very latest out of Texas there. Well, the case involving the Gilgo Beach serial killings will move forward as a single trial. This is after a judge denied the request yesterday from Rex Heuermann's attorneys to try and break up the cases against him. Heuermann is an architectural consultant. He was arrested in July of 2023 for killing 3 women. Their remains were found near one another in 2010. Then he was charged with 4 more killings last year. The sprawling case stretches from 1993 to 2011. Heuermann has pleaded not guilty. NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris joins me now. So, Misty, the judge here in this case also rejected the defense's request to toss out some crucial DNA evidence. So how will Heuermann's attorneys try to defend him now?
Yeah, so this was a huge blow to the defense on multiple fronts. Now the jury is going to hear about these 7 killings in one trial. The defense is going to say that has a cumulative effect, and also this DNA evidence that's by a new methodology that's never been in a New York court criminal case before. So all of that means the defense is going to focus on telling the jury, even though you're hearing about these 7 cases at the same time, the prosecutors still have to prove each one beyond a reasonable doubt. And since that new DNA methodology is relatively new, it's going to be a highly scientific case. Battle of the experts challenging the methodology and accuracy of those findings. And then lastly, you talked about that timeline. We're talking about going back to 1993 to 2011, arrested in 2023. The defense is going to focus on any vulnerabilities in the investigation. And when you have a case of that age, that's something the defense will absolutely be trying to capitalize on.
That age, that many victims, 7 separate women, and as you say, they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt that Heuermann was behind their killings. What are the chances in a situation like this that the prosecution might offer a plea deal?
So now the defense has had blow after blow when it comes to these decisions. There's a lot more defense motions that are coming in January. A plea deal could happen at any time, all the way up to the trial. There has been some buzz. Boots on the ground say that there's been chatter about a potential plea deal, but the official position of Ray Tierney is that there's been no, that's the DA, has been no discussions, and there's nothing, there's no working towards a plea deal at this time. Could it happen? Absolutely. I think what you would see is some conditions where we would learn about maybe some of the victims, or perhaps if there are others.
And also, you wonder what the families of those 7 women feel about a potential plea deal, or whether they want to see their day in court as well. Misty Maris, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we are tracking that massive typhoon in the South China Sea. At least 20 people have died, and a staggering 1 million people have been forced to evacuate. NBC News correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere has the very latest for us.
Typhoon Ragasa, the most powerful tropical storm on Earth this year, hammered Hong Kong and southern China with gusting winds more than 120 miles per hour at times. And rain so heavy, floodwater burst through the doors of the city's Fullerton Hotel. The current inside knocking down people in the lobby. The typhoon, which made landfall in the Philippines, has been churning across the South China Sea. It crossed south of Taiwan, causing rough seas and deadly flooding. One video on social media showed a woman clinging to a utility pole until she was rescued. Taiwan's military fanning out to deliver aid. My refrigerator was floating inside like a sailboat, says this shop owner in Hualien, the county that was hardest hit. Ragasa then made landfall for a second time, hitting mainland China's Guangdong province. Authorities taking no chances and evacuating more than 1 million people to shelters, according to state media. Cars were parked on bridges to avoid being carried away by floods. Experts say typhoons are getting stronger and more destructive here every year due to warming seas and climate change. Hong Kong has been brought to a standstill, with flights canceled and schools closed. Store shelves have been emptied by people stocking up just in case. Streets in Chinese megacities like Guangzhou and Shenzhen were left eerily empty today as authorities warned millions to stay inside and wait for the storm to pass. This typhoon is being called the king of storms, and at one point was equivalent to a Category 5 hurricane. Ragasa is expected to weaken now as it churns across China toward Vietnam and Laos, bringing torrential rain and even more destruction.
Our thanks to Janice Mackey-Frere. Well, a group of NASA and Canadian astronauts is giving new information this morning on what will be the first human space mission around the moon in 50 years.
We're going to the moon. It has been an amazing journey the last 2.5 years, and we really see the light at the end of the tunnel. Peace and hope for all humankind. That is what we really want. And so we are bringing together the world. We are bringing together an amazing workforce, and they are bringing together an amazing vehicle.
Peace and hope for humankind. It sounds good. The 10-day-long Artemis 2 mission is scheduled to launch no later than April, but NASA said it could head up as early as February. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins me now with more. So, Marissa, what were some of the biggest takeaways from today's press conference, and what are the main objectives? What are they hoping to accomplish with this mission around the moon?
Hey, Vicki. So a couple things that we learned. One new thing is, for instance, there's a nice little tradition they have going. They named the spacecraft. We learned that the crew named the Orion spacecraft, quote, Integrity. I want to show you the faces of those who will be a part of the Artemis 2 mission. You have 3 U.S. NASA astronauts, 1 Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and this will be a 10-day mission. You can see we've compiled some of the mission objectives on your screen there, the main being a lunar flyby. So we're talking about sort of a slingshot around the moon. I can explain why that is important, but listen, this will be the closest to the moon we have seen humans go since the Apollo days. Take a listen to what we heard from this morning's press conference on why this will be a historic moment.
This crew cohesion, we're at the point now where we are ready to go fly.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it, because that could mean that we could see parts of the moon that never have had human eyes lay upon them before.
And I will point out, as Tom Costello pointed out this morning, those astronauts you saw are seated exactly where the Apollo astronauts were also seated, Vicki. Lots of questions on timing. We heard no later than February of 2026, or no earlier, rather. We know no later than February of 2026, no earlier than April, less than 4 months away. This is a real target date that they are shooting for, April of 2026. But the commander said, most importantly, Vicki, they are not tethered to any one date. Most importantly, they will go when the time is right and they are safe to do so, Vicki.
Yeah, safety first always. Marissa Parra, thank you so much. Very exciting. And straight ahead, the Home Edit co-founder Clea Scherer is known for helping people organize their lives and color code their chaos. But for the past few years, she's also endured multiple surgeries after a breast cancer diagnosis. Well, now she's out with a new book, and she sat down with Morgan and me to share her journey in the hopes of helping cancer patients and their families. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief.
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so you may know our next guest, Clea Scherer, from her organization Empire, the Home Edit, or as co-host of ABC's Extreme Makeover Home Edition. But today she's getting a bit more personal.
Yes, in 2022, Clea was diagnosed with breast cancer, and she says the discovery turned her world upside down. She has undergone chemo, radiation treatment, and she's had 14 surgeries due to complications with her recovery.
Well, now she's opening up about her journey in her new book, Cancer is Complicated, and Other Unexpected Lessons I've Learned.
Breast cancer survivor, advocate, and author Clea Scherer joins us now here on Daily. First of all, Clea, we're so happy to have you here in every sense of the word. Tell us a little bit about how you're doing and what inspired you to put this all into a book.
First of all, I'm doing great because I am cancer-free. So that is the most important thing. Yes, I'm still in recovery, but you know what, from surgeries, but I'm so happy to be here in more ways than one. What inspired me to write this book is when I was going through my cancer treatment, I detailed it online, socially, and Instagram, and I had so many people come to me, stop me in the street even, and say it was really helping them or a family member because, you know, this disease can often just be kind of kept in the dark. And I was like bringing it out there, and I thought, well, maybe I should put that into a book, and if it can help even one more person, then that's amazing. So I hope it does.
You know what I love about you, even just having met you? You are so like soft and sweet, but you are also tough as nails. First, just remind viewers how many surgeries you've had just in 6 weeks.
In 6 weeks, I've had 3 surgeries. One very big one, which was the major one that I needed. It's called a latissimus dorsi flap surgery that is for reconstruction. And then I've had multiple complications. So I have had 3.
But what's interesting is that you have this line in your book, which I love, where you say, if you're a person who likes to control things, cancer is not the disease for you.
Sure isn't.
Explain.
Okay, well, let me tell you, I like to control things. I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a pretty organized person. And you just cannot, when it comes to cancer, you have to let things play out as the universe wants them, no matter how much you want to control it. So I had to learn to just kind of submit to not knowing what was going to be happening, just like these last surgeries. I couldn't have expected them. I might have planned for the first, and I didn't plan for the next couple. And at this point, I have to be at peace with that. And it's a hard thing for Type A people and people like me. But you know what? You're so lucky and feel so blessed to have every single day and every chance you have to do things that you just let it go. You know.
Clea, I'm really struck by the fact you said that you documented this journey for a lot of folks and got those emails and those responses from people that it was helpful. Now it's all in one place, and you call the book sort of a roadmap for this journey that you wish that you had. What are some of the key lessons that you learned that you think are sort of universal for everyone going through a tough time?
A few really simple lessons that I think as women we need to remember. You need to advocate for yourself. Not just at the first time of diagnosis, but throughout your entire journey. You need to prioritize your health over busy schedules and work and all the things that go into our life. I think that as women, we are used to doing everything 10 times harder, backwards and heels with, you know, juggling, and we need to prioritize our health. If we don't have that, we don't have any of the other things that we get to do. The most important thing that I took with me from my journey that I put in this book, and I really hope that people that it resonates, is that I had so many more good days than I had bad days. And I didn't know that that was possible. And I think it would have made me feel a lot more prepared going into a journey like this with that in mind. So I ultimately, I didn't write this book to be a sad book about having cancer. I want it to be a book about having hope and making it to the other side. And I just hope people get that from the book that I wrote.
So many more good days.
So many more, shockingly more. I laughed a lot. I had wonderful times with my family, with my kids, with friends. I was not bedridden. I say in the book too, Hollywood has done us no favors with how they show cancer. You know, it's not all about like sitting in lined up metal chairs hooked to an IV, and you know, like there's so much more to it. Cancer is complicated. That's why I wrote the title. There's nuance, and there are beautiful moments too.
Well, you sharing that nuance, I mean, is really a gift to the world. So thank you for bringing it here and giving us this gift. Clea Shearer, we are so happy that you have shared this with us, and we are happy that you are here.
I appreciate being here and appreciate both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. You are watching NBC News Daily.
say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis? Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
An 80-year-old softball player in Canada is going viral for a text exchange with his much younger teammates. He told NBC News correspondent Camila Bernal how the love of the game gets him out of bed in the morning.
In many ways, Nelson Bradbury is in a league of his own. He's 80, but instead of counting candles, he's counting on his teammates.
They give me friendship, they give me respect, they give me a reason to keep on moving any given day.
Nelson is the oldest member of an adult softball league team in Newfoundland, Canada. Last week, when he woke up at 2 a.m., the night before a big game, he texted the group, writing, "I really appreciate the way you guys treat me as an equal and not just an old fart," adding, "It's all of you who keep me going and give me the reason to get out of bed in the morning." When his teammates woke up, the messages started pouring in.
He thinks that, he needs us more than we need him. He's probably got it backwards because we'd probably be lost without him.
Sam Evans, a teammate's wife, then posted it on TikTok, getting millions of views.
To have men speak to other men this way, and an 80-year-old man at that, is just amazing.
Proving that in the game of life, playing with kindness always wins.
Nobody can buy what I've got.
Camila Bernal, NBC News.
Definite home run. All right, you may know comedian, actress, and author Lily Singh as a viral YouTube sensation, but now she's the mastermind behind the new comedy movie, Doing It. NBC News daily anchor Zincle Asamoah sat down with Singh.
Sexual education is an admittedly awkward rite of passage for many.
But when it comes to this stuff, it's like I'm broken.
Stuff? You mean sex?
But that oft-embarrassing class did not stop comedian, best-selling author, and actress Lily Singh from producing, writing, and starring in the new film, Doing It.
Can we walk through it, because it's a virgin teaching sex ed?
Correct.
And you say it was 7 years in the making.
My longest and most toxic relationship. I grew up with sex comedies in the vein of 40-Year-Old Virgin, American Pie. Not very female forward, definitely not a lot of people of color, definitely not a woman of color in the center.
What was sex ed like for you, if it existed?
That's the thing. It barely existed. Definitely didn't learn anything about consent or about pleasure.
For Singh, the journey of creating the film was personal.
I understand that you actually involved your mom in this process?
I thought I'm doing a sex comedy. My mom absolutely has to be involved. My mom is the credited, and not a vanity credit, I have to say, a earned credit, the cultural consultant on the film.
Explain.
So we have some scenes that take place in India. I wrote those scenes based off my mom's experiences.
Singh is the daughter of Indian immigrants to Canada and says her relationship with her mom is a close one.
This movie, my mom and I had the talk for the first time. On set for the first time.
The sex talk.
Yeah, the sex talk for the first time.
This film also comes at a unique political time, right? Young people are not having sex like they used to. Sexual content in schools is under an increased microscope. What are you hoping people take away from this?
Well, unfortunately and fortunately for my film, I feel like themes around sex, and especially as they pertain to girls and women, are timeless. Especially if you have kids, you should definitely want your kids to learn about safe sex. And if you don't empower kids to learn these things, they're going to find their own ways to learn about them. And I don't know if that's the safest and best method, to be honest.
Singh also hopes the film encourages deeper dialogue, even with the movie's raunchier themes. Beyond the film, Lily Singh is known for being the first woman of color to host a late-night show on NBC, a best-selling author, a viral YouTube sensation, and is now part owner of LA's women's soccer team and Canada's first WNBA team.
It's game time, baby.
Well, Lily, we always love to end these with a speed round. Would you be game to play?
Absolutely.
You also host a quiz show where different generations show what they know about the other.
Yep.
Which generation is your favorite?
Definitely the boomers, because they're unhinged.
And this, of course, is a family-friendly
Yes,
show.
of course.
But if there was
Noted.
something that you could have learned in sex ed that maybe you didn't, what would that be?
Literally about my own body. It's hard to get a mirror down there. People should learn about their own body.
Lily, so good to have you. Thank you so very much.
You're so good at this. You're really good at this.
Thank you.
Last with you.
Thank you. Zinclea Samoa, NBC News.
Hysterical. Our thanks to Zinclea. I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. Your news continues right after this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good Wednesday to you. Thanks for being here. I'm Vicki Wynn. My co-anchor Morgan is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Wednesday, September 24th. Deadly ICE facility shooting. Authorities in Dallas say a gunman on a rooftop opened fire on ICE detainees. The new details now from the scene. High school lockdown. A student at a Pittsburgh high school stabbing 3 of his classmates. What we know about 2 of the victims who were rushed to the hospital. Cruise ship scare, heart-stopping new video shows a woman stuck inside a water slide that was hovering above the open ocean. How she finally made it out. And study skills. As school kicks back into high gear, some experts say traditional ways of studying are actually not helpful. How to help your kids improve their grades. Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday. We're going to start with breaking news out of Dallas, where police are looking into a deadly shooting at an ICE facility. The first 911 calls came in just before 7 a.m., according to the Department of Homeland Security. When officers arrived, they found 3 detainees shot and the suspect dead on the roof of a nearby building with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. 2 of the victims were killed. One witness who was waiting for her husband to return from an appointment inside that building said she heard multiple shots in a row. So far, we do not know the identities of the victims or the shooter. FBI Director Kash Patel released these images of shell casings with the words anti-ICE that were found at the scene. Now, during a news conference earlier today, Republican Senator Ted Cruz slammed recent divisive rhetoric.
This must stop. To every politician
who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop.
NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins me now from Dallas. So, Priscilla, just over an hour ago, local and state officials updated the public. They gave new details about this shooting. What is the very latest?
Yeah, Vicki, still a very active investigation here on the ground here. We've been hearing choppers overhead just about nonstop in this area. A lot of red and blue lights along this area as they're keeping us a certain way away from this immigration field office, as there are still a ton of agents and law enforcement on the ground here just peeling through all of this evidence. But what we know from that briefing is that there were 3 people, not including the shooter, who were shot, 2 of them deceased, 1 of them injured. We don't yet know the status of that person with regard to those injuries. We know that there were no law enforcement agents, no ICE agents who were injured. That was something that officials stressed in that press conference here. And a lot of questions, particularly around the specific motive here. We know that the FBI Director Kash Patel did post photos on social media showing those shell casings, which officials mentioned were found near the suspect who was deceased, and those shell casings that said, quote, anti-ICE appeared to be engraved with that message on them. But just a lot of concern here, obviously, for law enforcement if they were, in fact, the target of this, but also for those people who you mentioned who were just coming to this field office for their routine check-ins. That woman who was sitting in the parking lot waiting for her husband who was inside for his appointment, she described hearing what she said was around 20 gunshots, and she said that she was literally in the car with her young son just praying that God would protect them. And we've heard a lot of fear also on the end of the immigrant community here. Now, police have not identified the people who were actually killed, those detainees, but certainly a lot more information to come on all of this. Vicki?
You know, Priscilla, we also heard from the governor of Texas about the shooting. What has he said?
Yeah, the governor affirming his support for law enforcement, support for ICE. We also saw him using that word assassin a lot in his statement, saying that, quote, this assassination will not slow our arrest, detention, and deportation of illegal immigrants, saying that they are going to continue working to further those goals. And of course, we also heard from law enforcement and Senator Ted Cruz, as you mentioned, talking about the need to tone down the rhetoric, tone down these attacks on ICE agents and in and around ICE facilities. Vicki?
Yeah. Everyone needs to lower the temperature. Priscilla Thompson, thank you very much. Let's bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez now. So, Gabe, the Department of Homeland Security is saying that this ICE building also was the target of a recent bomb threat. What more do we know about the background? What happens at this facility?
Hi there, Vicki. Well, yes, this ICE facility, which was an ICE field office, by the way, not a detention center, was approached by a man late last month that the Department of Homeland Security claimed had a detonator on his wrist and was wearing a backpack and claimed to have a bomb. Now, the person was taken into custody and charged with making terroristic threats, but the Department of Homeland Security says that this is not the first time that this facility has faced threats, Vicki.
Gabe, what do we know about security here at this facility and at other, ICE facilities in light of what just happened now? And what is the White House saying about it?
Well, look, this happened, as far as we know from local authorities, that this gunman apparently opened fire from an elevated position into what's known as the Sally Port. That's usually a place where different vehicles go into these facilities, and some of these detainees may be transported as they're being processed. Now, with regards to security, DHS had been making known that there had been a sharp increase in threats to ICE agents over the last several weeks as there have been increased enforcement operations around the country. Now, as for what we're hearing from the White House, so far, President Trump has not weighed in on this, but we have seen statements on social media from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, as well as Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. And what they've basically been saying is what you were speaking about with Priscilla, that other local politicians are saying. Right there, you see the Vice President, this obsessive attack. And from the press secretary, Democrats must stop demonizing the heroic men and women of ICE, basically calling for people to tone down the temperature and blaming the rhetoric, the political rhetoric against ICE for this attack, Vicki.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez live in D.C. for us. Gabe, thank you. We are also following breaking news in Pittsburgh, where police are investigating a stabbing at a high school where 3 students were injured. 1 student is now in custody. Authorities are saying it happened at Carrick High School and that it stemmed from an altercation, a fight in the hallway. Police gave an update on the victims earlier today.
There was one victim who was transported in critical condition to the hospital, another victim in stable condition, and then a 3rd person with sort of a minor injury to his arm or hand.
NBC News correspondent Marquise Francis joins me now. So, Marquise, what more do we know about this school, the fight that broke out, and how those victims are doing?
Yeah, Vicki, what we know right now is the school is currently in a secure status, which means there's increased security. The perimeters are being looked at. The doors for the school are all locked, but the school is still operating. So class is still going on. Now, parents can come in to get their children if they so choose, but the school day is going on as usual. In Carrick High School, it's a high school that serves about 550 students from the grade 9 through 12. And we actually heard from the sister of a student that talked about the angst that some of the students are feeling. Take a listen to what she had to say.
But all I'm thankful for is that my sister didn't get stabbed in school where she's supposed to be safe. She's terrified. She just wants to come home. There's just blood all over the hallway. It's horrible.
Just some emotional sound we're hearing there, and we still do not know what led up to that fight in the hallway that happened this morning within the first hour of the school day. But of course, we have the ask out to police, and as soon as we get that information, we'll let you know.
And we hope those students do recover. Marquise, there is another student in custody. What was the age range of the people who were involved in this fight?
Yeah, according to police, the age range for the victims as well as the alleged suspect is anywhere from 15 to 18 years old. Once again, we do not have an exact ID on the stabbing suspect, but we do know that it's a male student. All the people involved are students, and police are going to, of course, be questioning students. What led up to this? Looking at police video to really understand how this could have happened. We're still not sure what security measures were in place at the school, whether that be a metal detector or security. Who stopped it? Was there security personnel at the school? We've seen in other school kind of violence that be a factor. And so a lot still more questions. A lot of parents want answers, but at least we know right now the threat is contained.
All right. Marquise Francis, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, in a dramatic shift, President Trump is now saying that Ukraine can beat Russia and take back all of its territory. Trump ramped up his rhetoric against Moscow as he met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and European allies at the United Nations yesterday.
The other side can fight too, and they've proven that. Maybe it could be that Russia's a paper tiger. Feel that way. Let them get their land back. Yep. So we'll see how it all works out.
Today, the Kremlin pushing back and rejecting the notion that Ukraine can win the war and that Russia is a, quote, paper tiger. Vladimir Putin's spokesman telling reporters, quote, Russia is more often associated with a bear and paper bears don't exist. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins me now. Raf, it is good to see you. What else are we hearing from the Kremlin today about Trump's sudden shift here in tone?
So, Vicki, the Kremlin is basically dismissing this. We heard earlier from Dmitry Peskov, Vladimir Putin's longtime spokesperson, and he says the idea that the Ukrainians can take back all of their territory by military force, including territory like Crimea, which has been held by the Russians for more than a decade now. In his words, he says it is an erroneous talking point. He says that that is a recipe for extending the war. And he's been urging President Trump to think about the potential economic benefits of a peace deal that could lead to more trade between Russia and the United States. The reality is Russia is a fairly small, battered economy at this point, but it is something that Trump has expressed interest in the past. He also said he believes the Russian economy is buckling and that will force Vladimir Putin to the table. Vicki.
You know, Raf, talk about the potential strategy here coming out of the White House and this 180 in the president's rhetoric now against Russia.
Right. So we've seen the president do kind of whiplash U-turns on Ukraine again and again, but a senior administration official is saying that there is a method here. They are saying that the president is trying to pile public pressure on Vladimir Putin and the Russian government, basically indicating that the United States is prepared to take a pretty maximalist position behind the Ukrainians unless the Russians return to the negotiating table. So far, there's no sign, if that is indeed the strategy, that the Russians are falling for it. They are signaling they're going to continue their attacks on Ukraine, that they are going to stand behind their wartime economy, and they are not planning to make any concessions. Vicky.
All right, Raf Sanchez will be watching. Thank you very much. Coming up, a nostalgic family dinner making a comeback. Hamburger Helper, yes, Hamburger Helper, lending a helping hand to bring affordable dinners back to the table. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
With food prices on the rise, many people are looking for cheaper options to bring dinner to the table, and more are now turning to a familiar favorite, Hamburger Helper. It's all the rage right now. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung explains how the dish is making a major comeback.
Hey there, it's the one-pan meal with a simple idea. Just add some ground beef, and in minutes, you've got cheeseburger macaroni or stroganoff. Hamburger Helper telling us sales are up big time as American families look for quicker meals at a lower price.
I can help.
It's the iconic pantry item over 50 years old.
It keeps your budget from getting out of hand.
Now seeing a resurgence.
I love Hamburger Helper. It's like my comfort food.
Hamburger Helper, the cost-effective solution to the hungered question.
What?
Huh?
For?
Oh no.
Dinner.
The New York Times featuring its sudden popularity, highlighting the economic pressures consumers are facing at the dinner table.
Let me show you how to feed 7 with 1 box of Hamburger Helper.
The cost of dining rising faster than the cost of groceries, and the price of ground beef specifically soaring almost 13% over the last year, leading consumers increasingly to the $2 Hamburger Helper mix for a hand. With Hamburger Helper sales up 14%, according to their parent company, Eagle Foods.
Families are still our core, but we're seeing a pretty significant increase in households that are buying Helper. And those are coming from young adults. They're coming from seniors, even college students who are looking for easy filling meals.
Other pantry staples seeing a change in the way consumers spend. Campbell's Soup, who told investors this month that shoppers were increasingly cooking at home and remain cautious and intentional with their spending. But it's not just the savings bringing customers back.
I'm going to keep Helper handy.
The brand has remained in the cultural zeitgeist, from National Lampoon's Cousin Eddie.
I don't know why they call this stuff Hamburger Helper. It does just fine by itself, huh? I like it better than Tuna Helper myself.
To today, with FX show The Bear's own Chef Sydney.
All you're gonna do is stir and just make sure everything is incorporated.
Inspiring a new generation to try their own Hamburger Helper recipes.
So I saw Sydney using onions and garlic in the show, so that's what I started with.
It's still part of that cultural fabric of the country, and it's resonating in a really big way. It's kind of America's meal of the moment as we've enhanced it and elevated what Helper is.
And Eagle Foods tells us Hamburger Helper's top sellers include cheeseburger macaroni and beef stroganoff. And since their launch a year ago, microwavable Helper cups have also had strong sales. They also have these breakfast items that have only been on shelves for a few weeks, but those results have also been strong, according to the company. Back to you.
All right, Brian, thank you. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The NFL could be renegotiating media deals 4 years ahead of schedule. League Commissioner Roger Goodell spoke with CNBC in an exclusive interview, saying talks with their media partners could begin as early as next year. CNBC reporter Angelica Peoples joins me now. So, Angelica, why exactly is the NFL open to negotiating so much earlier? How would that work?
Well, Goodell said that he believes the league could be leaving money on the table based on the significant increase in media revenue for other leagues, including the NBA and the NHL. So to start the discussions, the NFL would need an agreement from its current media partners, Disney, our current parent company, NBC Universal, Paramount, Amazon, and Fox, before the end of the 2029-2030 season. That's because the current $111 billion deal signed in 2021 has a league opt-out clause after that season for all of its partners except Disney, which has 1 extra year of rights. Disney is raising prices for its streaming service Disney Plus for the 4th straight year starting October 21st. The ad-supported plan will go up by $2 to $11.99 a month, while the ad-free version will increase by $3 to $18.99 a month. The bundle of Disney Plus with Hulu and ESPN will also see a price hike. And the skateboard that Tony Hawk used when he landed the first 900 spin during the 1999 X Games just sold for $1.1 million at auction. The trick involves 2.5 aerial spins. Vicki?
That is so cool. It was cool then. It is still very cool now. Angelica Peoples, thank you. Well, a big change coming to Major League Baseball as robots get ready to suit up and take the field. We're going to explain why. You are watching NBC News Daily.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The Washington, D.C. based think tank, the American Enterprise Institute, says more students are skipping class. New data shows 40% of D.C. students missed at least 10% of the 2023-24 school year. In Maryland, that number was 27%. In Virginia, 15% that same year. NBC Washington's Ted Oberg explains how some schools are now cracking down on the no-show students.
Class is in session at Woodbridge High in Prince William County. And this year, students know exactly where teachers expect them to be.
They're strict. Yeah. It was a big jump.
These high schoolers are talking about a crackdown on attendance at their school, a push to get kids in their seats in person and on time.
If you're late to class, if you're missing class, if you're caught around the school, like walking out, the security guard will bring you to the school so you could get the proper, I wouldn't say punishment, but like
reinforcement?
Yes.
According to the district, these students need tardy passes to get back into class. Too many unexcused tardies lands them in detention, weekend school, or a conference with the school and their parent. Is that okay?
I feel like it's understandable. It's just a bit quick.
It does feel like a big change, the students tell us, because after the pandemic, so many of them got used to doing their work online. But in the years since COVID, schools across the country have had trouble getting some of those students back in class.
I have friends that just don't show up to class.
What do they do instead of showing up?
Who knows?
Let's be clear. These students are the kind who like showing up.
I take 5 AP classes, so my life depends on those classes.
They just want their classmates to show up too.
Last year, if you have group projects and stuff, half of the time, your partners aren't coming to class and showing up for them to do their part, so you end up doing their part, and it's just more workload on you.
To reinforce that stricter attendance policy, many teachers at Woodbridge have also eliminated online homework. They give assignments the old-fashioned way, only on paper. How do you get the paper if you're not there?
You don't.
Yeah.
That's the natural consequence of being absent. What do you guys think? Sound about right?
It's the kind of change teacher Andrea Lyons has been begging for in her Montgomery County, Maryland high school.
Attendance is the #1 thing we need to fix in order for education to go forward.
We met Lyons over the summer, where she told us just how bad the tardiness and attendance problem had become.
I teach 5 sections, and I have approximately 32 students in each section. And when the bell rings to start first period, I routinely have 4 to 6 students on time for first period.
She says a few more kids may trickle in after that, but so many students miss so much class. She says her school has what they call amnesty days, once or twice a month, so kids can complete late assignments. What does that do to your teaching?
First of all, we spend a lot of time planning these engaging lessons that can't be done because you don't know who's going to show up every day. In addition, we have to stop our teaching and kind of freeze to let students make up work.
In Montgomery County, kids who have 10 consecutive days of unexcused absences risk being withdrawn from school. Lyons doesn't want to see that happen to any of her students, but says the same attendance policy lacks teeth because attendance doesn't directly factor into a student's grade. She says that's why some of her students question why they need to be in class at all.
The students want to know, what assignments do I have to do? And when do I have to get them to you? And how do I get the points?
Virginia has really used its data.
Hetty Chang runs the nonprofit Attendance Work, which highlights Virginia as a success story across the country. Governor Glenn Youngkin convened the Chronic Absenteeism Task Force 2 years ago, and since then, the Commonwealth has developed a real-time data dashboard to understand when and where kids are missing class.
It knows what's going on with its schools. It knows which schools are affected. They're using that data to target action.
Chang notes there's growing research showing harsher truancy policies disproportionately affect low-income students. Her organization advocates for understanding what's keeping a student from school and helping them solve that problem.
There's a fine line between conveying consequences, but still offering supports so kids get what they need, because our long-term goal is we want kids to be educated and graduate.
But Attendance Works knows there's only so much schools can do on their own.
Families have to be partners on this. They have to understand why school matters.
Tell me more about the students we talked to at Woodbridge. They're proof that part really matters.
I come from an East African household, and my mom does not play. So there's no point to ask to stay home because I know it's not going to work.
My parents are East African, too. If you can walk out of that bed, you can walk to school. You can do that.
Our thanks to Ted Oberg. You are watching NBC News Daily.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Dickinson, North Dakota, and 1:30 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Thanks for being here. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. The convicted would-be assassin of President Donald Trump is now under suicide observation following a dramatic end to yesterday's trial. Court sketches show 59-year-old Ryan Ruth attempting to stab himself in the neck with a pen moments after the guilty verdict was read. Ruth was found guilty of 5 felony counts for attempting to kill President Trump last year on the golf course. Ruth is set to be sentenced in December. He could be facing life in prison. Democrat Adelita Grijalva has won a special election for the Arizona congressional seat previously held by her father. Grijalva defeated her Republican opponent to serve the remaining 15 months of her father's term after he died of cancer last month. This victory will further narrow the GOP's already slim majority in the House. And here's the shocking moment. A cruise passenger got stuck in a water slide. That's going viral on social media. Video shows a woman on a Norwegian cruise line ship trying to scoot through the tube that hangs off the side of the ship over open water. By the way, this is not the first incident of its kind. In fact, staff say they've had to retrieve guests from the slide dozens of times since 2020. We are tracking new developments in the deadly shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas. The Department of Homeland Security is now confirming that 2 ICE detainees were killed and a third was critically wounded after a gunman opened fire from a roof. We are told the gunman then shot and killed himself. The FBI calling this an act of targeted violence. The Bureau's director, Kash Patel, says an anti-ICE message was found written on one of the bullet casings at the scene. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is live there in Dallas for us. Jay, you've been following this from the start this morning, and moments ago we just learned the identity of the shooter. What do we know at this point?
Yeah, Vicki, it is a 29-year-old Joshua John, we are told. Still trying to find out more information, but that confirmed through multiple law enforcement sources to NBC News. Again, 29-year-old Joshua John. We don't know anything about a criminal background. That's something we're going to have to develop as this continues to unfold. We can tell you that the Department of Homeland Security has said that the shots were fired indiscriminately at the building by John from a nearby rooftop. He was firing at the ICE building and sprayed that facility. One of the witnesses says there was as many as 20 shots fired. And during that time, he hit a van as well as the detainees that were being moved from that van. We know that 3 of the detainees were hit. 2 of them have died. The 3rd in critical condition right now at a Dallas hospital. No law enforcement was hit during the attack. And then the gunman, of course, turned a weapon on himself. They're continuing to investigate exactly what's going on. As you can see behind me, Vicki, this area is still locked down and will be for quite some time. Law enforcement from multiple federal agencies as well as Dallas police on the ground as a part of this investigation. We do hear that it was a targeted investigation, that from the FBI on the ground here, saying that this shooter was, at the time, targeting ICE.
Jay, give us a sense of what happens at this ICE facility, who's coming, who's going, and give us more of some context, really, because there was a recent bomb threat also against ICE agents at this particular building.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just about a month ago that there was a bomb threat called into this ICE facility. The person who called that in was arrested. I can tell you that it's a field office, so it's not a detention center. It's not where people stay behind bars. It's a place where they are processed and moved through, and that's apparently what was happening this morning, that these 3 men had been arrested. They were being moved inside the office when the shots were fired. It's also a place where people do routine checks. They have to check in with ICE. Immigrants have to go there as part of their moving forward towards citizenship, and so that was happening this morning as well. In fact, we heard from someone who was there just for that cause. She had dropped off her husband. She was in the car with her 9-year-old when the shots were fired. She tells us that they dove underneath the car and the shots continued to ring out. She was then approached by a Dallas police officer who grabbed her and moved the family inside the ICE facility where there was apparently chaos. Everyone inside there ducking down behind a desk and trying to protect themselves as best they could. But this is a field office, so it's where those meetings take place every day, Vicki. It's a spot where they're not holding anyone, but everyone comes through.
Yeah, people are going to their appointments as required by law, and others doing their work. A very scary situation today. Jay Gray live in Dallas. Jay, thank you. Well, a New Jersey school district is using the power of artificial intelligence to keep its students safe. The high-tech security system will be used to detect guns, and it will also trigger an automatic response if one is found. Siobhan McGurl from NBC Philadelphia shows us how it all works.
At every public school in Glassboro, you'll find dozens of cameras, a seemingly commonplace security system with more than meets the eye.
We're an extra layer.
An extra layer of AI software on the cameras that detects guns, sending alerts to an operations center like this one in Conshohocken whenever one is found, so a human can verify if there's actually a weapon.
We are trying to prevent gun-related violence.
Zero Eyes is the company behind it all. Founded in 2018, the software is used in nearly every state. Now they're trying a new approach, integrating their system with another called Single Wire, aimed at not only detecting guns, but triggering an instant response. Glassboro is the first school district to try it out.
With this integration, we effectively reduce that time to 0 seconds, which obviously every second counts, and we want to keep folks safe.
Now, any real-time gun detection alert here automatically triggers Single Wire. That's the software that controls the school's panic button system,
which will lock down our school facilities, notify local police, the prosecutor's office, notify all the needed stakeholders, including employees, and call 911 for us instantaneously and automatically without any human intervention.
Glassboro's superintendent told me the district is thrilled to be the first to use the two systems working in tandem.
We recognize that there are weapons across the world, and we realize the reality and the facts of the rise in school shootings, and we want to make sure that we're taking every possible precaution to protect the occupants of our buildings and to ensure that, God forbid, there is an emergency, that we're able to respond in the most timely manner possible.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Siobhan McGurl.
Now to Jimmy Kimmel's emotional return to late-night television. Kimmel stepped back on the stage for the first time last night following a nearly week-long suspension stemming from his comments about Charlie Kirk. He addressed the controversy head-on during his monologue, saying it was never his intention to make light of Kirk's murder. Take a listen to what he said about being pulled off the air and President Trump's continued calls for his show to be canceled.
The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
Just before the show, the president took to Truth Social, where he slammed Disney and ABC for allowing Kimmel back. He even threatened legal action. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins me now. So, Chloe, many people are saying that Kimmel accomplished the impossible with this monologue. Break down some of the highlights from what he said and what his supporters are saying, but also how are his critics responding to that monologue?
All right, well, let's start with the fact that Kimmel got very emotional more than once. You could see him getting choked up, holding back tears. His own parents were in the audience. He made a parallel saying, look, I have people in my own family who are Republicans who don't agree with my politics. I get my own death threats, so I would never make light of someone's assassination. And he actually praised Charlie Kirk's wife for forgiving the person who assassinated her husband, forgiving the shooter. And, he is getting criticism on both sides. And unfortunately, one of the people that just doesn't seem to be accepting this apology is the person who is running Charlie Kirk's organization. And in a tweet writing today, not good enough, Jimmy, not good enough at all, and then putting what they would have preferred him to say. It's unclear if this reflects Charlie Kirk's wife's views, but it says, I'm sorry for saying the shooter was MAGA. He was not. He was of the left, and what they would have wanted Kimmel to have said. But I've also heard from people who are Republicans, in my life, in my friend group, who actually were really happy with the way Kimmel towed the line last night. And he continued to make fun of President Trump. He continued to do what he does best by pushing the envelope, but he also walked his comments back, clarified what he had to say, and really did lower the temperature.
Yeah, and it went on for about half an hour. It was a very long monologue, actually. So, Chloe, NBC News has this letter from 4 Democratic lawmakers who are demanding to know why this wasn't shown everywhere. They're talking to station owners Nexstar, Sinclair, who refused to air Jimmy Kimmel's show last night. What do we know about this push for answers, and have those companies responded?
Yeah, so NBC News' Daniel Arkin was the first to get his hands on this letter. It's 7 pages with 8 questions for the heads of Sinclair, for the head of Nexstar, to tell them, and one of the individuals who wrote the letter was Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, saying, look, we want answers. Did the FCC pressure you all to preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live? Did you have phone calls with the White House, President Donald Trump? Did the administration bully you all into this decision? Because remember, there are about 70 local ABC affiliates that are still not airing Jimmy Kimmel Live. And we don't know how long that's going to go on for. Clearly, Disney's Bob Iger, not backing down and putting Kimmel back on the air. But again, this letter, it's very interesting to see what will Nexstar and Sinclair say, because they haven't said anything.
And now ABC facing threats of a potential lawsuit from President Trump. Chloe Malas, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Well, robot empires, they are finally making their big league debut. Starting next season, MLB players will be able to challenge calls made by home plate umps by using the automated ball strike system. It's also known as ABS. We covered this story back in March when Major League Baseball tested the technology during its spring training games, and fans overall very divided on this concept. Take a listen.
how it's been for the last 100+ years. That's how it should stay.
Can definitely see the advantage of it.
As long as they keep the umpires there, I got no problem.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins me now. Okay, Sam, so let's talk about how this challenge system would work. And, like, I think, isn't that the beauty of baseball, that there is always this human element to it?
For sure. And I think baseball has struggled with modernizing in recent years, but it's taken some steps, right, to try to bring the game up to the 21st century, make it faster. I will say, the umpires aren't going away. Right. There are still going to be home plate umpires. Effectively, what this is a challenge system. So it cannot come from the manager. Typically, when plays are challenged right now in Major League Baseball, the manager makes the call, they're reviewing video. None of that in this case. It can only be done by the pitcher, the catcher, right, or the player that's batting in the box.
Okay.
So they would have to flag it and immediately say, I challenge this call. Each team gets 2 per game, Vicky.
Wow.
And if they're right, they get to retain the challenge. If they're wrong, they lose the challenge. And then if you go into extra innings, each team is awarded another challenge. But the way it effectively works is you have these 12 Hawkeye cameras that are situated near home plate, and they take body scans of the players ahead of time going into the season, and they can see exactly where that pitch is versus where the strike zone would be for that player. Aaron Judge's strike zone, for example, would be very different than Jose Ramirez, right?
Sure.
So there's a lot of nuance to it, but it's effectively a challenge for players and for those on the field to try to contest calls.
I thought you were going to say Aaron Judge's strike zone would be different than my strike zone.
Well, that too.
Much smaller on me.
Closer to Jose Ramirez.
Let's talk a little bit about automation in other sports, if you will. Kind of give us a sense of, like, we are seeing these kinds of challenges in basketball for sure, right?
Basketball, but also like the NFL has added a lot of different replay challenges in recent years as well. It is not foreign to professional sports. I think the real question here, you talked about the history of baseball.
Yeah.
Right? Purists. It's just like it's the one sport that has really been slow to change because of the history of it. But in this case, you had a joint selection committee or competition committee, I believe it was called, the JCC, where you have all of these different stakeholders, the umpires, the league itself, the players all had to sign off on it. So it's sort of like baby steps. Again, we're not replacing the humans. Umpires are still on the field, but this is adding a modern twist to an age-old sport.
And there is buy-in. They voted for it.
They voted for it. Yes, there had to be a vote. It was approved, and here we are. And I will say, if you think that the umpires are always getting calls wrong, statistically, this was examined in the minor leagues and in spring training this year as well. About 50% of the time when it was challenged, it was correct. 50% of the time, the umpires were right. And you're talking about fringe calls where it was real controversial. So the umpires are doing better than we maybe give them credit for.
Oh, we give them a lot of credit. All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, it turns out using a highlighter and taking notes might not be the most effective way to study. We're going to tell you the strategies that do work to help your kids make the grade. That is next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
All right, with the school year kicking into high gear, you may notice that your kids are coming home with more homework, quizzes, and maybe even some exam prep. But for them, sitting down to learn new material, it can be daunting and frustrating. So how do we, as parents and caregivers, take the time to help our children approach studying the right way? Anna Homayun joins me now. She's an academic advisor and an author who says most students are actually studying the wrong way. I'm really fascinated by this because you say that this idea of going through your text, highlighting the things that stand out to you, that may actually not be a very effective way for you to remember or critically think about the material. Why not?
Well, so many students get stuck in what we call a read and review loop. So they're reading everything, they're highlighting as they go along, so they end up highlighting everything. And then they're studying the late night, the night before the exam. So research shows that 84% of students use rereading as their main study tactic, and it only gets them to about 60% recall. And when you stay up late the night before the exam, it can actually be counterproductive because the sleep we get after we learn new material is so key for retention.
You know, I always tell my kids that too, that you've got to get sleep. It gives your brain time to sort of digest and retain that information. So, all right, the reading and the highlighting, not effective. What should we be doing instead?
So there's 3 practices that I really like in terms of retention. So the first thing is the retrieval. So you can just even close your notebook or you can explain it to someone else and go through everything and see how much you remember. That can actually get you to 75 to 80% recall versus 60% with just reading. And then you can space out your studying. So even if you can do 2 to 3 days versus cramming the night before, your retention can actually last 4 times longer.
Oh, I love that.
And then interleaving. So when you take different types of problems that are on the same topic and you mix them up. So 20 algebra problems, 20 geometry problems, mix them together. It helps with cognitive flexibility.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it helps you also realize what different types of problems are being asked.
You know, I'm thinking about the question and answer segments that I do in the morning that I have to remember. And what you're saying about starting early, getting a good night's sleep, all of that is relevant. All of it helps you to retain information. All right, so walk us through some other strategies that parents can use when their kids need, you know, sort of an extra nudge to do the studying in advance and not to wait until the last minute.
We often mistake procrastination and a lack of motivation for what really is task avoidance. Like we're just trying to avoid the task. And so the key here is to know that research shows that 70% of students with executive functioning skill challenges actually avoid getting started. So we want to help them with little initiation rituals. We want to help them make that first task easier. And we also want to help them with body doubling, just sitting next to them.
I love this. It's like you have sat next to me, Anna Homayun, with the great studying tips. Appreciate it. You're watching Daily, folks.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
An 80-year-old softball player in Canada is going viral for a text exchange with his much younger teammates. He told NBC News correspondent Camila Bernal how the love of the game gets him out of bed in the morning.
In many ways, Nelson Bradbury is in a league of his own. He's 80, but instead of counting candles, he's counting on his teammates.
They give me friendship, they give me respect, they give me a reason to keep on moving any given day.
Nelson is the oldest member of an adult softball league team in Newfoundland, Canada. Last week, when he woke up at 2 a.m., the night before a big game, he texted the group, writing, "I really appreciate the way you guys treat me as an equal and not just an old fart," adding, "It's all of you who keep me going and give me the reason to get out of bed in the morning." When his teammates woke up, the messages started pouring in.
He thinks that, he needs us more than we need him. He's probably got it backwards because we'd probably be lost without him.
Sam Evans, a teammate's wife, then posted it on TikTok, getting millions of views.
To have men speak to other men this way, and an 80-year-old man at that, is just amazing.
Proving that in the game of life, playing with kindness always wins.
Nobody can buy what I've got.
Camila Bernal, NBC News.
Definite home run. All right, you may know comedian, actress, and author Lily Singh as a viral YouTube sensation, but now she's the mastermind behind the new comedy movie, Doing It. NBC News daily anchor Zinklea Samoa sat down with Singh.
Sexual education is an admittedly awkward rite of passage for many.
But when it comes to this stuff, it's like I'm broken.
Stuff? You mean sex?
But that oft-embarrassing class did not stop comedian, best-selling author, and actress Lily Singh from producing, writing, and starring in the new film, Doing It.
Can we walk through it, because it's a virgin teaching sex ed?
Correct.
And you say it was 7 years in the making.
My longest and most toxic relationship. I grew up with sex comedies in the vein of 40-Year-Old Virgin, American Pie. Not very female forward, definitely not a lot of people of color, definitely not a woman of color in the center.
What was sex ed like for you, if it existed?
That's the thing. It barely existed. Definitely didn't learn anything about consent or about pleasure.
For Singh, the journey of creating the film was personal.
I understand that you actually involved your mom in this process?
I thought I'm doing a sex comedy. My mom absolutely has to be involved. My mom is the credited, and not a vanity credit, I have to say, a earned credit, the cultural consultant on the film.
Explain.
So we have some scenes that take place in India. I wrote those scenes based off my mom's experiences.
Singh is the daughter of Indian immigrants to Canada and says her relationship with her mom is a close one.
This movie, my mom and I had the talk for the first time. On set for the first time.
The sex talk.
Yeah, the sex talk for the first time.
This film also comes at a unique political time, right? Young people are not having sex like they used to. Sexual content in schools is under an increased microscope. What are you hoping people take away from this?
Well, unfortunately and fortunately for my film, I feel like themes around sex, and especially as they pertain to girls and women, are timeless. Especially if you have kids, you should definitely want your kids to learn about safe sex. And if you don't empower kids to learn these things, they're going to find their own ways to learn about them. And I don't know if that's the safest and best method, to be honest.
Singh also hopes the film encourages deeper dialogue, even with the movie's raunchier themes. Beyond the film, Lily Singh is known for being the first woman of color to host a late-night show on NBC, a best-selling author, a viral YouTube sensation, and is now part owner of LA's women's soccer team and Canada's first WNBA team.
It's game time, baby.
Well, Lily, we always love to end these with a speed round. Would you be game to play?
Absolutely.
You also host a quiz show where different generations show what they know about the other.
Yep.
Which generation is your favorite?
Definitely the boomers, because they're unhinged.
And this, of course, is a family-friendly show.
Of course.
But if there was something that you could have learned in sex ed that maybe you didn't, what would that be?
Literally about my own body. It's hard to get a mirror down there. People should learn about their own body.
Lily, so good to have you. Thank you so very much.
You're so good at this. You're really good at this.
Thank you.
Last with you.
Thank you.
Zinclea Samoa, NBC News.
Hysterical. Our thanks to Zinclea. I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. Your news continues right after this.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, September 24th, 2025, targeted violence. A shooter opening fire at an immigration facility in Dallas. At least 2 people killed with another injured. The latest on the investigation and what we're learning about a message written on a shell casing found at the scene.
Emotional return. Jimmy Kimmel back on the air for the first time after Disney suspended him for comments in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting. What he said about his nearly week-long suspension and why Democratic lawmakers are now demanding answers from stations that did not air his program.
Deadly storm, what's being called the most powerful tropical storm on Earth this year, slams into China with winds reaching up to 120 miles an hour. The streets of major cities barren as people take cover. We're tracking the path of destruction and where the monster typhoon is heading.
And a big swing. Robot umpires officially getting called up to the big leagues. The new rules for the challenging balls and strikes and how players and human umpires are reacting.
We do begin, though, with this hour with breaking news out of Dallas. 2 people are dead after a shooting at an Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, facility.
That is all according to an ICE spokesperson. This all unfolded this morning. The Department of Homeland Security says the victims, 2 killed and another injured, are all ICE detainees. Authorities say no ICE officers were hurt. Homeland Security says the suspected shooter died by suicide. The FBI is now investigating alongside local authorities. While the probe is in the early stages, FBI Director Kash Patel released this image on X, saying one of the unspent shell casings found at the scene had anti-ICE engraved on it.
Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Jay Gray in Dallas and NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, I know we just learned the identity, the name of the shooter. What more are we learning? What's your reporting on the investigation?
That's right. We understand it was Joshua John is now the name that officials are investigating as the identity of the suspected shooter, who again died from self-inflicted wounds. They believe that John shot from a roof of a nearby building where ICE officers were bringing detainees into that building. And of course, we know that those shot and injured besides John were detainees, although those bullets said anti-ICE. Now, we have some extraordinary reporting just in from my colleague Rich Shapiro, who spoke to John's brother before he had any idea that investigators had targeted his brother as the prime suspect here and identified him that way. He said at the time that he did not think his brother was political at all, that he had no he had no extreme positions on either side of the political aisle. He didn't know him to be against ICE or to be against immigrants, and that the last time he saw him was 2 weeks ago, and he didn't think anything was out of the ordinary. Noah John, the brother, described his brother Joshua as unique, but didn't elaborate beyond that. He said their parents did have rifles and that Joshua knew how to use them. He was born in 1996, so a fairly young man, and to his brother, this was a complete surprise, Kate.
And Jay, let's go to you now. You've been on the ground all morning. What are we learning and hearing about how this shooting unfolded exactly?
Yeah, well, we know that this is not a detention facility, but a field office. And so not only do detainees who are arrested work through and get their paperwork done, but it's a place where residents show up, resident immigrants who are working on a fixed timeline of having to show up for appointments and continue to report to ICE. And so that was also going on this morning. In fact, one woman was waiting for her husband outside the parking lot when the shots were fired. She said that there were 20 shots that rang out. She and a 9-year-old son hid under the car until Dallas police moved them into the ICE facility. But again, this is a facility that is not a detention facility. This has obviously rocked the city. It's part of what is ongoing violence, according to the mayor of Dallas. Let's give a listen.
There's a lot going on right now in our country. A lot of it's confusing. It's a scary time. I've got children. I've got 3 young children, and I'm here to tell you that it is challenging to explain to them what's going on in our country right now.
Yeah, listen, one more update on the investigation we're just learning. We now know that officers and we believe federal agents are on the ground in a suburb north of Dallas, the home, the parents' home, rather, of the suspect in this case. So they are there and apparently carrying out an investigation there as well.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Julia, let me go back to you. ICE facilities have faced a number of threats and violence since President Trump took office back in January. Can you remind us the history here, and what are you hearing now from the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes, that's right. In fact, they say that assaults against ICE officers are up 1,000%, although we haven't been able to get a timeline on what that initial number would be based on, Kate. They've looked at other areas. They've been pointing to some other assaults today. We know of at least one in San Francisco where a group of people assaulted an officer. We also have in North Texas, just like in Dallas, Navarrete, Texas, just recently, there were 6 women who have been charged with ambushing a local police officer that the prosecutors believe was actually a ploy to try to ambush ICE officers when they began vandalizing property outside of the ICE facility there in Navarrete, Texas. Also, there was a member of Customs and Border Protection injured at the border in McAllen, Texas.
Julia Ainsley, Jay Gray, thanks to you both.
And now to a moment that has everyone in the entertainment world talking today, the return of Jimmy Kimmel to late-night TV.
Kimmel received a long-standing ovation from the audience as he walked on stage. During his opening monologue, he strongly defended the right to free speech and took direct aim at President Trump. But he also got emotional, addressing his comments around the shooting of Charlie Kirk, which led to his suspension last week.
I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual.
Joining us now, NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris and NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas. Chloe, we'll start with you. We heard one soundbite from a very long monologue. So for viewers who didn't get to watch, what are some of the highlights from his remarks?
Yeah, I mean, that was not the only time that Jimmy Kimmel, his voice cracked and he was holding back tears. His parents actually were in the audience. This monologue was about 30 minutes long. But although he, is walking back his comments and really lowering the temperature and clarifying things, he continued to take on President Donald Trump head on. Take a listen.
The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke. I never imagined I would be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention in school. But one thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce and George Carlin and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's anti-American.
Well, President Trump, he has posted on Truth Social some thoughts about Kimmel's return. And he said, why would they want someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, and who puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage? And then he goes on to say, let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings. But there was support from people like Ben Stiller, who said it was a brilliant monologue.
Misty, not everybody saw the show because Nexstar and Sinclair, two big ownership groups of stations, did not air it to their ABC affiliates. A group of Democratic senators now want answers from those companies. I want to read from a letter that they sent, quote, in part, if you suspended a late-night comedian's show in part to seek regulatory favors from the administration, you have not only assisted the administration in eroding First Amendment freedoms, but also create the appearance of a possible quid pro quo arrangement that could implicate federal anti-corruption laws. Both companies do have pending business before the FCC right now. Could we potentially see any legal fallout?
So it's significant business before the FCC. Specifically, Nexstar is looking to acquire another company, and that would give them 80% of the market share, which would mean the FCC actually either has to change their current rules or get a waiver directly from Brendan Carr regarding that acquisition. So certainly there's a business element to this, but it's not really a First Amendment consideration because they are private companies. They do not have to air anything they don't want to. The First Amendment does not apply in that forum. But when you're talking about these anti-corruption laws, this letter, it doesn't have teeth. It's a informal request for information. It's not a subpoena. But what it's digging into is whether or not there was the intent to exchange something of value. That value would be not criticizing Trump on this show in these markets for the purpose of getting a favor from the FCC. So that's the element of the probe that speaks to those anti-corruption laws.
And clearly we're seeing an intersection between the political climate and the entertainment industry. Chloe, in light of that, I know two major shows are sort of taking different approaches. Briefly walk us through what that looks like.
Well, you have South Park that is expected to return tonight, and they have been off the air, on hiatus since early September was the last episode. They have a lot of new material to work with. They have caricaturized Jimmy Kimmel in the past, so it wouldn't be, off the table for them to have Jimmy Kimmel be on South Park tonight, but we don't know if they're going to tackle this issue at all. So again, very interesting to see how that will play out.
All right, Chloe Malas, Misty Maris, thank you both.
Time now for some consumer news. Mortgage demand stalled last week.
And Meta is rolling out a new translation feature. Bertha Coombs joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Bertha.
Hi, Kate Sinclair. Mortgage demand actually rose by about 0.5 point last week, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. Slight move, kind of surprising, because it came after mortgage rates actually rose about 0.25 percentage point following the Federal Reserve's interest rate cut. However, the average mortgage rate is now around 6.34%, and that's the lowest level we've seen since September of 2024. And WhatsApp is making it easier to translate messages in real time. Users will now be able to hold down a message and tap Translate to see that message in another language. The translations are available in 6 languages on Android devices and 19 languages on iPhones, with more to follow. That would be really exciting. For example, if you went to Asia,
For
those of us
sure.
who don't speak Chinese or Japanese,
Yeah.
that would be a really useful tool.
Hopefully it'll enable more communication, Bertha Coombs. Thank you.
Coming up, the close call at an airport in France, a plane coming just within feet of colliding with another jet.
Plus, an all-girls camp in Texas announcing plans to reopen after that deadly flooding this summer. How families of the victims are reacting. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Ryan Ruth, the man who was found guilty yesterday of attempting to assassinate President Trump at his Florida golf course in 2024, is on suicide watch at this hour. It is all because of the chaos that broke out in that courtroom seconds after the guilty verdict was read. Ruth tried to stab himself in the neck with a pen. You're looking at a sketch of that moment. It all happened in front of the jury, and it's raising questions about whether Ruth's actions yesterday might impact his sentencing. He faces life in prison. NBC News national correspondent Aaron Gilchrist joins us now from Fort Pierce, Florida. Hi, Aaron. So Ruth's sentencing was scheduled for December 18th. Could yesterday's incident play a role in all that?
Well, the schedule holds, Kate, but legal experts that we've spoken to say that the apparent attempt at self-harm in the courtroom yesterday could have some impact on the judge's decision here. The jury doesn't have to consider sentence. It is entirely up to Judge Aileen Cannon to make the decision about sentencing. 2 of the 5 charges he was found guilty on do carry maximum sentences of life in prison. And, of course, the judge and at least some of the jurors witnessed that outburst. Ruth trying to stab himself in the neck. His daughter walking out of the courtroom, cursing at the judge. It was a dramatic day for her as well, even after she was outside the courtroom. I want you to see some of her interaction with the media as she was leaving the court.
Dad does not deserve this.
Why not, sir?
And he didn't hurt anybody. He's a good man. Sarah, I don't want to talk. I don't understand. Go away, please.
Let me just ask you real quick, Sarah.
Just go away. I'm begging you.
Now, the judge did see some of that emotion in the courtroom as well. I think it's worth noting that the judge, while I was in the courtroom yesterday, really did exercise patience, even leniency with Ruth as he was going through his closing arguments, and has been doing that throughout the trial, almost trying to educate him on the process because he represented himself without a lawyer sitting next to him. But it will be the judge ultimately, again, who makes the decision here about what sentence to hand out, how much time to give Ryan Ruth. And Kate, I think it's also worth mentioning there are still state charges pending against Ryan Ruth of terrorism and attempted murder. Kate?
All right, Aaron Gilchrist for us. Aaron, thank you.
NBC News has learned Camp Mystic in Texas is planning to partially reopen next summer. That decision was announced by the camp's owners this week and comes just 80 days after devastating flash flooding killed 27 of its young campers and camp counselors. That decision is not sitting well with some of the families who lost children in those deadly floodwaters. NBC's Priya Sridhar joins us now and is tracking this one. So, Priya, what more should we know about Camp Mystic's plans, at least thus far?
Hey, Clay. Well, Camp Mystic owners actually sent an email to the families of the victims who lost their lives in those catastrophic floods on July 4th. And then they sent a separate email to the larger Camp Mystic community, essentially outlining their plans. They say that this will be a partial reopening beginning in the summer of 2026. They're going to be opening the part of the camp that was at a place called Cypress Lake. That was not a part that was impacted by the flooding. They say that the part that was along the Guadalupe River, which is actually where we saw all of those dramatic floods, that part will not be opening. They say they're also going to be building a memorial in honor of those victims in Clay.
And Priya, we mentioned it's been just around 80 days. This is still so fresh for so many families. So how are they reacting to this news?
Yeah, so some of those family members actually spoke to the New York Times and said that they were not consulted about this memorial that Camp Mystic plans to build and open next summer. And a lot of them expressed that they feel that it's just too soon. Our Jenna Bush Hager actually sat down with some of those family members earlier this month before the announcement came out. Take a listen to what they had to say.
It became very, very clear that this wasn't an accident. This was complacency, and it is 100% preventable.
We all as parents want to be able to send our kids back to camp, but we want it to happen safely.
All right, Priya Sridhar, thanks so much.
Coming up, changing his tone, President Trump delivering a new message of support for Ukraine. What led to the dramatic shift from the president? You're watching NBC News Daily.
guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
A Connecticut family has encountered a furry foe in their neighborhood. A black bear has walked into their home not once, but twice in just 24 hours. Amanda Pitts from our NBC affiliate in Connecticut has more.
23 years. Never.
This furry trespasser was a first for the Lemus family after more than 2 decades living on Criswell Drive in Simsbury.
He started at the front door, came through here, broke my entire door, whipped the air conditioner out of the window, climbed in and out through this window.
Michelle Lemus had just gotten home Sunday night and watched this unfold from the driveway. A bear climbing into her home, all while her 17-year-old daughter was asleep inside.
I heard him walk down the hallway a little bit, and I just hear heavy breathing. And I'm like, oh boy. I was sleeping right in there, and I heard it, and I went into this closet, and I snuck myself, if you can come. I just went right in like this, and I closed it. And I stayed there for 7 or so, 10 minutes.
10 minutes that she says felt much longer.
He was right at my door, and I was like, please do not come in. He was sniffing around heavily, and I was like, please do not come in.
Thankfully, Simsbury police arrived and scared the bear off.
And he just went in a really deep voice, "Get out, bear!" And all of a sudden the bear was like, and came back out this window, went into the backyard around.
Completely broke it.
And broke the fence to get out. And then he was gone.
But not before having a snack.
It ate that mayonnaise in a second.
And leaving behind a mess.
So he ate a jar of mayonnaise, Nutella.
There's nose prints.
Took my new crunchy grapes from Costco that I hadn't even eaten yet.
And on Monday morning, the bear was back.
And all of a sudden I hear, look out the bay window. And the bear is there again at my front door.
With paw prints still on their floors and doors, the Lemuses are on edge, hoping they've seen the last of this unwelcomed visitor.
I said, I'm not comfortable with this bear knowing how to get into my house. I have a dog, I have a family.
Now, Deep dropped off this bear trap that's now sitting in their front yard. They're hoping the bear will return looking for more food because there are donuts inside this bear trap, and this door will close when he or she comes back.
Wow, Amanda Pitts, that story is incredible. Thanks so much. Well, Arrowhead Stadium is home to the Kansas City Chiefs, and as any football fan knows, they've had a lot to cheer about over the past decade. But for fans who are part of the deaf and hard of hearing community, the game atmosphere can feel a bit different. Now the Chiefs are offering an exclusive experience for those fans. Lenita Brooks from our NBC affiliate in Kansas City has the details.
This is the excitement you can hear, see, and feel. Now imagine if it all went silent. That's every day for the deaf and hard of hearing.
Often when deaf individuals want to go to any event or tour or activity, we have to advocate and ask for accommodations.
But today was different.
76,416 seats.
September is Deaf Awareness Month, and Saturday, Arrowhead Stadium opened its doors for 2 American Sign Language interpreted tours.
Inclusivity is super important in everything that we do, and especially here at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium. We want it to be a place that's barrier-free. We never want anyone to not be able to attend because they think that they're not able to.
I actually got to come into the room, and I get to imagine what it looks like when Coach Reed comes in and yells, "How about them Chiefs?" I just feel it now, right? I can see it because I got to go in the locker room and experience that myself.
According to the National Deaf Center, there are about 11 million deaf people in the U.S. That's only about 3.6% of the population. And so today,
it is so fancy here and so inspirational. This is the home of the Kansas City Chiefs, and I get to be in here. I just feel lucky to be here. It might seem irrelevant to Kansas City Chiefs team or to the community as a whole, but to the deaf community, it's so amazing. It's more than you could
ever know.
For them, this is an experience they can see and feel.
Let's go, Kansas City Chiefs. Rock the kingdom.
For KSHB 41 News, I'm Lanita Brooks.
Lanita, thank you. Coming up, it is one of the greatest mysteries in the world. We're going to delve into how and why this ancient stone circle might have been built. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Camden, New Jersey, once one of the deadliest cities in America, is marking a homicide-free summer for the first time in 50 years. Officials announced on Tuesday there were 0 murders in the city between June 21st and September 22nd. Officials are crediting the police department's Unity policing, which includes community events and new technology, including drones. Camden, New Jersey, has recorded 8 total homicides for the entire year, with 7 arrests made in those cases.
The White House has installed new portraits of every U.S. president on the West Wing colonnade, except for President Joe Biden. The frame representing Biden's presidency instead shows an auto pen signature of his name. An auto pen is a tool used to sign official documents in place of a manual signature that has been used by past presidents of both parties. The Trump White House has been critical of President Biden's use of it, but did not elaborate on why the decision to put that picture up was made. NBC News has reached out to Biden's office for comment.
3 students were injured in a stabbing at Carrick High School in Pittsburgh this morning. A spokesperson for the school system says a student used a small knife to injure 3 others. 2 of the students were taken to the hospital. 1 of them is in critical condition. The 3rd student was treated at the scene, along with the suspect, who was later taken to Pittsburgh Police Headquarters. Officials say the stabbing occurred following a fight in the hallway. There's no further threat to the school. Aviation investigators are looking into a close call at an airport in France.
Authorities say 1 passenger jet nearly landed on top of another during a rainstorm over the weekend. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has more on the investigation.
It happened in Nice, France. Data from Flight Radar 24 shows a Nouvelle Air Airbus A320 arriving from Tunisia at 11:30 p.m., coming into land on the same runway where an EasyJet A320 was preparing to depart. The data shows the Nouvelle airplane passing just 10 to 20 feet above the EasyJet on the runway. Nouvelle Air aborted its approach and went around, landing a few minutes later. EasyJet canceled its flight. One passenger told French TV the pilot was sobbing. It was a bit infectious. Everyone burst into tears. 4 investigators have been assigned to the incident. The French transportation minister posting on X, a collision involving 2 aircraft from Nouvelle Air and EasyJet was narrowly avoided.
If these 2 Airbuses had in fact collided, it could have affected 350 to around 400 people. It would have been extremely serious.
The close call happened on runway 4 right, which was being used for departing flights out of Nice. Runway 4 left should have been used for arriving flights. In a statement, EasyJet tells NBC News the safety and well-being of our customers and crew is EasyJet's highest priority, and in line with procedures, we are fully cooperating with the safety investigation. The big question for investigators, were those Nouvelle Air pilots instructed to land on the wrong runway, or does this very close call in France come down to pilot error? Back to you.
Tom Costello, thanks so much. Well, President Trump took the world by surprise yesterday when he said Ukraine could potentially reclaim the territory it's lost to Russia.
It is a major shift from the president, in language anyway, who said just weeks ago that Ukraine would have to give up land in order to end the war. In a post to his Truth Social platform, President Trump said, quote, Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form.
The move came just after President Trump met with Ukrainian President Zelensky, who welcomed the president's reversal.
Big shift. This post of Trump, it's a big shift.
NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell is in town and joins us now on the set. It's a big week, Andrea. This message from President Trump seemed to take a lot of people, including Zelensky, by surprise. What brought those comments on? Is it a change in policy?
Well, that is the question that everyone's asking. Is this a real change in policy, or is just the last people he spoke with, the former national security advisor, current UN ambassador, just confirmed Mike Walls, other Ukraine supporters, Ursula von der Leyen, the European Union leader. So he's surrounded by Europeans, Macron and others, and Mark Carney from Canada, and is listening to them. He's really impressed by Ukraine's weapons production. First of all, they've started producing their own drones. They've been taking out European oil production so that, Russian oil production so that exports to Europe are down at their lowest level, and the European Union is also beginning to take steps, beginning to look at, responding to his pressures. He's also really angry at Vladimir Putin, embarrassed that he took this premature victory lap in Alaska just a month or so ago, and now he's got nothing to show for it. So there's the anger, there's the embarrassment, there's the pressure, and that he is more impressed with Zelensky's war machine than he previously had been.
And it's not just his shifting stance around Ukraine and Russia's invasion that's surprising people, but also his explicit remarks still reverberating around the world, with many leaders reacting. Walk us through that yesterday.
Well, the Europeans clearly support Ukraine, and we're happy to see that shift. But that does not really overcome their dismay over his insults, over his, strange grievances, talking about windmills, rejecting climate change, rejecting their migration policies, his tariff policies, visa policies, denying visas to the Palestinians and their leader. So the speech itself was really off kilter, saying that he knows how to do this stuff, and saying your countries are going to hell over green energy policies, which makes no sense. It denies the science, and he's insulting them and complaining about the escalator. It turns out the UN says it was the fault of a White House video camera guy or woman, I don't know which, stepping on what triggered the emergency brakes, as well as the teleprompter being operated by his own staff. So all of that sounded petty and grievance-laden, and just didn't make sense.
And I was going to say, you mentioned it because he mentioned it, right?
Yeah.
In front of the UN. Andrea Mitchell, always really great to have you here. Thank you.
You guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, right now, the strongest tropical storm on Earth this year is barreling across Asia.
That video shows the power of Typhoon Ragasa. A rush of water burst through the doors of a hotel lobby. That's what that is in Hong Kong. Look at that, sweeping people off their feet.
Hotel officials say no one was hurt in that incident, but across the region, authorities say at least 20 people have been killed and dozens of others are missing. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. So, Bill, where is this typhoon right now, and how strong is it?
So it's been about 48 hours that we had the peak intensity of Ragasa, and now the typhoon is finally over land. It made official landfall last night, and now it's significantly weakened, but it has left its mark. The major portion of the population here is in the Hong Kong area, about 7.5 million. That was brushed. The worst of it was everywhere from there southwards down the coast of China. Now what's left of it is going to be heading into northern Vietnam. So there's not a lot of bright colors left. That means that the thunderstorm action is kind of dying with it. The winds in the last update were 90 miles per hour. Now they're much weaker than that. We've gotten the last official update on this as the storm will just dissipate from here on out, but it will still produce areas of rain, especially in the mountainous areas here as we go throughout the next day or two. We are expecting up to 8 inches at most. So still some flooding concerns, but most of the storm and the damage is over.
And Bill, I understand that's not the only tropical trouble that we've got. What else are you watching right now?
Yeah, we've had a very quiet hurricane season up to this point, and now things are starting to get a little more interesting. We got 2 systems that are likely going to form here in the next 24 to about 72 hours. One has a 90% chance, the other one an 80% chance. This one that's near Puerto Rico today is going to produce some significant rainfall, maybe some isolated flash flooding, and then this will head over the top of Dominican Republic and Haiti as we go throughout the next 2 days. After that, once it exits the island near the Bahamas, that has a chance of developing maybe this weekend into a tropical storm, possibly early next week, maybe even a hurricane. So that gets our attention, something that close to the southeast U.S. A lot of our GFS model, that's our American long-range model, I don't feel like it has the best handle on this. It's kind of squiggly with what's going on. The European model, which is typically a more accurate, keeps the 2 systems separate. And you notice this is 3 a.m. Monday, likely a hurricane south of Bermuda, and then possibly a tropical storm off the Florida coast, guys. So this one will need to be watched, and make sure you have all your preparations and plans in place on the Florida coast all the way up through the southeast. Hopefully you don't need it, but you have to have that anyways.
Better to be over-prepared in those cases. Bill Cairns, thank you.
Well, Major League Baseball games are going to look a little different next year as robot umpires are coming to the show.
The league's competition committee approved the automated ball strike, or ABS, challenge system beginning on opening day 2026. Now, this will not replace human umpires, but the idea is the technology will help get the calls more accurately when baseballs can be thrown upwards of 100 miles per hour. Tough for anyone to see.
Let's bring in host of Front Office Sports Today, Baker Machado, is with us. Hi, Baker. How is this actually going to work? You need to explain, and how has it been tested?
Good to see you guys. Well, you kind of got most of it there right there just a moment ago. This has actually been something Major League Baseball has been working on for the last 6 years in the minor leagues, and they successfully used it in the most recent All-Star game just a few months ago. So how it'll work, there's going to be 12 cameras at each one of these Major League ballparks that are all going to be honed in at home plate. Now, a pitcher, a batter, and a catcher, only those 3 players can basically ask for a challenge to happen based on where the ball is hitting, if it's a ball or a strike, to basically combat that. Now, a manager can't do this. Nobody else from the dugout can call that. Now, what's interesting is what they found is in about 4% of all of the calls that were challenged, 50% of them were overturned, which was really a really high success rate in all of this at the end of the day. Now, Commissioner Rob Manfred has made a lot of big technological changes over the years, adding a pitch clock, changing to a designated hitter in both leagues, and a bunch of other changes. And he just told us last week that he is very excited about what this new technology will be bringing to Major League Baseball stadiums next year. And as you correctly mentioned, this will not replace any umpires. They will still be there behind home plate.
Which is good, because everyone loves screaming at your TV about the umpire call, right? So what's been the reaction so far from players, umpires, and fans? Briefly.
So far, everybody's been really on board. We should note this was not unanimously approved by the players, but they are buying into the process, which, of course, is a really, really big deal. And obviously, a lot of fans are really interested in a lot of the changes that Major League Baseball has made as ratings have gone up and viewership numbers of younger demographics are interested in the sport.
All right, Baker Machado, thanks so much.
Coming up, Clea Shearer is known for her popular brand, The Home Edit, but now she's opening up about her battle with breast cancer and lessons that she's learned along the way. Her new book is out. Our conversation next on NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Clea Shearer made a name for herself with The Home Edit, the Emmy-nominated show and global brand she co-founded and as the host of ABC's Extreme Makeover Home Edition reboot.
Now the design and organization maven is getting candid about her personal life and her battle with breast cancer. In her new book, Cancer is Complicated and Other Unexpected Lessons I've Learned. I spoke with Clea about blending her own stories about cancer with tips for others who might be going through the same thing. This book, it is personal, right? It's your story. But what I love is that you're also trying to help people who might have just gotten that diagnosis and know nothing and don't know what to do. Is that the inspiration? Like, why did you write it?
It's the reason why I wrote the book. I didn't have a book like this when I was diagnosed. And
Yeah,
I was
there's no guidebook.
There's no guidebook. So I was like, I'll write one. But I was so desperate for information. I was so desperate to understand what my life might look like and what treatment might look like. And I just couldn't find it out there. And so I started sharing online. I started sharing socially. And I got so much feedback from people that it really was helping them. So I was like, I think it's time to write a book about my experience.
Yeah, and I know, you're an organized person. I don't have to say that, right?
I am an organized person.
You start the book, I think your first line is like, if you're a person who likes control, then cancer is not for you.
It's not the disease for you.
You
It's just not
can't
good.
control it. That must have been so hard for someone like you.
Impossible. It was impossible. But I tried at the very beginning to make very specific lists and plans. And the very first thing I went through was my double mastectomy, 7 days after that, I got necrosis in both breasts and had to get rushed back in for surgery. And so for 1 week, I was like, oh, I got this. And then
everything just went.
And then I realized this is the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
Like, things are just going to keep happening.
Well, and speaking of that, I mean, as we sit here right now, you're still going through it. You've had 14 surgeries, is that right?
I just had my 14th. I've had 3 surgeries in the last 6 weeks. I have a drain in as we speak.
Like here? Yeah.
Here, just here.
Great.
I was really hoping I would get it out, but then I thought, you know what? It's on brand.
Yeah,
this is
but
part of it.
I feel for you. I just want to say, I'm sure the audience does too. Like, we feel for you that you're going through so much, and what a trooper to be sitting here talking. But the book is going to help other people. Talk about some of the anecdotes that you've included, the stories that you tell. And every chapter has that one thing also, which is just your sort of tip on what to do.
Well, it's the one thing always makes me laugh because it's truly I wrote the book the way I talk, the way I speak, and the one thing is exactly what I would say. I would finish something.
Wait,
one thing, one more thing. And I wanted to include not just the detailed journey I went through, but the lessons, the mistakes I made, the things that I learned that were helpful. And so in my one thing section after each chapter, you know, I try and just provide some advice, some guidance, take it or leave it, you know, but this is what happened to me, and maybe you can expect it for yourself.
One of the one things is having a conversation, not just with your family, but with your kids, right? You have 2 kids.
2 kids. They were young.
Talk about how you handled that and what your advice would be to other women.
Well, my children were ages 8 and 11 at the time. And first of all, I waited until the night before my surgery, my double mastectomy, to tell them that I had been diagnosed with cancer for 2 reasons. I didn't want them to carry around that fear for any longer than they had to. And I wanted to make sure that I had every bit of information, every fact I could in my tool belt to be honest with them. I think that no matter how old you are, whether you're a child or whether, you know, you're in your 90s, everyone deserves honesty and, you know, just being heartfelt in what you're saying. And that's what I led with. And my kids have been so strong and so resilient.
There's so many lessons in the book, but if you could point to just one, like if you could pick, you know, sort of overarching message, what would it be?
The number one thing I always think of when I get asked something like this is what I would have wanted to know, which is, at least in my experience, I had far more good days than bad days. And I think that had someone said that to me, I think I would have felt way less afraid.
Yes.
And to just know that of course, I had bad days and chemo was hard.
But more good than bad.
I had so many more good. And I laughed so much more than I thought I would. I wasn't bedridden. You know, like life
does go on in a way. Yeah.
And not for everyone. People have much different experiences and different diagnoses. But for my experience, I held that with me. Once I figured it out, I was like, gosh, you know what? I'm actually enjoying way more days than I'm not. And that was a shock. And so I really do want people to read my book and feel like a sense of hope.
Clea Scherer, thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Such a great conversation. I've been such a fan of her work, The Home Edit, for so long, and it's beautiful to see her joy translate even through this experience, and the reminder to focus on your health.
Yeah, it really is. That's exactly for all of us, right? Not just for people who have cancer, for all of us to remember your health.
Yeah.
There's much.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. There's much more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, big news for Dateline fans. The show is hitting the road. It is a first-of-its-kind event.
Yeah, mark your calendars. This Sunday, September 28th, join the Dateline team in Nashville to talk everything true crime and the most impactful stories they've all covered. You can get tickets and learn more at DatelineNBC.com/event.
Best-selling author Ken Follett has sold nearly 200 million copies of his novels worldwide.
His newest book, Circle of Days, is set in one of the most famous, mysterious, and ancient sites in the world. Talking about Stonehenge. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter met up with Follett to talk about the inspiration for his latest epic tale.
It's one of the biggest mysteries in history. Who built it? How was it built? Well, Ken Follett dives into all of that in his new novel, imagining an entire world around this circle. Take a look.
The ruins of Stonehenge tower over the windswept plain. All these years later, still majestic, bewildering some 5,000 years after it was built. Even today, we don't know why.
Do you still get that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
52 colossal stones remain where there were once 80.
They are much bigger than I imagined.
Yeah. It's quite amazing. Just imagine trying to get that crossbar up there.
In his new novel, Circle of Days, British author Ken Follett tells the epic story of how Joya, a priestess, and Sept, a flint miner and one of the world's first engineers, built this great stone monument for eternity.
Joya is a sparky young woman, a bit of a rebel, and with a very strong will, and she's very persuasive. And that's how she motivates hundreds of people to come with her and find the biggest stone in the world.
This is where she spent most of her time.
Yes, once she grew up and joined the priestesses. Now, I've called them priestesses. They could have been priests, but I get fed up with people thinking everything in history was done by men.
His research is exhaustive, at times quite physical. At age 76, putting himself in Seft's shoes.
The best flint was underground.
Well, I've seen video of you crawling through a tunnel.
Yes, that's right. And as I was doing it, I was remembering that this tunnel was made in the Stone Age, and I had no idea how secure the roof was.
How much of the book is your imagination?
I would say normally the history in a historical novel is about 50% accurate history and 50% the author's imagination building on that. But in the Stone Age, it's more like 20/80. There's so little known about the Stone Age that we have to imagine very much more, which is quite, you know, that's what I'm good at.
What Follett has imagined has baffled historians and archaeologists for centuries.
These stones were found 17 miles to the north in this direction. You can see, can't you? This plain is not flat.
Rolling hillsides.
It's rolling hillsides. Just imagine yourself holding this, 200 people holding these ropes with one of these stones, and they're dragging them. It must have been the hardest work in the world. Imagine trying to get the tops of the uprights level so that you can put a lintel on top.
But with no wheel, no modern tools, life in the Stone Age was primitive. Historians can agree on that much. But why was it built?
They knew when it was Midsummer Day and Midwinter Day. And one theory is, and it's only a theory, that Stonehenge was used as a calendar.
Why this story?
Well, I love stories about ordinary people who do something extraordinary.
Don't you wonder if they knew at the time that this would outlive, you know, centuries and centuries and centuries?
I feel sure that's what they aimed at. After all, why make it so sturdy, so big, so fantastic, if you didn't want it to last until the Day of Judgment?
Guys, it is awe-inspiring from every single angle. This is my first time here. It's been amazing. And Ken bases the drama, the love, the conflict that makes this such a page-turner all on historical fact. Guys,
Oh,
Wow.
Molly, thank you. I have been there. It is stunning.
Yeah, does it live up? Because the imagery is stunning.
Yeah, no, it's even better in person. I feel like I have to call my dad, who's an archaeologist, to ask about Ken Follett's book. Yeah.
True. So check it out. Read
I'm
it.
Kate.
I'm Zing Clay. Thanks for being with us. You're watching Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zing Clay.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, September 24th, 2025, breaking news, targeted attack. At least 2 people killed, another hurt after a shooting at an immigration facility in Dallas. What law enforcement is revealing about the victims, the suspected shooter, and the clues that person appears to have left behind.
Back on air, Jimmy Kimmel makes his emotional return to late night, what he had to say about the remarks that led to his suspension, and his fiery defense of free speech.
Doing it. I sit down with actress and comedian Lily Singh to talk about the release of her new movie all about sex education. What was sex ed like for you, if it existed?
That's the thing. It barely existed. Definitely didn't learn anything about consent or about pleasure.
Why she believes the film is more necessary now than ever.
And fly me to the moon. NASA unveils its plans for its first manned mission to the moon in more than half a century. What we heard from the astronauts getting ready to blast off early next year.
Well, so good to be with you and with you. We are going to get started this hour with that breaking news out of Dallas. Federal authorities are on the scene investigating a deadly shooting at an Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, facility.
This all unfolded this morning. The Department of Homeland Security says the victims, 2 killed and another injured, are all ICE detainees. Authorities say no ICE officers were hurt. Homeland Security says the suspected shooter died by suicide. Multiple senior law enforcement officials briefed on the investigation have identified the shooter as 29-year-old Joshua John. While the investigation is in the early stages right now, FBI Director Kash Patel released an image on X saying one of the unspent shell casings found at the scene had anti-ice engraved on it.
So let's get right to NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson in Dallas and NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, we'll start with you in Washington. NBC News interviewed the suspect's brother. What more are we learning about this suspected gunman?
God, this interview was pretty extraordinary, Sinclair. My colleague, Rich Shapiro, was able to reach Joshua's brother, Noah. This is before the investigators had named him as the prime suspect, but we had some initial reporting that said that he was at least at the top of their list. And so he reached out to Noah to say, have you talked to your brother? He had not talked to his brother. He did not say that he said he was unique, but he said that he did not have any kind of extreme views politically on one side or the other. He said the last time he had seen him was 2 weeks prior at their parents' home, and that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He said Joshua was unemployed at that time and was thinking about moving back to their family's home in Oklahoma. He also said the parents did own firearms and that Joshua knew how to use them, but that he didn't think he was any kind of a marksman who may be able to carry out an attack from some distance, as is the case in this incident where the gunman shot from a roof into that Sally Port at the ICE facility in Dallas. Now, we should say this is before we knew all of these details, and so we did not explain to Noah that his brother was thought to be deceased. We just wanted to know more about the suspect at this time. But it does paint a picture of someone who has not been fanning the flames of political rhetoric online or even talking about it to family, really raising a lot of questions about the motive here.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. Priscilla, let me go to you. This ICE facility, it was not a detention center, right? What are we learning about the facility itself and how this all unfolded?
Yeah, this was a field office, and one of the things that would happen there is that folks would go in who had appointments, and those appointments started very early in the morning. So we've spoken to a number of witnesses who were in that parking lot waiting for family members who were inside having appointments. We spoke to one woman who said she heard what sounded like 20 gunshots, and she just sat in the car and prayed. The only thing I could do, she said, was ask God, may he continue to watch over us. And we spoke with another woman, Denise's, who her mom was inside, and she actually has video where you hear the gunshots ringing out. And so a lot of people feeling very scared and concerned today. And we also heard from the mayor of Dallas talking about this moment that we are in our country. And I want to play a little bit of what he had to say.
There's a lot going on right now in our country. A lot of it's confusing. It's a scary time. I've got children. I've got 3 young children. And I'm here to tell you that it is challenging to explain to them what's going on in our country right now.
And I spoke to that woman, Denise's, and said, did you ever think that you would be someone caught in this type of a situation? And she just said that she hopes that people will have more empathy and that it has just been a very traumatic day for many folks who are on the ground here dealing with this.
Yeah, and to that end, Julia, it has been a unique season in the country. ICE facilities facing a number of threats of violence, specifically since January when President Trump took office. Remind us of the context here. What are you hearing from the Department of Homeland Security?
Well, they certainly, and we saw this early on from the secretary herself, Kristi Noem, were saying that this is partly because of increased violence or increased rhetoric, and they say that targeting of law enforcement needs to stop. Now, it's not clear who was targeted here. All we know is that there were 2 detainees who were being brought into that facility who were killed along with the gunman, although it does confuse things when you see anti-ice on the bullet that perhaps he was going after that. How they'll be able to increase security at a place like that is unknown.
A lot of questions still outstanding. Julia Ainsley, Priscilla Thompson, thank you both.
Jimmy Kimmel is getting ready for another new show tonight in Los Angeles after his highly anticipated return to late night.
Kimmel walked out to a standing ovation from his studio audience. It was his first show in nearly a week. Disney had suspended him for comments about the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Kimmel addressed those remarks, as well as Kirk's widow, during an emotional opening monologue.
But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. Erica Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him. That is an example we should follow. A selfless act of grace, forgiveness from a grieving widow. It touched me deeply, and I hope it touches many. And if there's anything we should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope it can be that.
Joining us now, NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris and NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas. Chloe, I'll start with you. I mean, he was really emotional at times. He started this whole monologue by saying, as I was saying before, I was interrupted, which is an homage, really, to a former Tonight Show host, Jack Parr, who protested the editing of one of his monologues way back in the 1960s, and that was on our network, on NBC. What are some of the other standout moments if people missed last night?
Yes, that's a really interesting, inside baseball thing that clearly was orchestrated either by Jimmy or with his writers. We don't really know who helped him with his monologue, but this went on for about a half an hour. Jimmy Kimmel's own parents were in the audience, and he talked about the own death threats that his family has received, that he never meant for his comments to become the center of such polarization that is happening in our country right now. But he did double down on making fun of President Trump. I think at one point he called him a glazed ham. At other points, he made fun of Brendan Carr, the FCC chairman, and he did what he does best, which is really pushing the envelope and trying to get laughs. And I want you to hear a little bit more, though, of what he had to say last night.
Our government cannot be allowed to control what we do and do not say on television, and that we have to stand up to it. This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this. The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
He's getting a lot of support from other individuals in Hollywood. But again, President Trump, he's gone on Truth Social to criticize ABC for bringing him back.
So there's the politics, the entertainment, and then Misty, let's go to you for some of the business, right? Because Nexstar and Sinclair, two big owners of many local ABC stations, did not air Kimmel's show. And in fact, they both have pending issues before the FCC. In light of that, now we've got this massive letter from Democratic senators. You can see part of that letter there. Where could this all go from here?
So there could be legal consequences. So what this letter, which is, by the way, this is a request for information. It's not a subpoena. So it's asking for information about the why. Why are Nexstar and Sinclair taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air in these markets? And the probe is under a statute relating to corruption. Basically, was there a quid pro quo? Is it an agreement? We'll keep him off the air if you, Brendan Carr, rubber stamp our massive deals that are going to be before the FCC. Now, the flip side is for Nexstar and Sinclair, they're private companies. They do not have to air anything they don't want to. And so was there a business decision? A lot of different factors going into keeping them off of those markets. So those would be the two legal issues. But again, this is far from a courtroom. This is the very beginning request for information.
Chloe, on a different subject, there's another show getting attention today. It's an upcoming series from Apple that has now been postponed, we're told. Its star, Jessica Chastain, is not thrilled about that. What do we know?
Yeah, the show is called The Savant, and Apple TV has not explained why they are postponing the release, but it is a project that Jessica Chastain has been working on for several years, and it is about a woman who infiltrates a hate group to try to stop mass shootings before they happen. But it is interesting timing given Apple TV Plus's decision coming just a few weeks after Charlie Kirk's assassination. But again, they did not say why, but Jessica Chastain has come out saying that she, although loves Apple TV, she's grateful for their support in this project. She's disappointed in them delaying this rollout.
All right, Chloe Malas, Misty Maris, thank you both.
Time now for some consumer news. Pharmaceutical giant Eli Lilly is planning to boost production.
And fabric giant Joanne is coming back, but not in the way you might think. Bertha Coombs joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Kate and Clay. Eli Lilly says it's going to build a $6.5 billion manufacturing facility in Houston, Texas, to boost production of its experimental obesity pill. The pharmaceutical giant said Tuesday the new site will add production capacity for the pill as it tries to maintain its dominance in the GLP-1 weight loss market. The facility is the second of 4 new plants that Eli Lilly has announced that it will build here in the U.S. And the crafting and fabric store Joann's is coming back, but not in the way you think. Michaels said today that the brand will be in its stores as a mini shop called Knit and Sew Shop. Retailer said the mini shop is in 840 of its stores, and it plans to add them in more stores in the coming months. Back in June, Michaels purchased Joann's intellectual property.
Oh, wow. Okay. As an avid crafter, I love this. I stand by this.
I was going to say, I like to sew, so I love being able to go and actually touch stuff. There's so many fabric stores that have closed.
That's true. A little analog. Bertha Coombs, thanks so much.
Coming up, we are following breaking news. 2 senior White House officials telling NBC News President Trump will sign a TikTok deal tomorrow. What that could mean for millions of American users.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
We are following some breaking news out of the White House. According to 2 senior White House officials, President Trump will sign the deal on TikTok tomorrow. That deal would allow the app to continue to operate in the United States under American investors. NBC News White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is tracking this for us and joins us now. So, Vaughn, what do we know about tomorrow's signing and this potential overall deal?
Right. This is a deal that has now been negotiated for the better part of the last 7 months since the Trump administration came into office, working directly with ByteDance to negotiate a way that this will be able to be majority American owned in terms of investors and a majority of board members being U.S. based here. Oracle will provide the security protections over TikTok here. Essentially what they are planning to do, and this applies to the algorithm as well, is moving the data center center here for the U.S.-based TikTok application here to the U.S., and that the algorithm will essentially be using U.S. data. So they'll be able to track and better understand how the algorithm that ByteDance uses ultimately applies to data coming out of the U.S. Of course, last week was a deadline in which, under the federal law, signed into law last year, TikTok was going to have to go dark if they did not sell it to U.S. investors here. So this is a big, big deal. We should say that there's still about a 120-day period in which U.S. agencies as well as Chinese agencies are going to go through this process here. So there is still much to work out here. But the president is anticipated to sign on Thursday this executive order, effectively finalizing, allowing this deal to go through the regulatory process here to ultimately save TikTok and put it under mostly U.S. control here in the U.S., and that ByteDance will own just less than 20% of the company here as it moves into U.S. hands here domestically. At least the U.S. application, we should be very careful to note.
Yeah, saga spanning 2 administrations. We'll see where it all lands. Von Hilliard, thank you.
We are learning exciting new details about what will be the first manned space mission around the moon in 50 years. The NASA and Canadian astronauts spoke about the mission at a news conference earlier today. The 10-day Artemis II mission is scheduled to blast off in the first 4 months of next year. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now. Marissa, what did the crew say about this mission? The goals are pretty big, right?
Very big, Kate, as big as it can get. We're talking about the setup to return humans to the moon, but it all starts with Artemis II. And here are the 4 members of that Artemis II mission. We have 3 NASA astronauts, 1 Canadian Space Agency astronaut. This will be a 10-day mission. You can see some of the mission objectives on your screen there, the main being that lunar flyby. So this is not with the boots on the ground on the moon just yet, but this will be the closest humans will be to the moon since decades ago, since the Apollo days. And here's what we heard this morning from the upcoming Artemis II astronauts sitting in the exact same seats as those Apollo astronauts before them did.
This crew cohesion, we're at the point now where we are ready to go fly.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it, because that could mean that we could see parts of the moon that never have had human eyes lay upon them before.
Now, lots of questions on timing. Kate, we have heard various different responses to exactly that question. We heard April of next year. Now, this week, we are hearing February of next year, February 2026. That is only 4 months away, but that is a real target date that they are aiming for. We heard the commander of this mission saying that they are going to go when they are ready. They do feel prepared. But of course, Kate, you and I have been in these seats before when we have seen the mission dates change according to what is necessary, the atmosphere, all of that. So, Kate, one last thing. This is going to set up Artemis III. That is where boots will be on the ground on the moon, and that could include that new NASA astronaut class that we talked about on Monday, Kate.
Yes. Okay, Marissa Parra, thank you.
And still ahead, what's being described as the most powerful tropical storm on Earth slams into southern China after killing nearly 24 people along its path earlier this week. What it's like on the ground across the region, that's later on NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Richard Branson, the billionaire behind the Virgin Group, is calling attention to the human cost of Russia's invasion, explaining how landmines impact Ukrainian soldiers.
Branson is launching a new immersive art exhibit in New York City. NBC News correspondent Chloe Malas got an inside look at how he's using art to try and change minds and save lives.
It takes just 3 seconds for a landmine to detonate after it's stepped on. And it's the reason billionaire entrepreneur Richard Branson opened a new immersive installation, steps from New York City's Ukrainian village, asking visitors to imagine just 3 seconds to say goodbye.
The Russians have put down hundreds of thousands of mines, and if a young Ukrainian, 20-year-old steps on one of those mines, he'll hear it. It takes 3 seconds before it goes off. So they've got 3 seconds before they know they're going to either lose their life or their arms or their legs. And we wanted to draw attention to that.
Branson's Virgin Group collaborated with the Superhuman Center, a Ukrainian clinic that provides rehab and prosthetics for war victims, inviting visitors to record their own 3-second messages.
Love you all so much.
And put themselves in the shoes of people living through war, like Eddie Scott, a 29-year-old humanitarian aid worker who lost his arm and his leg in a drone strike, trying to evacuate people.
We just got rocked by this huge explosion, and it felt like someone just punched me in the back of the shoulder. I knew straight away that I'd been hit.
How has it been adjusting to your new way of living?
It's been a challenge. It's been the hardest thing I've ever done, learning to walk again.
Ukraine is the most landmine-contaminated country in the world, with roughly 30% of its territory filled, an area larger than Greece, according to the UN and the Ukrainian government. And since the war began, the Superhuman Center says 80,000 Ukrainians require prosthetics due to war-related injuries. And for Branson, it's not just personal, it's political.
We want to keep Ukraine on the front of news stories. We want our leaders to keep supporting Ukraine. Putin is not going to acknowledge that he made a mistake, and it's up to the West to help Ukraine get their territory back.
This an important moment for Branson, whose late friend Princess Diana made her famous walk through a minefield in Angola in 1997.
I used to be on Princess Diana's mining foundation where she was trying to get rid of mines. In those days, mines in Africa. I never dreamt that 30 years later I'd be talking about mines all over Europe.
In 2022, NBC News reported on local efforts to remove mines from Ukraine's farmland.
The farmers here, they say they keep finding bits of shrapnel.
Organizations on the ground are working to clean up some of these mines. President Zelensky, who is in New York this week to address the United Nations General Assembly, appointed Branson in 2023 to lead fundraising efforts to rebuild the war-torn country.
President Zelensky is here, as Winston Churchill was here in America in the middle of the Second World War, asking for Americans and asking for Europeans for help.
Zelensky's address coming just 1 month after he met with President Trump at the White House, 3 days after Trump's failed peace talks with Russian President Putin in Alaska, who says he will not end the war until common sense prevails. Among his demands that Ukraine must renounce its aspirations to join NATO.
It was fine for Trump to try. It didn't work. And now Trump really must follow through with what he said he'll follow through on, and that is bring rigorous sanctions against Russia.
Do you believe that Putin wants global takeover?
I am absolutely certain if Putin could click his fingers and run the world, he would love nothing better.
Would you compare him to Hitler?
Yes, I mean, the way he's behaving is exactly as Hitler behaved at the beginning of the Second World War.
Even after such a traumatic experience, Scott says he's still going home to Ukraine.
I went from knowing nothing about Ukraine to it being my home, and now I've been living there 3 years. I have a Ukrainian goddaughter. It's home for me.
Branson and Scott hoping this temporary exhibit puts a face on the human cost of war and leaves a lasting impact. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Chloe, thank you. Coming up, we're taking a turn and talking money. Sales of Hamburger Helper are suddenly soaring. Why that taste of nostalgia is helping the convenience food bounce back in a big way. That's later on NBC News Daily.
And attention, Dateline fans, the show is hitting the road for a first-of-its-kind event on Sunday, September 28th. This Sunday, join the Dateline team in Nashville to talk everything true crime and the impactful stories that they've covered. You can get tickets, learn more at datelinenbc.com/event.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Pryor.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Camden, New Jersey, once one of the deadliest cities in America, is marking a homicide-free summer for the first time in 50 years. Officials announced on Tuesday there were 0 murders in the city between June 21st and September 22nd. Officials are crediting the police department's Unity policing, which includes community events and new technology, including drones. Camden, New Jersey has recorded 8 total homicides for the entire year, with 7 arrests made in those cases.
The White House has installed new portraits of every U.S. president on the West Wing colonnade except for Joe Biden. The frame representing Mr. Biden's presidency instead shows an auto pen signature of his name. An auto pen is a tool used to sign official documents in place of a manual signature. It's been used by past presidents of both parties. The Trump White House has been critical of Biden's use of an auto pen, but did not elaborate on exactly why the decision to put that picture up was made. NBC News has reached out to Biden's office for comment.
3 students were injured in a stabbing at Carrick High School in Pittsburgh this morning. A spokesperson for the school system says a student used a small knife to injure 3 others. 2 of the students were taken to the hospital. 1 of them is in critical condition. The 3rd student was treated at the scene along with the suspect, who was later taken to Pittsburgh Police Headquarters. Officials say the stabbing occurred following a fight in the hallway. There is no further threat to the school.
NBC News has learned Camp Mystic in Texas is planning to partially reopen next summer.
That decision was announced by the camp's owners this week and comes just 80 days after devastating flash flooding killed 27 of its young campers and camp counselors. And that decision is not sitting well with some of the families who lost children in those deadly floodwaters.
NBC's Priya Sridhar joins us now. Priya, what can you tell us about these plans by Camp Mystic to reopen at least partially next summer?
Hey, Kate, that's right. So Camp Mystic's owners actually sent an email to the families of the 27 victims who lost their lives in those catastrophic floods back on July 4th, and then another email to the wider Camp Mystic community, essentially outlining what they plan to do. They say that they're only going to partially reopen in the summer of 2026. They're going to open their Cypress Lake site. That wasn't damaged at all by the floods, but the Guadalupe River site, which is the one that was most impacted by these floods, will remain closed. But in addition to that, and what is drawing a lot of controversy here, is that they say that they're also going to be opening a memorial, which they said to the families is going to be dedicated to your precious daughters. And now we're hearing from some of those family members that they were never consulted about this memorial. They never agreed to it. And frankly, they feel as though all of this is happening a little bit too soon, guys.
And in light of that, Priya, what more are we hearing from these families?
Yeah, so we've reached out to the families, and they're actually in meetings today. You know, they have obviously been through so much over the last 90 days. But one thing that has been clear is they have been unified in their messaging, and they have lobbied the Texas state legislature to pass a new safety act that now requires camps in Texas to have evacuation plans and training for their staff should any sort of emergency or natural disaster occur. So we're expecting to hear from them directly in probably a few hours or in the coming days. However, a few of them did speak to the New York Times, and one of the mothers of the 8-year-old Seal Stewart, who actually still to this day has not been found, told the New York Times, quote, "The camp is still pressing ahead with reopening, even if it means inviting girls to swim in the same river that may potentially still hold my daughter's body." Our Jenna Bush Hager did speak to some of those families, by the way, earlier this month before these plans were announced. Take a listen.
It became very, very clear that this wasn't an accident. This was complacency, and it is 100% preventable.
We all as parents want to be able to send our kids back to camp, but we want it to happen safely.
And I should say that Camp Mystic's owners in that email to them said that they will be complying with all the regulations of the Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act that I was just discussing earlier, guys.
All right, Priya Sridhar for us. Priya, thank you.
Let's turn now to today's Daily Health. There is new analysis that finds millennials, those are people born between 1981 and 1996, are being diagnosed with cancer in their 20s, 30s, and early 40s, which is decades earlier than past generations.
The Washington Post analyzed federal data and found cancer rates among people between the ages of 15 to 49 have increased by 10% since the year 2000, even as rates have fallen among older people. Dr. Amar Rivari joins us now. He's a radiation oncologist and adjunct assistant professor at Johns Hopkins University. Doctor, good to see you again. What do researchers think might be behind this rise in cancer among young people?
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate for having me back on. I've definitely noticed more cancer in my younger patients, and we don't know exactly why, but studies are pointing to diet, sleep disruptions, and chemicals in our environment. However, these are obviously correlations and not proof, but important clues. So ultra-processed foods, for example, make up over half of the U.S. diet and are linked to higher colon cancer risk. I often tell my patients, if your food doesn't look like something your grandmother would recognize, it probably belongs back on the shelf. Night shift work has shown higher cancer rates, as well as we live with tens of thousands of synthetic chemicals, most never tested for cancer. So.
Excellent points. And doctor, are there specific kinds of cancers that you're seeing pop up more commonly than others?
Yeah, great question. The big four we're seeing amongst millennials are breast, likely could be from increased imaging, but obesity and alcohol likely play a role as well. Thyroid cancers, which also can be picked up on scans, but environmental factors may be contributing. Colorectal, likely due to diet and lifestyle. And skin cancers, particularly melanoma, related to tanning bed and sun exposure.
And researchers I know also found that young women have a cancer rate, that is 83% higher than men in that same age range. Do they know why women are experiencing more cancer?
It could be related to higher levels of hormones, reproductive factors, and lifestyle. As women are undergoing childbirth later and not breastfeeding, they have a higher incidence of being exposed to hormones. But I think the important message here is this isn't about alarm. It's about awareness, so women know their risk and can take steps to protect themselves.
And I appreciate that point, though it is a bit alarming to see these numbers. So are there things we can do right now, regardless of our age, to reduce our risks of getting cancer?
Yeah, the good news is lifestyle changes do work. The number one most preventable thing you can do is not smoke or quit smoking. If you quit smoking, it cuts your cancer risk in half within 10 years. Exercise, that could be just 20 minutes of daily movement, has been shown to lower risks of colon and breast cancer by as much as 20 to 40%. Diet, healthy diet, eating fruits and vegetables, and maintaining good body weight. Just having 2.5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day can lower your risk of cancer by 20 to 40%. So I think the key takeaway here is that genetics may be the blueprint, but your lifestyle writes the script.
So good. Dr. Ammar Ravari, great to have you. Thank you.
Right now, this year's strongest tropical storm is barreling across Asia. Authorities say Typhoon Ragasa has killed at least 20 people. Dozens of others are missing, and a staggering 1 million people have been forced to evacuate. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest.
Typhoon Ragasa, the most powerful tropical storm on Earth this year, hammered Hong Kong and southern China, with gusting winds more than 120 miles per hour at times. And rain so heavy, floodwater burst through the doors of the city's Fullerton Hotel. The current inside knocking down people in the lobby. The typhoon, which made landfall in the Philippines, has been churning across the South China Sea. It crossed south of Taiwan, causing rough seas and deadly flooding. One video on social media showed a woman clinging to a utility pole until she was rescued. Taiwan's military fanning out to deliver aid. My refrigerator was floating inside like a sailboat, says this shop owner in Hualien, the county that was hardest hit. Ragasa then made landfall for a second time, hitting mainland China's Guangdong province. Authorities taking no chances and evacuating more than 1 million people to shelters, according to state media. Cars were parked on bridges to avoid being carried away by floods. Experts say typhoons are getting stronger and more destructive here every year due to warming seas and climate change. Hong Kong has been brought to a standstill, with flights canceled and schools closed. Store shelves have been emptied by people stocking up just in case. Streets in Chinese megacities like Guangzhou and Shenzhen were left eerily empty today as authorities warned millions to stay inside and wait for the storm to pass. Janice Mackey-Frayer, NBC News, Beijing.
Now to today's Simply Trending. We are sitting down with a trailblazer in entertainment. From becoming a viral YouTube sensation to making history in late-night TV, she's now the mastermind behind the new comedy film, Doing It. I'm talking about Lilly Singh. And while the movie is rated R with some risque themes, Singh hopes it will spark more conversations about safe sex.
Sexual education is an admittedly awkward rite of passage for many.
But when it comes to this stuff, it's like I'm broken.
Stuff? You mean sex?
But that oft-embarrassing class did not stop comedian, best-selling author, and actress Lilly Singh from producing, writing, and starring in the new film, Doing It.
Can we walk through it, because it's a virgin teaching sex ed?
Correct.
And you say it was 7 years in the making.
My longest and most toxic relationship. You know, I grew up with sex comedies in the vein of 40-Year-Old Virgin, American Pie. Not very female forward. Definitely not a lot of people of color. Definitely not a woman of color in the center.
What was sex ed like for you, if it existed?
That's the thing. It barely existed. Definitely didn't learn anything about consent or about pleasure.
For Singh, the journey of creating the film was personal.
I understand that you actually involved your mom in this process?
I thought I'm doing a sex comedy. My mom absolutely has to be involved. My mom is the credited, and not a vanity credit, I have to say, an earned credit, the cultural consultant on the film.
Explain.
So we have some scenes that take place in India. I wrote those scenes based off my mom's experiences.
Singh is the daughter of Indian immigrants to Canada and says her relationship with her mom is a close one.
This movie, my mom and I had the talk for the first time on set. For the first time.
The sex talk.
Yeah, the sex talk for the first time.
This film also comes at a unique political time, right? Young people are not having sex like they used to. Sexual content in schools is under an increased microscope. What are you hoping people take away from this?
Well, unfortunately and fortunately for my film, I feel like themes around sex, and especially as they pertain to girls and women, are timeless. Especially if you have kids, you should definitely want your kids to learn about safe sex. And if you don't empower kids to learn these things, they're going to find their own ways to learn about them. And I don't know if that's the safest and best method, to be honest.
Singh also hopes the film encourages deeper dialogue, even with the movie's raunchier themes. Beyond the film, Lily Singh is known for being the first woman of color to host a late-night show on NBC, a best-selling author, a viral YouTube sensation, and is now part owner of LA's women's soccer team and Canada's first WNBA team.
It's game time, baby.
Well, Lily, we always love to end these with a speed round. Would you be game to play?
Absolutely.
You also host a quiz show where different generations show what they know about the other.
Yep.
Which generation is your favorite?
Definitely the boomers, because they're unhinged.
And this, of course, is a family-friendly show.
Of course.
But if there was something that you could have learned in sex ed that maybe you didn't, what would that be?
Literally about my own body. It's hard to get a mirror down there. People should learn about their own body.
Lily, so good to have you. Thank you so very much.
You're so good at this. You're really good at this.
Thank you.
Last week. Thank you.
Such a fun conversation. That film is out now, and obviously Singh has done so much. I asked her professionally, personally, what are you most proud of? She says the fact that she's a hard worker, and I think it really shows through the quality of her work.
But and the quantity too. I mean, she's just doing it all. Thank you so much for that.
Of course.
After the break, pop quiz. What's the best way to study for an exam? An expert shares the answer and her tips for students of all ages. That's next. You'll learn something on NBC News Daily.
Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief.
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is Stay Tuned Now. Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
In today's Modern Parenting, it is time for a pop quiz. What is the best way to study for an exam? A,
testing yourself by recalling information. B, reviewing materials over time. C, mixing different but related subjects within a study session. Or D, all of the above.
The answer? D, all of the above. Joining us now is Anna Homayoun. She's an academic advisor and author. Anna, good to see you again.
Thanks for having me.
Talk about the strategies that we just outlined and why they work and what's the best way to study.
Yeah, well, these are 3 evidence-based strategies that we like to use with students. The first is retrieval. So what you do is you just close your notebook or you explain to someone else everything that you remember. That can get you to 75 to 80% recall. The second is just spacing out your study time. So not trying to cram the night before, but moving it to 2 to 3 nights, even less time. It can improve your retention by 4 times longer. And then finally, just thinking about, what are the things that you can do in interleaving, so mixing different types of problems that are on the same topic. So 20 algebra problems, 20 geometry problems. Mixing them can help you with cognitive flexibility and also can help you identify different types of problems.
Oh, interesting. So mixing subjects that you're studying at one time, potentially.
Topics within the same subject are the most helpful, yeah.
Okay. I'd love to talk practical tools.
Sure.
Should we be using, I remember using index cards, highlighters. What do you recommend for parents at home?
Well, writing things down does help with retention, but what students often get caught up in is this read and review, which is what we want to avoid. They just are reading and highlighting as they're reading. So actually what you want to do is read something and then go over it and then figure out what the most important strategy is or the most important information within that page or that paragraph. That means that you're reviewing it 3 times and it helps with retention.
So you're reading first and then going back
Absolutely.
and highlighting. How much time should, in general, people be devoting to studying?
Well, generally, when we think about homework, the National Education Associations tell us about 10 minutes per grade level. So for a first grader, about 10 minutes a night, for a 6th grader, about an hour, for a 12th grader, about 2 hours. But that's really a variable depending on the child, what kind of classes they're taking. They have a learning difference that, has processing speed challenges. So I really encourage students to talk to their teacher and say, how long is this supposed to be taking me? And compare that to what it's actually taking.
I mean, to that end, is it healthy for kids to be spending hours doing homework, studying? What do you recommend?
I always recommend that sleep has to come first because it's actually the sleep we get after learning new information that's so key for processing it. So if a student is staying up all night because they're doing so much homework, then something has to change.
So what do parents do if a kid's really having a hard time just even getting started? It's really hard to get them to go upstairs and do the studying. Yeah. And when do you look for a tutor or somebody else to help?
Well, first, we really want to understand that procrastination is often mislabeled, and often it's really just task avoidance. We're avoiding something that might feel challenging. So the more we can make it easier to just get started, the more we can make a difference. So beginning initiation rituals or making even that first step really small, like if you're working out, putting on your sneakers, opening the document is a step. And then body doubling, sitting next to them. I always say that your relationship is the most important. So if you are not the right messenger as a parent, find the person that is.
I love that. Anna Homayoun, so good to have you as always. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
So a classic American meal is making a major comeback.
We're talking about Hamburger Helper. For those who do not know, it's a simple one-pan meal with ground beef and pasta. Within minutes, you have a quick, cheesy, and cheap meal. NBC News correspondent Brian Chung took a taste of it all. So, Brian, we know the sales are up. What's behind this trend?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, some of the iconic flavors, in addition to just your standard cheeseburger flavor and pasta, is also the beef stroganoff. But again, the idea is so simple. You just add ground beef and you have a quick and easy meal on the cheap, which is appealing to people in this cash-strapped economy.
I can help.
It's the iconic pantry item over 50 years old.
It keeps your budget from getting out of hand.
Now seeing a resurgence.
I love Hamburger Helper. It's like my comfort food.
Hamburger Helper, the cost-effective solution to the hungered question.
What? Huh? For?
Oh no.
Dinner.
The New York Times featuring its sudden popularity, highlighting the economic pressures consumers are facing at the dinner table.
Let me show you how to feed 7 with 1 box of Hamburger Helper.
The cost of dining rising faster than the cost of groceries, and the price of ground beef specifically soaring almost 13% over the last year, leading consumers increasingly to the $2 Hamburger Helper mix for a hand. With Hamburger Helper sales up 14%, according to their parent company, Eagle Foods.
Families are still our core, but we're seeing a pretty significant increase in households that are buying Helper. And those are coming from young adults. They're coming from seniors, even college students who are looking for easy filling meals.
Other pantry staples seeing a change in the way consumers spend. Campbell's Soup, who told investors this month that shoppers were increasingly cooking at home and remain cautious and intentional with their spending. But it's not just the savings bringing customers back.
I'm gonna keep Helper handy.
The brand has remained in the cultural zeitgeist, from National Lampoon's Cousin Eddie.
I don't know why they call this stuff Hamburger Helper. It does just fine by itself, huh? I like it better than Tuna Helper myself.
To today, with FX show The Bear's own Chef Sydney.
All you're gonna do is stir and just make sure everything is incorporated.
Inspiring a new generation to try their own Hamburger Helper recipes.
So I saw Sydney using onions and garlic in the show, so that's what I started with.
It's still part of that cultural fabric of the country, and it's resonating in a really big way. It's kind of America's meal of the moment as we've enhanced it and elevated what Helper is.
All right, so the company Eagle Foods, which makes this, they now have launched some other stuff, right?
Yeah, well, they have these new products that they're trying to kind of broaden the appeal. They have these Helper cups where you don't even need to throw it necessarily into a pan. You can just throw it into a microwave. And they also have breakfast items now. Again, those flavors would be a little bit different than what you have in your traditional boxes. But again, it's a way that people are kind of getting around higher costs and maybe bringing back some of that nostalgia, too. People have been talking about, like, Chef Boyardee, Shake and Bake. We're talking about
I feel like the doctor that we just had on a little while ago
might not
protest some of this.
Look, I grew up on it, and we turned out all right, all things considered.
I had never had it prior to reporting this story, but for the sake of journalism, I did try it.
Right.
And,
Well, we love it. For the sake of
tasty.
journalism, will you stick around as we do some trending?
I'll lend you a helping hand.
Okay. You're too good. All right. Let's take a look.
All right, there's no rest for the Wicked. After last year's hit musical Wicked broke records at the box office, right? The countdown is on for the highly anticipated sequel. NBC's Today Show got an exclusive peek at the new trailer, and there is a lot in there. You see more with Dorothy and her crew, hand-to-hand combat between Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. What? And 2 new songs as well. Do yourself a favor, take 3 minutes, go to today.com. You can watch the full trailer there. Wicked for Good hits theaters this November.
So everyone's going to be walking around town singing again.
Oh, for
in
sure.
November,
Hopefully.
right?
For sure.
Like
You want to give us a little taste? You got a little... Okay.
Bars, right? That was pretty. Was that?
Bars.
Come on.
Okay, speaking of things right around the corner, Halloween, okay? And during the spooky season, it's all about the sweet treats. Instacart put together a top 10 Halloween candy list for 2025, and the list may surprise you. I know it's about to surprise me. Topping the list is Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. I support this. Just following behind are both peanut M&Ms and classic M&Ms.
Okay.
Rounding out the list is an oldie but a goodie, Haribo, I think is how I say that. But however you say it, the Gold Bears, right? You know what I'm talking about. Instacart also mentions late September and early October as the right time to secure candy. Secure candy. I never knew you had to secure candy. That's very interesting.
I like the Sour Patch Kids as well, but Reese's.
Yeah.
That's a chocolate-heavy list. And that's why I agree wholeheartedly.
There it is.
Chocolate over sour candies, IMO.
You've been watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in New York, and we begin with breaking news. After a deadly shooting at an ICE facility, reigniting concerns about political violence and inflamed rhetoric in this country just 2 weeks after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now, according to authorities, 3 people were shot early this morning at an Immigration and Customs Enforcement field office in Dallas in what officials are calling an act of targeted violence. The Department of Homeland Security says 3 ICE detainees were shot as the gunman fired indiscriminately from a nearby rooftop. One of the detainees was killed. The shooter was found dead on the scene of a self-inflicted gunshot and has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. No ICE officials were injured, but officials say they are investigating this as an act of targeted violence against law enforcement based on the current evidence.
I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
And I think that the takeaway from all of this is that the rhetoric has to stop. There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees.
FBI Director Kash Patel sharing a photo of those bullets with one clearly marked. You see it right there, anti-ICE, it says on it. Texas Senator Ted Cruz today, speaking alongside law enforcement, appeared to blame rhetoric about ICE and Border Patrol agents for the incident. Listen to what he said.
To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences. And we should come together. If we want to have a debate about immigration policies, we can do so in the halls of Congress without demonizing each other, and especially without demonizing the men and women who every day put on a badge and go risk their lives to keep us safe. And we should not be putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes.
And this afternoon, Vice President J.D. Vance saying the shooter was politically motivated.
An ICE facility, an Immigrations and Customs Enforcement facility, was opened fire upon by a violent left-wing extremist, a person who wrote anti-ICE messaging on their bullets. And there's some evidence that we have that's not yet public, but we know this person was politically motivated. They were politically motivated to go after law enforcement.
Joining me now is senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. NBC's Jay Gray is on the ground in Dallas. Also with me, senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. And in a moment, we will be joined by Jim Kavanaugh, retired ATF special agent in charge and an NBC News law enforcement analyst. Julia, I would like to start with you. You just heard the vice president calling the shooter a, quote, violent left-wing extremist. What evidence do authorities have to back that up? What more do we know about him?
The only evidence that we have, Kristen, that would back that up is that there was anti-ICE written on the bullets. There seems to be some kind of evidence that the vice president is referencing there that we have not yet seen. So that aside, what we do know about the suspect, who is now deceased, Joshua John, is that he is someone who, according to his family, was just known as unusual, but that they said he had no extreme political leanings on one side or the other, at least none that he ever brought to their attention. A colleague of mine spoke to his brother earlier today, who said the last time he saw his brother was 2 weeks ago at their family's house. They said John was unemployed and was thinking about moving back to Oklahoma to their parents' home. They said the parents did have firearms and that John knew how to use them, but he said that he wasn't a good marksman. He couldn't have shot somebody from 200 yards away, for example. That's what the brother said at this point. Now, when the brother spoke to NBC News, he did not at that point know that his brother was deceased. He just knew that he was a prime suspect. That was communicated by NBC, but really just totally shocked and surprised and really didn't have any understanding of what the motive could have been at that moment.
Well, it's tragic that a life was taken in this case, Julia. What can you tell us about this ICE facility and the fact that detainees were shot? Authorities have obviously said they believe the shooter was shooting indiscriminately.
Yeah, that's right. This is a place where immigrants can be detained for a short period of time. But, Kristen, it's usually before they're sent over to a longer-term deportation facility. It's a place I've driven by many times on my way to the airport in Dallas and would not necessarily know that that is an ICE processing facility. You also will see immigrants come in to check in there. They can get fingerprinted as routine check-ins as they proceed through the immigration system. It can be quite busy in a morning. A lot of those appointments are early. And a lot of the arrests they do in any given area or in a very early hours of the morning. And so they understand it was around 6:40 local time a.m. today. They were bringing in people who had just been arrested. DHS clarifying some of the numbers they put out today, first in a statement, then in the presser. Now they are saying, as of 30 minutes ago, Kristen, that two immigrants are in critical or injured and one is deceased. They used to say two detainees were deceased. Now 2 detainees are injured. 1 is deceased.
And Julia, obviously a lot of focus, attention, scrutiny right now on law enforcement. Again, this coming just 2 weeks after the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk, in which initially the FBI director tweeted out that a suspect had been taken into custody, had to take that down. Eventually, a suspect obviously was placed into custody. But there's a fair amount of scrutiny on this investigation for DHS and FBI.
Yeah, Kristen, I think that is going to be the takeaway from this tragic event is the way that ICE responds to this, the way the Trump administration responds. We saw very early, sharp responses, including from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, who said the vile attack was motivated by hatred for ICE. And so she's already putting a motive on the shooter before the full investigation had been conducted. That's unusual compared to what may have happened previously when they would want to do a more thorough investigation of the suspect's motive before attributing that to him. But this, of course, follows in the footsteps of what happened to Charlie Kirk and the calls that the White House has made against what they say is left-wing extreme violence. And you can see from the vice president's remarks today, that's exactly the category they're putting this shooting in as well. But Kristen, we have to say no law enforcement officers were hurt. Those hurt were ICE detainees today, although it's not clear what the targets were.
Okay, well, Julia Ainsley with the very latest on the investigation. We really appreciate your great reporting. Julia, thank you so much for starting us off. Jay Gray, let me turn to you. You are on the ground in Dallas. Take us to the scene there. What are you hearing from local officials, from people who witnessed what happened?
Yeah, and let's start with where it happened. That's right behind us here. This is the field office for immigration and enforcement. I can tell you that it happened just before sunrise here. The shots rang out. One witness telling us that they heard as many as 20 shots. It was a woman with her 9-year-old son waiting on her husband who was inside. They dove underneath the car in this parking lot. And at that point, were waiting it out when a Dallas police officer grabbed him, rushed him inside the facility. The shooter was apparently on top of a building just behind this field office, a building that houses immigration attorneys, and that's where he opened fire. What we're being told from Dallas police is that these were indiscriminate shots, that he was just firing at the building, at the area, and that's when he struck at least 3 detainees. After that, turning the gun on himself, according to FBI agents here on the ground, they located his body on that building with the weaponry as well as the ammunition, those bullets, one of them inscribed with the message anti-ICE. They're continuing their investigation right now. This will be locked down for quite some time, as you would expect right now, Kristen, working through what they can, what evidence they can gather.
All right, Jay Gray, I know you'll continue to bring us any updates as you get them. Thank you for bringing us that account from the ground in Dallas. We greatly appreciate it. Gabe Gutierrez, let me turn to you at the White House. We heard the vice president pointing the finger at Democrats for this incident, not unlike the reaction that we saw in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination. Take me inside your conversations at the White House. What are your sources telling you about the strategy and what we can anticipate in the coming days?
Well, Kristen, it's somewhat surprising that President Trump himself hasn't weighed in on this yet. We have not seen any posts on social media, and we weren't expecting to see the president on camera at any point today. It's likely he probably would do it in the next few hours or so. But in the meantime, his press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, has posted on social media talking about the dehumanization of ICE officers and other members of the administration, as you were just talking about with Julia, have been saying pretty much the same thing. Let's listen to a little bit more about what the vice president said a little earlier today in North Carolina.
When Democrats like Gavin Newsom did say that these people are part of an authoritarian government, when the left-wing media lies about what they're doing, when they lie about who they're arresting, when they lie about the actual job of law enforcement, what they're doing is encouraging crazy people to go and commit violence. You don't have to agree with my immigration policies. You don't have to agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. But if your political rhetoric encourages violence against our law enforcement, you can go straight to hell, and you have no place in the political conversation of the United States of America.
Now, that type of rhetoric, no surprise, Kristen, after we've been hearing from administration officials over the last several weeks after there have been increased threats against ICE officers. And in fact, at this particular field office, there had been an incident late last month where there was someone who was charged with making terroristic threats after going to that field office with a backpack and claiming to have a detonator on their wrist, essentially posing a bomb threat to that particular field office. But we do expect White House officials, administration officials to continue making that case, pointing to that rhetoric against ICE agents. And they really came out so very soon after this incident with those social media posts, trying to draw attention to that even before we knew much of the evidence here. And in fact, the vice president referring to more evidence yet to come, Kristen.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Gabe, thank you so much for taking us inside your conversations there. Jim Kavanaugh, let me turn to you now. So we don't know a whole lot yet. We know that the FBI director posted on social media these bullets that had anti-ICE written on them. Is that enough to try to establish a motive, or do you want to know more?
Well, it's the beginning, and it's important, Kristen, because target is always included in motive. And the target here is an ICE facility. And so we know that's at least the location of the crime, that's included in motive. And now we have, written on the bullet, anti-ICE. So yes, it feels like, looks like from the facts at hand, the evidence at hand, that the killer is screaming the motive in our face through this inscription on the bullet. Now, when you're in command of one of these things, you always have to be careful that the killer or the shooter could try to misdirect you and put a name on there. But, we don't have any evidence of that. There's no evidence of that. That's just something that you have to keep an open mind while you're gathering the facts. But the targeting, the ICE facility, this is written on the bullet. And also from what Jay Gray just reported to us about the witnesses saying he was shooting up the facility, witnesses reporting as many as 20 and 30 rounds. And this is from a bolt-action rifle. So the person has to work the bolt. Every time they fire a round, they have to work the bolt manually. And that, by looking at the rounds that they're inscribed anti-ICE, that's a 5-round clip. And it just slips in the bottom of that, top of that rifle, and he has to load it every time. So if he fires 20 rounds, that's 4 times he has to load the rifle with that clip. He has to shoot 5, and then he has to reload. So that gives us a little picture into what he may have been doing. In other words, he's just spraying the building with a bolt-action rifle, which is 1 shot, work the bolt, 1 shot, work the bolt. When he gets 5, he has to reload with a different clip, shoot. And so who he killed and who he wounded, to him might have been just people at the facility, because his hatred may be aimed at ICE. And that's where all the evidence leaves us at the moment. And unless something else surfaces, we won't know anymore. The computers at his house, Kristen, his social media contacts, his family and friends, his prior behavior to the event, a psychological autopsy, we called it when we were doing these investigations, going back in front of this guy for at least 6 months and seeing what's he saying, who's he talking to, what's his motivations, should make the picture a lot more clearer, Kristen.
Well, Jay, that was going to be, Jim, that was going to be my next question. What are the outstanding questions you have? Because as Julia was reporting at the top, family and friends described him as perhaps a bit odd, but that he didn't seem to be particularly politically motivated. What are the questions that you have moving forward? And again, this is not in a vacuum. This comes 2 weeks after the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Well, exactly, Kristen, because after not only Charlie Kirk, but we had the Butler, Pennsylvania shooter on the roof with a long rifle that shot at President-elect Trump, or he was a candidate then. The guy that just convicted in Florida, he was going to shoot at the president-elect with a rifle. We have Charlie Kirk's murderer. These killers learn from the vicarious experience of others. So the fact that Kirk's killer was on a rooftop just a couple of weeks ago with a rifle and a scope, and now we have this attack, these guys learn. They learn how to do the attack from watching others, the vicarious experience. And what I'd be looking for here would be what's an event in this guy's life in the last 6 months that changed something, a major event, a job loss, loss of a loved one, breakup with a girlfriend, some kind of event that's maybe spun him into something where now he's, taking this on that he's going to shoot up the ICE facility. And if you can find that, it might show something. But I think it's probably been something in his mind for a while, but the tactic might have only come to him after the Charlie Kirk shooting, because it's so similar in nature and behavior to that. In other words, he learns he might be able to do it by watching that event. Two big differences, Kristen, just to close here. One is the Charlie Kirk shooter used that tactic as a sniper because he wanted to get away. This killer was suicidal, and he didn't want to get away. So his plan ended with shooting up the ICE facility. In other words, he flamed out like a lightning bug, shot up the ICE facility, and killed himself. So there's similarities, but there's differences as well.
All right. Well, we know investigators are going to be looking at all of that. Jim Kavanaugh, thank you so much for joining us on yet another day of breaking news, another horrific shooting that has claimed a life. We really appreciate it. We will continue to monitor this breaking news story very closely. We'll, of course, bring you any developments as we get them. And coming up, we'll dive into the fallout and response to today's shooting from Capitol Hill, along with the rise of political violence and the president's crackdown on dissent. Senator Chris Van Hollen joins us next. Plus, Jimmy Kimmel returns to late night, responding to the Trump administration's threats against free speech for the first time since he was temporarily pulled off the air. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
This has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other.
Welcome back. That was Texas Senator Ted Cruz following this morning's deadly shooting at a Dallas ICE facility, calling for a toning down of rhetoric. It comes as acts of political violence are on the rise in recent decades, most recently with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Joining me now is Maryland's Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen. Senator Van Hollen, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Kristen, good to be with you.
I want to start off by reading a post that we just got from President Trump. He posted this on his Truth Social account. I'm just reading this in real time along with you. He says, quote, "I have been briefed on the deadly shooting at the ICE facility office in Dallas, Texas. It has now been revealed that the deranged shooter wrote anti-ICE on his shell casings. This is despicable. The brave men and women of ICE are just trying to do their jobs and remove the worst of the worst criminals," he says, "out of our country, but they they are facing an unprecedented increase in threats, violence, and attacks by deranged radical leftists. Senator, he goes on to say, and this is another quote, "I'm calling on all Democrats to stop this rhetoric against ICE and America's law enforcement right now." Your response to the president and the vice president's reaction to this?
Well, Kristen, we now have another awful example of political violence in America, and we should all unite to condemn political violence, regardless of the source, and not try to exploit this for political purposes, not engage in finger pointing. And unfortunately, what we see from the vice president and now the president is what we saw after the terrible tragedy of Charlie Kirk's assassination, which is rather than unite the country in opposition to political violence or violence of any kind, they decide to engage in finger pointing for political purposes. That does not accomplish the goal of reducing political violence. It's an attempt to take these tragedies and silence legitimate criticisms of the actions of the Trump administration.
And your gut reaction, Senator, when you learned about yet another deadly shooting in our country?
Yeah, it was awful. I mean, I saw this when it was breaking earlier this morning. My heart goes out to the family who lost a loved one, those who have injuries. My thanks to law enforcement and all the public safety officials. This is a moment where we need to allow our judicial system to work and not exploit this tragedy for political purposes. And it's very troubling to see the vice president and the president doing that in this instance, as they did in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting, where they then decided to go after Jimmy Kimmel, where they've tried to use the power of the government to suppress dissent or anybody else they disagree with, which is a clear violation of the First Amendment. So everybody should understand that political violence is unacceptable. It's also unacceptable for the president, the vice president, to try to exploit these terrible tragedies for political purposes.
And Senator, you bring up Jimmy Kimmel. I know that you and a group of Democratic senators are actually demanding answers from Nexstar and Sinclair about their refusal to air Jimmy Kimmel. What recourse can you actually take, if any? What power do you have to impact the decisions that these stations are making?
Well, people, of course, can vote with their pocketbooks. I mean, one of the reasons ABC reversed itself was it appeared that people were withdrawing some of their subscriptions to Disney Plus and other things. So I think that most Americans agree with the simple premise that you don't have to agree with the speaker, but you support their right to engage in, First Amendment expression. And what we're seeing from these companies is essentially caving into the FCC because they have things that they want out of the FCC. So shame on the FCC for trying to use its power to punish speech. That's flat out illegal. But these other companies should not be capitulating because that only feeds the illegality that we're witnessing.
Let me ask you about your bill. You and your Democratic colleagues introduced the No Political Enemies Act, aimed at protecting Americans from politically motivated attacks, from persecution from the government. Tell me what specifically this act does, given that the First Amendment already protects free speech. What gap is this filling?
Very fair question. This is a bill I introduced with Senator Murphy and others. It does two things. One is it creates more deterrence against government officials abusing their powers to crack down on dissent. So, for example, greater penalties for those who are found to be trying to silence dissent through illegal means by using the powers of the government to silence people. And on the other side, it helps those who are the targets of attempts to silence speech with more tools to defend themselves. So, for example, when you have a case, they would be able to get attorney's fees, so they wouldn't face those costs that you normally would face. They'd be able to pick up the costs of getting the information about the political targeting that they were subjected to. So it does two things. It provides more defenses and tools for those who are the targets of these political prosecutions, and it also does create more deterrence against bringing them.
Well, we'll track that very closely on Capitol Hill. I have to ask you before I let you go, Senator, about government funding. We are less than a week away from the deadline. Will you continue to oppose the House pass, the Republican CR, even if that does, in fact, lead to a government shutdown?
Well, Kristen, as you saw, the President of the United States, who calls himself the great negotiator, walked away from a negotiation. And what he said is that, you know, Democrats in Congress should act like Republicans in Congress and essentially give him a blank check. I, for one, will not give this lawless president a blank check to continue to engage in illegal withholding of funds. We also want to defuse this ticking time bomb on Americans' health care that will go off at the end of this year, where millions will lose access to health care. Tens of millions will see big spikes in their premiums and costs as they're also facing other rising costs. So I'm not going to give a lawless president a blank check. And unfortunately, after saying he would sit down and talk about these things, he's decided he wants to let that, you know, ticking time bomb go off on people's health care, and he wants to continue to illegally withhold funds. So this is the president's decision. He's taking us toward a shutdown.
So just to be very clear, Senator, given that there are no talks scheduled, are you bracing for a shutdown? Do you think that's where the country's headed right now at this point?
I think when Donald Trump decided not to have the talks that he previously said he welcomed, yes, he is taking us right toward a government shutdown.
All right, Senator Chris Van Hollen, thank you so much for joining us on yet another tragic day for the nation. We really appreciate it, appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
Coming up after the break, the president of Finland speaks to the United Nations and then meets the press. The leader of one of NATO's newest members joins me here in studio with his response to President Trump's stunning turnaround on Russia and Ukraine. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. Ukraine, Russia, and the entire international community are grappling with President Trump's surprise 180 on his view of the war in Ukraine. Yesterday, after meeting with President Zelensky, the president posted on social media, quote, "I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. With time, patience, and the financial support of Europe and in particular NATO, the original borders from where this war started is very much an option." President Zelensky called the post a big shift and very positive, and touted President Trump as a game changer in the ongoing war. Moscow, meanwhile, is rejecting his suggestion that Ukraine could win the war, calling it a misguided proposition, with some in the Kremlin also questioning whether the president's position will be a lasting one. Joining me now on set is the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb. Finland, we should remind you, joined NATO just 2 years ago and borders Russia. Mr. President, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks.
It's a real honor to have you. We appreciate it. We know you're very busy, so thank you for stopping by. I have to start off by getting your reaction to President Trump's post. When you hear him say Ukraine can, in fact, reclaim all of its territory, what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I think it was a very strong posting. And as I've told many of my friends, you should never underestimate the capacity of President Trump to negotiate peace. And I do think this was potentially a game changer. I had the chance to talk to President Zelensky about it and also exchange a couple of words with President Trump about it last night at the reception. I think Putin should realize that President Trump is very serious and he's running out of patience.
Can you give us some insight? What specifically did the president say to you that makes you know he is serious? And Russia says, well, he could change his mind. But you say that's not what's going to happen.
Well, it's a very strong statement. Remember that really this war is about three things. It's about the independence of Ukraine, the sovereignty of Ukraine, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Mm-hmm. So if, as a negotiating position, the President of the United States says that, as a matter of fact, Russia has no right to claim that territory, then I think the negotiations will begin in earnest. And I've been stressing from the beginning that we need to do this in two phases. First phase is a ceasefire, so that's when the killing stops. And after that, you start negotiating. So I do think that we're moving in the right direction.
Strong words. Does it need to be backed up by action? And of course, the United States is calling on European nations to stop buying oil from Russia. Is that part of what needs to happen first?
Oh, definitely. I mean, strong words backed by action. And I think, in my mind, the action is on three pillars. The first one is security guarantees, which we have been negotiating together with the United States ever since we met in the White House a few weeks back. And they're pretty much finalized. Secondly, it's about Europe stopping to buy Russian oil and gas. And there, I think the finger pointing is very easy. It's Hungary and Slovakia.
What about France?
Well, France on liquefied gas, but basically we brought down, I think, gas by 80% and oil by 90%. Now the European Commission is working on a total ban. And I think President Trump is absolutely right on that point. And the third issue is secondary sanctions. But I stress all the time that President Trump is the only one who can end this war, but we need to do this as a team together, Europe and the United States.
So Europe needs to take those actions, and then does the United States, from your perspective, need to impose stiff sanctions?
Well, the U.S., of course, decides for itself, but I do think that this is very much a team effort. So we're trying to find the right ways. What do we do with the frozen assets? How do we stop buying oil and gas? What kind of secondary sanctions do we do? Why do we do this? Because we do not want to finance the Russian war machinery. The Russian economy is actually doing very poorly, and I think that's one of the reasons that President Trump reacted.
Mr. President, I have to get your reaction to something else that President Trump said yesterday that made a lot of news. He said he believes NATO should shoot down Russian aircrafts if it enters its airspace. Do you agree with him?
Well, we have a very strict protocol on how we work in these types of situations. Obviously, we've had many violations of of airspace over the years, and the protocol that we follow is very rigid. I think you have to look at it case by case. I think the basic message right now is that Russia is testing us. It's testing us with drones. It's testing us with airspace violations. It's testing us with sabotaging underwater cables. And my message always as a Finn is to first, be calm, cool, and collected, look at the situation, and then take the decisions.
So you don't think automatically these drones should be shot down?
Automatically, we have a procedure on how we deal with these types of issues, and it's our defense forces and our military that does it. And of course, if someone violates our airspace, they have the right to react.
I had the opportunity to interview President Zelensky several months ago. He said his big concern is that Russia is, in fact, planning to go into other European nations. Do you share that concern? And could sending these drones into NATO airspace be an indication that that's what he's eyeing?
Well, I think it's good to start from the basics. I think what Putin and Russia have done in Ukraine is one of the biggest strategic and military failures in recent history. He was supposed to walk into Kyiv in 4 days. Now we're almost 4 years into the war. In the last 1,000 days, he has advanced 1% of Ukrainian territory. So what we need to understand in Europe is that Russia doesn't have the capacity to do these kinds of moves, but they do have the capacity to test us, and that's what we have to prepare for.
Based on what you are saying, do you think it's realistic for Ukraine to be able to reclaim all of the territory that Russia illegally took?
I think it's realistic that we work towards that aim, and that decision can be taken only by Ukraine itself. I think the key is that they retain their independence and their sovereignty to decide EU membership, NATO membership, security guarantees, and military, and then make sure that we never accept any land acquisition coming from Russia towards Ukraine. Certainly Finland will never accept that.
I want to play just a little bit more of what President Trump had to say at his speech at the UN yesterday. Take a look.
Inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one?
What did you make of that part of his speech? And obviously, you're saying it is time to take a hard look.
I think it was spot on, and it's good for the President of the United States to tell that to his NATO allies in the UN. Of course, it's easy for me to say because we've cut off Russian oil and gas a long time ago, so we don't have a problem with it. But it's good to do some finger pointing and increase the pressure, and I think he's absolutely right.
What is your message to Vladimir Putin as we sit here today?
Please come to the negotiating table. I think it's very important to understand that this war will end up, of course, in a negotiating table. And what we need to have first is a date and a place for the first meeting between Volodymyr Zelensky and President Putin. And then we start, after a ceasefire, peace negotiations in earnest, because too many people are dying.
All right, President Stubb of Finland, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up next, Secretary of State Marco Rubio meets with Russia's foreign minister at the United Nations after President Trump's surprise show of solidarity with Ukraine. We'll delve into that meeting. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
got hooked on the news early on. We grew up an NBC family. And then at the age of 15, I started working in newsrooms. I always believed in what I did, and I knew it was important.
The feeling of vulnerability is still apparent here in the heartland.
I kept at it.
We're live tonight inside the disaster zone.
You have to be in it to understand it.
This is a major development that is breaking tonight.
To connect with people.
How difficult was it to leave?
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, Ukraine and NATO are cautiously welcoming President Trump's latest comment suggesting Ukraine could reclaim all of its territory from Russia. It's, of course, a stark contrast to comments President Trump made earlier this year when he told President Zelensky he had no cards to play in the matter. Joining me now on set is Elise Labott, host of the Cosmopolitics podcast. Elise, thank you for being here. It's great to see you. I just want to start off by getting your reaction to what we heard from President Stoop. He says Russia has it wrong, that President Trump's not changing his mind and his tone this time. He's serious about the fact that he wants to fight for Ukraine to get its territory back. What do you make of what we just heard?
Well, I mean, look, we'll have to see. And we've always talked about how President Trump, changes his tune when somebody else is meeting with him. He's trying to send a message, clearly what officials are saying. He's trying to pressure Putin. Putin is really good at, this is a former KGB agent. He might try to play back, let's meet again, let's talk again, like they did in Alaska. But I do think President Trump is finally coming around to the fact that this dialogue and this talking with Vladimir Putin isn't about peace. It's about Putin playing for time. And you and I have talked on this show many times that President Trump doesn't like to get played. And I think he's looking at the situation, as the president said, the president of Finland, the economy is bad. They're not really gaining on territory. They have to use North Korean soldiers. I mean, Russia is suffering in this war. And I think President Trump smells a little weakness from Putin and is trying to push on that.
It's interesting, Elise, because, again, this is an about-face. President Zelensky even said he was surprised by this. But you
surprised, but pleasantly surprised.
Pleasantly surprised, but you heard the president of Finland very firmly say it needs to be backed up by action. Do you think we will see that kind of action, both from the United States, European allies, and the United States itself?
I think it's pretty clear that the U.S. is reluctant to take action. In a week, in a month, in a couple of weeks, Secretary of State Rubio was at the UN Security Council even before President Trump made these comments saying, look, at some point, we're going to have to do something. He did meet today with Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. It was a very tense meeting. You could even see by the photo op, there were no smiles. There was a terse one-line statement talking about Russia needing to take steps. So clearly the U.S., President Trump in particular, is impatient. He wants to get this done. And I think, to their credit, NATO allies have really kind of adjusted.
Yes,
They've learned how to deal with President Trump, and they're dealing with him pretty beautifully by saying, President Trump, you're the only one that could end this war. And President Trump likes it, and we've talked. He wants that Nobel Peace Prize. Listen, if he can get an end to this war, he could be in contention. So they're pushing on his desire to make peace.
Well, so many fascinating developments, and your reporting about the meeting between Rubio and Lavrov just really an important data point as we continue to track all of this. Elise Labott, thank you so much.
Great to be with you.
Great to have you here. We really appreciate it. We are also following some breaking news at this hour. The Justice Department is weighing whether or not to charge former FBI Director James Comey with lying to Congress. Two DOJ officials and a person familiar with the matter tell NBC News. Joining me now is NBC News national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, what can you tell us about this development?
Yeah, Kristen, so it appears that there's still a bit of an ongoing decision-making or deliberation process within the Justice Department, but the reporting with my colleagues, Kelly O'Donnell, Mike Cosner, and Laura Jarrett, just kind of lays it out as this is very much a live issue. We have a quote from one official saying there are still internal matters being sorted out. They're deliberating it. You might wonder why now? Why is this coming up? Well, one of the reasons that we're being told about is that the charges, which could come out of the Eastern District of Virginia, are charges that could be related to testimony that Comey had before Congress in a back and forth about who authorized a leak, and some dispute about that between Comey's testimony and then his deputy director at the time, Andrew McCabe, and he was in a back and forth with Ted Cruz. That testimony, what is not so much important at this very moment, is what was said, but the timing of that, which was September 30th of 2020. So September 30th, 2020. That would put this at the 5-year statute of limitations expiring next Tuesday. So if they were going to charge on that, Kristen, they would need to charge and make that decision and file that paperwork less than a week from now. So obviously that's an important consideration here. And that's something that we've heard about before as a potential area where the Justice Department was looking into with respect to Comey. Obviously, a former FBI director, somebody who was subject to the President of the United States' ire, which is perhaps an understatement of significant proportions. But basically, Comey is somebody who the president has been talking about, targeting about, and there's been a number of references, including in a True Social post, which I know you've talked about this week, over the weekend, where he seemed to be making a specific reference to his attorney general about when more arrests could be coming. Whether or not Comey is a part of that, time will tell. Whether or not charges are ultimately filed, time will tell. A representative for Comey tonight declining comment to us. So we'll just have to see where all this goes from here. Kristen, it should be noted that there have been some resignations, including Eric Siebert, who is the acting U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia. He resigned last week, and it had to do with this potential indictment. Lindsey Halligan, part of President Trump's defense team, was appointed as the interim U.S. attorney in that office as a result. So a lot of moving pieces here. Bottom line, I think tonight for people to know is that the Justice Department is definitely considering the possibility of indicting the former FBI director, James Comey.
Well, it is a significant development indeed. Tom Winter, we know you will continue to stay on top of all of these developments. Thank you so much. And we have much more ahead, including reaction from our panel to that breaking news surrounding former FBI Director James Comey. Keep it right here on Meet the Press Now.
I got hooked on the news early on. We grew up an NBC family. And then at the age of 15, I started working in newsrooms. I always believed in what I did, and I knew it was important.
The feeling of vulnerability is still apparent here in the heartland.
I kept at it.
We're live tonight inside the disaster zone.
You have to be in it to understand it.
This is a major development that is breaking tonight.
To connect with people.
How difficult was it to leave?
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News.
I'm Tom Yams.
And that's what we do every night.
Welcome back. We have more now on the breaking news, with sources telling NBC News that the Justice Department is weighing whether to charge former FBI Director James Comey with lying to Congress. Joining me now is the panel, former Secretary of Homeland Security Jay Johnson and Noah Rothman, senior writer at the National Review. Thanks to both of you for being here. Secretary Johnson, I'm going to start with you. You know James Comey. You hear this news that the Justice Department is weighing whether or not to indict him. What is your reaction? Again, this is all breaking right now.
It's absurd. I've known Jim for 37 years, since we were assistant U.S. attorneys together here in Manhattan, both hired by Rudy Giuliani. And we were also colleagues when I was Secretary of DHS and he was FBI Director. I consider Jim a personal friend. I didn't always agree with everything he did as FBI Director, but to accuse Jim Comey of being a criminal in a federal indictment is absurd. And this explains why the previous U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia was either pushed out or resigned and replaced by someone who apparently has little or no criminal experience, let alone being the experience of being a prosecutor. So this is, to me, this is stunning.
Noah, President Trump has made no secret of the fact, going back to his first administration, that he is no fan of Jim Comey's. He has talked about wanting authorities to go after him, and now here we're seeing this play out. What do you make, and you hear how Secretary Johnson is characterizing it, what do you make of this?
That is the context of it, right? Not knowing the charges,
right.
I heard that it has to do with a perjury allegation. If this were ever to go to a jury, which I kind of doubt, they would be informed of all the circumstances around it, that the president has said he wants to prosecute you, that the Eastern District Attorney resigned, having no ability to both get James Comey and to prosecute mortgage fraud charges against another of the president's adversaries. Yeah. A good attorney will say to a jury, if there were to ever meet a courtroom, which it probably is not, look at all this context. Don't you think that this deserves an acquittal? Which is why it's probably not a trial case. It is an intimidation case.
Do you think some of these people who have been named and called out by the president, by the administration, have taken preemptive steps, have braced for the possibility of a moment like this?
I know they have, yes. And I agree with Noah. A good criminal defense attorney will make sure that a jury knows the full context. But yes, there are a number of my former colleagues from the Obama administration, from the Biden administration, who have taken preemptive steps, who are very concerned about whether they're next. This president is not making any attempt to hide his motive of going after his political enemies. And what I would be shocked, well, be interesting to see whether the U.S. Attorney in Virginia can find line assistant U.S. attorneys willing to prosecute James Comey.
Well, we'll continue to track it very closely. It does come as we're also having this national debate over free speech. Jimmy Kimmel was temporarily suspended by ABC after he made comments in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. He was pulled off the air. He was back on the air last night for the first time responding. I want to play some of that for you. Get your reaction on the other side.
I never imagined I would be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention in school. But one thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce and George Carlin and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American. That's anti-American.
No, what do you make of the monologue?
Listen, I agree with Jimmy Kimmel that the threat is civically contemptuous. And what Brendan Carr has done by being a kind of a bully to this network, to ABC, to singling out content that he doesn't like, that's not something that the executive branch should do. However, what we heard over the weekend from Democratic politicians is that the president exercised his extra constitutional authority to silence a critic. Did all of a sudden over the weekend the president lose interest in silencing his critics? Did the FCC suddenly say we're no longer going to burden you with litigation and compliance problems? No, none of that happened. The Occam's razor situation happened here, which was that the affiliates said this content is not right, we don't like it, we want you to apologize. He did not. and the network took action. That is the simplest sequence of events here, and Democrats blew it all out of proportion in order to generate a political narrative, and it had consequences. The person who shot up an ABC affiliate did so, according to prosecutors, because he was frustrated with what the coverage was about this, that the president had done this to Jimmy Kimmel, and that was wrong.
Your response, and we should say that Sinclair and Nexstar didn't air Jimmy Kimmel and dozens of affiliates across the country, continuing in their opposition to the coverage.
Well, I'm gonna respectfully disagree with my colleague. The threat of regulation coming from the FCC was out there.
Stipulated.
And this, in my opinion, reflects yet another example of the power of our federal government when those who are at the steering wheel are willing to use it in excessive and unlawful ways, whether it's the FCC, whether it's the FTC, whether it's the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice, whether it's the SEC, whether it's higher ed, law firms. If a president and his administration are willing to threaten government authority on private actors, this is the effect. This is the fallout.
What about those threats, Noah? Can you discount them? This didn't happen in a vacuum, and President Trump threatened to sue ABC again last night.
Yeah, as I've written about this, there are certain things we don't know and certain things we cannot know, like the effect that those threats were having on the thought process, to say nothing of conversation, stuff that we will never see and will not come to light. That being said, the outcome here is that the ABC bucked the president, which tells you something about the limits of the president's power in our system, and it also tells you something about the sequence of events, which I don't think matches the notion here that the president reached out to silence one of his critics and succeeded.
We have about 30 seconds left. Does Noah have a point that
I
ABC
look
did
forward
put
to
him back on
reading
the
the
air?
book written by somebody inside the White House to find out whether or not the president personally directed the Attorney General, the FCC, or other regulatory agencies to do this, or whether they were acting because they thought that he wanted them to.
Well, we will have to wait for that book. We appreciate this robust debate. That's what it's all about. Thank you so much, Jay Johnson, Noah Rothman. Great conversation. We are back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, but there is much more ahead on NBC News Now.
Tonight, a whole bunch of new developments after a shooting at an ICE office in Dallas left one person dead, two others in critical condition. A lot of questions now around why the suspect allegedly opened fire this morning. What we're hearing from folks who saw it happen as the FBI condemns what they're calling targeted violence. Plus, Kimmel is back, but not everywhere. What could come next in this growing fight between the late-night host and the owners of dozens of stations who will not put him back on the air? Then a federal judge says President Trump and some allies may have broken the law after comments linking Luigi Mangione to Charlie Kirk's killing. The demands from that judge tonight and what it means for Mangione's looming murder trials. And in tonight's original, we take you inside the so-called Taylor Swift tax and the nationwide push to go after people who own more than one home. Plus, an asteroid with basically zero chance of hitting Earth may meet an explosive end anyway. Why some scientists say nuking it, yes, really, could be the answer. That's coming up a little bit later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are coming on the air with new details about who the suspect is who opened fire on an ICE field office in Dallas. One person is dead, two others in critical condition. Those numbers may sound different from what you heard earlier. DHS has clarified. One person dead now. DHS says a sniper opened fire indiscriminately from a rooftop near that building. You see some of the response to the scene here. One woman was waiting in the parking lot while her mom was inside, and that's when she heard shots.
Eso está muy cerca, eso está muy cerca.
Here's what we know so far. The suspect has now been identified as a 29-year-old. That person is now dead after dying by suicide. The three victims were detainees, according to the Mexican consulate. One of them is a Mexican national. This is all according to officials. It appears no ICE officers have been hurt. The FBI calling this an act of targeted violence. And you can see this picture shared by the FBI director. We'll pull it up here. So these are 5 shell casings. Do you see the one that's fourth from the left there? It has the phrase anti-ICE written in blue. In just the last hour, the president says he is calling on, in his words here, all Democrats to stop rhetoric against ICE and America's law enforcement right now. And Republican Senator Ted Cruz from Texas also called for an end to the demonizing of federal law enforcement officers. Watch.
To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. The divisive rhetoric tragically has real consequences.
We've got team coverage tonight. Gabe Gutierrez is live for us in Washington. Jay Gray is on the ground in Dallas. Jay, we'll start with you. What else are we learning about how all this happened?
Yeah, Hallie, and this is the field office just behind us here. It was a building behind the field office, an immigration attorney's office, where the shooter was up at an elevated position, fired, we're told by the FBI, indiscriminately at the building. It happened to be at a time when a van had pulled in and they were moving detainees in to work them through, and then they were going to take them to the detention area, which is a good bit away from this office. But it also happened at a time when they were going through routine appointments with immigrants who have to work through a process here. We talked to one of the ladies who was waiting in the parking lot for her husband, who was inside as the shots were fired. She said she heard at least 20 shots ring out. She, with her 9-year-old son, dove under their car until a Dallas officer grabbed them, took them inside to the facility, inside to safety. We know that they are looking at the position from where the shots were fired. They're looking deeply into the background of the shooter right now, and this area is still locked down, as you would imagine. Hallie, it's going to be a very intense investigation here.
Yeah, no kidding. Gabe, let me go to you, because this is now intensifying, or should we say continuing to intensify the spotlight that was already on political violence in this country.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie, and you just heard it right there from the president, posting within the last hour on social media and referencing what, in his view, is rhetoric by Democrats that have led to this. But there have been a number of instances over the last several months, Hallie, when it comes to violence against ICE agents that federal authorities are pointing out. For example, just there in July, you have an incident in San Diego. ICE agents were assaulted during a raid. Then in Alvarado, Texas, on that same day, an officer was shot outside an ICE detention facility there. Then other instances also in July in McAllen, Texas, and Colorado Springs. And then August 20th in San Francisco, there was a fight between anti-ICE protesters and agents on site. And also, Hallie, at this particular ICE facility in Dallas, this ICE field office, late last month, there had been a bomb threat. A suspect had apparently gone there with a backpack and claimed to have a detonator on his wrist. He was taken into custody and charged with making terroristic threats. But this is something that we expect to hear much more often now from White House officials and from the president himself. Actually, we heard it from the vice president earlier today in North Carolina, trying to make the case that this particular incident was due to that increased rhetoric against ICE agents around the country, Hallie.
And Jay, this is all happening as we've got new details on this suspect, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Joshua John is his name, 29 years old, born here in Texas, grew up in Texas. His brother telling NBC News that his parents had weapons. He knew how to fire a rifle, but that he didn't believe that he was particularly political. On that note, we know that he's registered as an independent, voted last on November 24th. You see the picture there? That's from a 2016 arrest on marijuana delivery, a felony that he pled guilty to. So he has some background as far as a criminal record is concerned. I'm being told that investigators obviously are pouring through his social media online presence as well as his electronics. We do know in a suburb north of Dallas that both police officers and federal agents have been going through a home there as well.
Jay Gray, live for us there in Dallas on the scene. Gabe Gutierrez live in Washington. Much to follow. Thank you both for being with us. Appreciate that. Also tonight, all things Jimmy Kimmel. The ball is very much in the court of the two big station owners who are not putting him back on the air, Nexstar and Sinclair. They've been preempting him in about 70 cities, at least they did last night, keeping Kimmel off of a quarter of TVs across the country, just about. So what are they going to do? Nexstar now says they're talking with Disney, ABC's parent company, in a new statement. More on that in a sec. All of it, as it seems like everybody has a take on what Kimmel had to say as he was back on the air for the first time after his suspension over comments he made about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Here's one of the key parts. Honestly, like if you didn't watch the whole thing, even if you did, this is kind of the TLDR of the whole monologue right here.
This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this.
Just in the last few minutes, we're also learning that some 100 ABC News former employees, former journalists, have sent a letter to the head of Disney asking him to defend press freedom. Chloe Malas is standing by, but I want to start with Liz Kreutz out in L.A. And this is just some of the reaction, Liz, that we are seeing to Kimmel's big return to the air.
Yeah, we were outside the theater last night during that taping, and we were able to talk to some of the audience members after, and all of them came out just saying that they felt like it was a unifying message. It was a heartfelt message. We were told that there were tears in the audience. In fact, one couple we interviewed who was in the audience, they were visiting from Oregon, they sat next to Kimmel's parents, and they say that his mother was tearing up during his monologue. So a lot of his supporters and people are praising his messaging. They are feeling like he just hit the right balance of being able to stand up to President Trump and also offer an explanation of those comments that he made about Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter that sparked it all. Take a listen to what he said about that.
It was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't... For those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way. On Sunday, Erica Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him. That is an example we should follow.
Now, the spokesperson for Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization, he has been pretty outspoken, saying that they do not feel like this was enough. He said not good enough, Jimmy Kimmel, and he said that he wanted a direct apology still for those comments. At that time, you can see that post on X there. At the same time, as you mentioned, 60 different ABC affiliates across the country weren't airing the show. But because of that, at that same time, ABC posted the full Kimmel show on YouTube, and you had all of these people from those blacked out markets watching almost in real time. You could see on YouTube the comments of people saying, I'm watching from Salt Lake City, I'm watching from DC, giving their support.
Liz Kreutz out in L.A. for us. Liz, thank you. Chloe, let me go to you, because one of the people we've heard a reaction from, too, is the White House, with this statement out, sort of responding to this, calling Jimmy Kimmel's show a, quote, terrible product that is not a free speech problem, it is a talent problem. Obviously, there is disagreement on that point, sort of broadly, and it's coming as we're hearing a potential fallout. So not just from Nexstar and Sinclair. What are they going to do next? What do those, quote, unquote, productive conversations with Disney look like for Nexstar, for example? But also other companies like Apple TV, which is now making one of its own moves to press pause on something that is sort of relevant to the current moment.
This is all so complicated, Hallie, and to wonder when or if Nexstar and Sinclair are actually going to start airing Jimmy Kimmel live again. That's the multi-million-dollar question right now. There is a lot of money on the line for these companies. Who knows what the fine print says on these contracts that they have with Disney, ABC? How long can they really preempt a show for before they are potentially in breach of contract, Hallie? I do want to point out, like you just mentioned, Apple TV had a television show that was expected to roll out starring Jessica Chastain, and she's been creating the show for about 5 years, called The Savant, and she plays this investigator who goes undercover to try to thwart domestic terrorism and thwart these massive terrorist attacks before they start. And Apple has now decided to press pause on putting the show out. Jessica Chastain is very upset, saying in a statement that we are, quote, not aligned on the decision to pause the release of The Savant, and so she's concerned, right? She says that this show feels more urgent than ever, but we do not know if Apple TV Plus has decided to not put the show out in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, in the heat of everything that's been going on with Jimmy Kimmel. The timing is really interesting, right, Hallie? And it goes to show you it's a really polarizing time in the nation right now. And companies, they are looking at their bottom line and trying to think about what audiences want. And who knows if other companies are feeling pressure from the FCC right now.
Chloe Malas, thank you very much for staying on top of this beat, too. Appreciate that. Also tonight, Ukraine and many of its allies are holding their breath to see if President Trump flip-flops on them after Ukraine's president put his heart into begging for help at the UN in the fight against Russia. Remember what we told you just about 24 hours ago, President Trump's pretty seismic shift in thinking, at least at the moment. now saying Ukraine should take back all of its territory from Russia, after months of saying, actually, Ukraine would have to give up some of its land to Russia. Right now, Russia controls about a fifth of Ukrainian land. And regarding the whole thing, Russia seems kind of not thrilled about what the president had to say, calling his comments, their words, an erroneous talking point. Vaughn Hilliard is posted up at the White House for us. You heard President Zelensky today at the UN begging world leaders to stop Putin, or he warned that the Kremlin could set its sights on them, too. He wants more than just words from President Trump. He wants action. Is he going to get it? Any indication?
That's the distinction here, Hallie, right? The words that the president spoke yesterday were very clear. It even led Zelensky to turn his head, almost seemingly in surprise with just how direct the president of the United States was about his frustration with Vladimir Putin and his openness to not only the idea that Ukraine could take back land that Russia has already seized, but even that NATO countries could strike down Russian aircraft that go into NATO country airspace here. But that question of action, right? Whether it be sanctions or military equipment and might. I want to let you hear directly from Volodymyr Zelensky at the United Nations today. Take a listen.
If a nation wants peace, it still has to work on weapons. It's sick, but that's the reality. Not international law, not cooperation. Weapons decide who survives. There are no security guarantees except France and weapons.
In the exact specifics of what security guarantees from the U.S., those have not been shared by the Trump administration. And even earlier today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he did sit down with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for almost an hour behind closed doors. Our cameras were able to capture them for a few quick seconds there. And a reporter asked Marco Rubio whether the administration was going to put more sanctions on if Russia didn't end its war. And he did not respond to that question. So far, a lot of words here, but we've seen time and again, Russia not respond to words.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you very much for that reporting. Plenty to watch, I know, on the international front and in Washington. Appreciate that. To Texas now, where some victims' families tonight sound shocked over the announcement that Camp Mystic plans to partially reopen next summer. That news coming just 80 days after those horrific floods in Texas, flooding that killed 27 young campers and counselors. You're seeing some of those devastating images. Some of the families whose kids were killed say they're angry that they were not consulted about the reopening of the camp, even with recovery teams still out there. The mother of 8-year-old Seal Stewart saying in a statement to the New York Times, Camp Mystic is pressing ahead with reopening, even if it means inviting girls to swim in the same river that may potentially still hold my daughter's body. Priya Sridhar is joining us now. And Shreya, the pain, the anguish from these parents is so evident at this moment that the camp is announcing its next steps here.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. So NBC News has gotten from a source the 2 emails that the owners of Camp Mystic sent to the families of the 27 victims who died in the catastrophic flooding on July 4th, and also a separate email that was sent to the wider Camp Mystic community that really outlines their reopening plans. And as you mentioned, this is a partial reopening. So they're going to be opening the Cypress Lake site, which was not damaged at all in the floods, but the Guadalupe River site, which is where a lot of this catastrophic damage and devastation occurred, will not be opening next year. They did say, however, that they're going to be building a memorial for the 27, I should say, precious people who lost their lives in the flooding. They say that in the memorial's design will strive to capture the beauty, kindness, and grace they all shared while focusing on the joy they carried and will always inspire in us all. In that email, by the way, to the family members, they also said, we're sorry that we have not been perfect at communicating, and we know that the distance that has grown between some of us saddens us all. So they're very aware of some of the communication problems that the families have expressed to the public, that they feel as though they haven't gotten a lot of the information from the Camp Mystic owners. As you mentioned, some of them speaking to the New York Times overnight, saying that they were not aware of any plans to build a memorial. One of them even taking to Instagram and saying that they wish that all the resources were devoted to finding Seal Stewart's body. We hope to hear directly from those families very soon, but our Jenna Bush Hager did get an opportunity to speak with them earlier this month. Take a listen.
It became very, very clear
that this wasn't an accident, this was complacency, and it is 100% preventable.
We all as parents want to be able to send our kids back to camp, but we want it to happen safely.
Now, the other thing I want to emphasize, Holly, is that this group, which has collectively now been called Heavens 27, actually also in the last 80 days have very bravely testified in front of the Texas state legislature because they believe that this was something that was preventable. And it actually resulted in what's called the Heavens 27 Camp Safety Act, which the Mystic Camp owners have said in those emails that they do plan to comply with all of those new regulations, which include not building any camp cabins on flood zones and also having more training for all of the camp staff, Hallie.
Priya Sridhar, thank you very much for those updates and for staying on top of that. Appreciate it. In Asia now, at least 20 people have been killed in Taiwan and the Philippines after that monster storm, that super typhoon, as it's called, slammed through the area. Thousands of people have been forced out of their homes. I want to show you here this wall of water. It's basically collapsing on top of rivers, lakes, homes, whatever's in its way. People are being told to stay indoors, obviously, stay away from the shoreline. Some streets are just totally deserted, either flooded or covered in debris, like the ones you see here. Look at that car on top of a pile of just junk that got washed up. Our Janice Mackey-Freyer is in Beijing and has more.
Typhoon Ragasa, the most powerful tropical storm on Earth this year, hammered Hong Kong and southern China with gusting winds more than 120 miles per hour at times. And rain so heavy, floodwater burst through the doors of the city's Fullerton Hotel, the current inside knocking down people in the lobby. The typhoon, which made landfall in the Philippines, has been churning across the South China Sea. It crossed south of Taiwan, causing rough seas and deadly flooding. One video on social media showed a woman clinging to a utility pole until she was rescued. Taiwan's military fanning out to deliver aid. My refrigerator was floating inside like a sailboat, says this shop owner in Hualien, the county that was hardest hit. Ragasa then made landfall for a second time, hitting mainland China's Guangdong province. Authorities taking no chances and evacuating more than 1 million people to shelters, according to state media. Cars were parked on bridges to avoid being carried away by floods. Experts say typhoons are getting stronger and more destructive here every year due to warming seas and climate change. Hong Kong has been brought to a standstill, with flights canceled and schools closed. Store shelves have been emptied by people stocking up just in case. Streets in Chinese megacities like Guangzhou and Shenzhen were left eerily empty today as authorities warned millions to stay inside and wait for the storm to pass. This typhoon is being called the king of storms, and at one point was equivalent to a Category 5 hurricane. Ragasa is expected to weaken now as it churns across China toward Vietnam and Laos, bringing torrential rain and even more destruction.
Our thanks to Janice Mackey-Freyer for that reporting. We've also got some other breaking news now, because in just the last maybe 25 minutes or so, we've got an update from the National Hurricane Center about another storm forming in the Atlantic. This one is called Tropical Storm Umberto, picking up winds of something like 40 miles an hour. I want to bring in Bill Cairns. Okay, Bill, early moments, let's be clear, but can we replay that little track? I'm going to ask my team. You saw the little track heading towards the coast. Again, still plenty of time to go here. Like, what are your thoughts on this one?
This is going to be a very complex and difficult forecast. I got my work cut out for me as we go throughout the next probably 7 to 10 days. So let me kind of explain why. So we just showed you the track there. So here's the big picture map. So this is Umberto. This is the new storm. And then we have this little area here over Puerto Rico. Right now, it's not organized enough to be called a name or a storm. We just call it 94L. It's just an area of investigation. There's an 80% chance, though, that this is going to become a tropical disturbance. These are very close to each other. This one tonight, by the way, is going to produce some flooding in areas of Puerto Rico, 4 to 6 inches of rain. It's going to feel like a tropical depression or a tropical storm is going through. So we're going to have these two systems. The one that's actually over Puerto Rico, it has that good 80 to 90% chance of development, is going to be over the Bahamas. That's getting close to the U.S. by the time we go through this upcoming weekend. So I'd be surprised if we don't have, this will be the I-name storm. This will be called Imelda, a tropical storm over somewhere over the Bahamas, close to Miami by the time we get to Monday. So that's not that far away. At the same time, we have Umberto out here, which is going to intensify into a rather strong hurricane, likely getting up to even close to a major hurricane, somewhere between Bermuda and the Outer Banks by the time we get to early next week. So two storms this close together is extremely rare, and these storms could actually interact with each other, almost dance with each other. So here's our European computer model. Here's Umberto. This is what would be Imelda. This is as we go through Monday at 3 a.m. Notice how close we are to South Florida here, and that big storm here, Umberto. By the time we get to Tuesday and Wednesday, this Umberto does not look to threaten the East Coast at this time, Hallie. It looks to stay off the coast. A lot of large waves, kind of like what Aaron did. But what happens to Imelda is left to be seen. It could follow this storm, or it could drift and linger here all next week and maybe make an approach close to the southeast coast. So this is the peak of hurricane season, and this is going to be a fascinating, developing forecast over the next couple days.
All right, stay close. We know how to reach you. Bill Cairns, just a phone call away. Thank you. Appreciate that. Coming up, some pretty dramatic scenes out of Thailand of the moment a road collapsed. We're going to show you that video. Plus, why the way you watch football could change very soon and in a big way. Next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinclair Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
So a federal judge says today the president and some other administration officials may have violated the law for what they said publicly about Luigi Mangione. You know Mangione, the man accused of shooting and killing the United Healthcare CEO. This is after Mangione's lawyers filed a letter in federal court pointing to some specific examples we're about to show you, among others, where his name was brought up. So, okay, so watch this.
He shot him right in the middle of the back, instantly dead.
A left-wing assassin shot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson right in the back in the heart of New York City.
Of course, the healthcare CEO was brutally gunned down by another self-described so-called anti-fascist.
So Mangione's lawyers say these comments violate their client's right to a fair trial. The judge now says the administration has to respond by the end of next week. The White House Deputy Press Secretary referred NBC News to the DOJ for comment. The DOJ has not yet responded. Mangione, remember, is facing state and federal charges. He hasn't gone to trial yet. He's pleaded not guilty. Rahema Ellis is following this story for us. And Rahema, this is interesting here because this is a spotlight on some of the comments that were made, obviously, after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, when the administration, some of these officials, as you just heard, were talking about political violence generally, these high-ranking officials.
Yeah, they were, and that's one of the reasons why it seems that the lawyers for Luigi Mangione filed a 114-page motion with the judge objecting to all of this. I've got a full screen I want to show you of what they said in their paper. They said the attempts to connect Mr. Mangione with these incidents and paint him as a left-wing violent extremist are false, prejudicial, and part of a greater political narrative that has no place in any criminal case, especially one where the death penalty is at stake. They go on, Hallie, to say that the prosecution in no way has presented any evidence that Luigi Mangione is connected with any left-wing groups. And that's one of the many reasons why they say these statements coming out from the administration officials are wrong, and the judge should make some ruling in reference to them.
So a timeline on that piece of it. There's also, help us understand the timeline for what's ahead for Mangione. We reported last week, a judge dismissed New York State terror charges specifically, but Mangione still faces, obviously, a slew of other charges.
Yeah, it sure does. And first up will be next Friday, October 3rd. The judge has said that she wants the federal prosecutors to respond to this motion from the defense about what they consider to be violations of what is considered, they consider, a rule that the judge had issued that there was not to be any such thing like this. Following that, October 3rd, we'll see how the judge rules. And then what we know is expected early next year that the state case against Mangione will go forward before the federal case. It should be mentioned to you that his defense lawyers would very much like it to be in the reverse, for the federal case to go first and then the state case, but it looks like it'll be the other way around. The state will get a chance to try him in court first.
Okay.
Hallie?
Rahema Ellis, staying on top of all of it. Thanks, Rahema. Good to see you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, police say 3 teenagers at a Pittsburgh high school were hurt after another student stabbed them. This happened apparently after a fight in the hallway. 2 of the victims were taken to the hospital, with 1 in critical condition. Police are still investigating. They say they have 1 student in custody. Number 2, the first ever successful treatment for Huntington's disease, possibly discovered in a UK clinical trial. This is a gene therapy. It's delivered via brain surgery. It slowed the progression of the disease by about 75% in some instances. Huntington's is a brain disease that gets worse over time. It leads to slower thought, slower movement. The lead researcher on this study called it world-changing stuff. Number 3, take a look at this. A pretty dramatic chase between a big rig driver and police out in L.A. Police say the truck might have been stolen and tied to a kidnapping. The passenger apparently called 911 and said the driver was not letting them out of the car. Police finally cornered the driver. They used like one of those big trucks, basically, to cut him off. He's now in police custody. Number 4, huge sinkhole in Bangkok, swallowing electric poles, messing up traffic. It was triggered by construction on an underground train station. They didn't mean for that to happen, but there it is. It's huge. It's like 160 feet deep. Nobody got hurt, which is good, but some cars, that car did not fare so well. Number 5, in just the last half hour, the Ryder Cup opening ceremony. There it is, wrapping up on Long Island. Originally planned for tomorrow, it was rescheduled for today because of bad weather. Kicks off this big golf competition that happens every 2 years. 2 teams of European and U.S. golfers face off in the 3-day competition. It is on, by the way, we're really not telling you about this for the cross promotion. It just happens to be airing on NBC and Peacock. Pure coincidence, I promise you that. Also tonight, where and how you watch football could be changing, and maybe sooner than expected. In an exclusive interview with our friends at CNBC, the commissioner of the NFL tells Alex Sherman the league could start renegotiating its rights deals and its streamers next year. That's after the league signed this massive $111 billion deal with TV partners a few years back, 2021. We should note one of them, NBC Universal, is obviously our parent company. So this was supposed to last for 11 years, till 2033. But take a beat, right? Think about how much has changed. Think about your own life and the way that you watch TV now versus maybe how you did 5 years ago. Think about how many streaming platforms you're on now, what you watch online, these live events that have reached a huge audience. They've reached people all around the world. Let me bring in the aforementioned Alex Sherman, haver of that exclusive, as it is often said. What else did the commissioner tell you, Alex? Because you're a go-to guy when we talk about the business of sports and specifically the business of football, and it is a booming business. You know our favorite graphic? Out of the 100 most watched television broadcasts in the last year, look at how many of them are football. Like a little bit of politics, election year, a little bit of awards shows, fine, but it is mostly the NFL, Alex.
That is one of my favorite graphics, too, Hallie.
You're just saying that.
No, I talk about it all the time because, look, that graphic shows that 72 out of the top 100 programs last year were NFL football games. Well, guess what it was the year before that? It was 93. Yeah. 93 of the top 100. And this year, I bet you, is going to look more like 2 years ago than last year because, as you just pointed out, some of the political debates and stuff interrupted last year. Well, those aren't going to happen this year, and already ratings for the NFL are higher this year than the year before. So when it comes to having leverage, there may not be an institution in all of corporate America that has more leverage than the National Football League over its partners. Maybe Apple. You know, you could make an argument for that. But the NFL, what's going to happen here, according to Roger Goodell, is that as soon as next year, the NFL will have discussions with its current media partners to potentially renegotiate a deal. Now, why does the league want this? Well, the league has taken a look at other sports media rights deals and seen some massive increases from a revenue standpoint, particularly the NBA.
Wait a second. Let me just translate what you just said. Massive increases in other words, they see dollars on the table, right? I mean, that's what it is.
I mean, the NBA increased its annual revenue by almost 3x, almost triple. Wow. In terms of from its last media rights deal to its current one. Now, the NBA has some new partners there. It has Amazon, our parent company, NBC Universal, and Disney, which is an incumbent player. Those three different media partners will carry games this coming year. The NFL is saying, look, hey, you guys that we already have a deal with, if you want to stay our partner for longer, there's an opt-out clause in that deal that you talked about after the 29-30 season. Well, if you want to hang around for beyond that opt-out clause, maybe you need to pay us a little bit more money now, and then we can extend your rights beyond 2029-30. And because football is so popular, everybody wants football, and the league may have the leverage here.
What else did you hear from the commissioner that surprised you, if anything, Alex? I'm curious.
Yeah, we talked about expansion, and I think this may catch some people off guard. I asked him...
Of the NFL?
For the NFL. I said, look, when it comes to expansion, look, right now the NFL is very balanced. 32 teams, all the two leagues are even, but all leagues expand at some point. And I said to him, can you imagine that the next team in the NFL, whenever that may be international and not in this country? And he basically said yes to that question. He said,
how would that even work, though? What does that mean? The Eagles are flying over to Europe for an away game?
It's already happening in little drips and drabs. The league wants to have up to 16 international games over the next 5 years. And for the first time ever this year, the Minnesota Vikings are actually playing 2 international games back-to-back. Why? Because the league wants to test out these teams playing internationally, how it works for the eventual day, one day, where there's an actual team that's based internationally.
That's so interesting. Although, I got to say, they're probably flying business class. I don't know that life, but I'm sure they're not.
I would hope so. It's a dangerous sport. They need to relax.
Alex Sherman, always so interesting when you're on. Thanks, pal. Good to see you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
When we come back, some pretty stunning new video of New Jersey, an escape from a house fire. How one family says it was a neighbor, look at this, who saved their life. You see him yelling. Plus, new questions tonight over a rise in so-called nightmare bacteria. Don't freak out. We're going to have a reality check. That's next.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
A new report out of the CDC says infection rates from what they call nightmare bacteria are way up. I didn't make up that name. That's what they call it because it's potentially deadly. It gets into your body. It's resistant to most drugs. That sounds like a nightmare. Over the last few years, scientists found that cases went up like 70%. And while bacteria like this was once considered exotic, linked to a small number of patients who got medical care out of the country, cases in the U.S. have gone up 5 times what they used to be. Only 2 antibiotics work against these infections. Both of those drugs are expensive. They have to be given to you through an IV. It's not like a pill you can just pop. I want to bring in Dr. Natalie Azar. Okay, with all that said, and the sort of warning bells on this alarming rise in nightmare bacteria, we don't necessarily need to freak out just yet, right? This is still pretty controllable, like gut check the headline.
Yeah, Hallie, one of these days I am going to freak you out, and I don't know how you're going to react to that, but I think at this point...
But then we'll know that it's real, and that's what we appreciate about you.
That's true.
Because you're not going to cry wolf, you know?
So for the majority of us sitting at home, these infections are not things that we necessarily need to worry about, but the reason that it's called nightmare bacteria, as you mentioned, is that it is very difficult to treat. There's a high incidence of what we call morbidity and mortality, and these are bugs that can affect the blood, the urine, cause pneumonia, can cause wound infections. But I think the other thing that we have to think about is how did we get here? Why are we seeing this increase? And there's a couple of explanations. It's a lot of overuse of antibiotics during the COVID era, gaps in infection control, especially in hospitalized settings. And also, it's really hard to test for these subtypes of these different resistant bacteria. And so some people, like, for example, in a hospital setting, they'll be getting antibiotics. They're getting the wrong ones. And so we have a lot of catching up to do in terms of just taking care of patients, especially again in the hospitalized setting. So all of those things make me a little bit nervous, but again, sitting at home, it's not necessarily something you need to worry about today.
Okay, which is a good thing. Dr. Natalie Azar, always an important reality check. Appreciate you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going on in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Washington bureau, an update to a story we've been following after that horrific plane crash in D.C. The family of one of the 67 people killed when that plane collided with an Army chopper in January is now suing. Other families are expected to join that lawsuit, which accuses the FAA, the Army, and American Airlines of not recognizing warning signs after dozens of close calls in the area. The airlines and the Army says they're focusing on supporting victims' families and ensuring safety of their flights. And the FAA says they're working with the NTSB to make sure this doesn't happen again. Out of our Northeast Bureau, new video shows a family in New Jersey barely escaping a house fire thanks to this guy. Their neighbor comes over, pounds on their door. Look at that. He's yelling at them, telling them to get out, waking them up. Oh, this is so scary. They grabbed their 9-month-old baby and sprinted out. Officials say the fire was an accident, and thank goodness nobody was hurt. Out of our Midwest Bureau, remember Sister Jean, a Loyola University Chicago icon? She is retiring at 106 years young. It's quite a career. The university says she's no longer really physically active in the role. She became the men's basketball team chaplain in 1994. She's known as one of their biggest fans. Both the players and even fans from other teams are sending her well wishes tonight, saying they're not going to forget her upbeat energy and infectious smile. You probably remember her from that Cinderella run not too long ago. Also tonight, we're hearing from the 4 men and women who will fly the first in a series of missions aiming to bring us back to the moon. The crew of Artemis 2 set to launch as soon as February of next year, just 6 months away. And while that mission's not going to be the one that actually takes them to the moon's surface, it is going to be a key test of the spacecraft NASA plans to use for a lunar landing. Tom Costello spoke with them and has more.
Hallie, we are just now a few months away from the Artemis 2 mission. 4 astronauts in an Orion spacecraft lifting off from the Kennedy Space Center. They're going to loop around the moon in the biggest loop ever, and that should take them further from Earth than any humans ever. This is all setting the stage for Artemis 3, which will be landing on the moon with astronauts within a couple of years. So today, we heard from these 4 astronauts lifting off, we think in February, and they talked about how history is very much on their shoulders.
Legacy is something that we think about a lot as a crew, especially when we are going through this developmental mission training. Another thought that comes to mind is about how NASA is so revered for that history. And I also want it to be revered for its future, for the future that we are bringing to humanity in doing this mission.
Apollo 8, when they flew around the moon just before Christmas in 1968, there was a lot going on in the world, and people realized it was a really tough time. People were struggling in many different ways. And I think we can all resonate with that today.
I want to look 100 or 200 years in the future. And honestly, this is where I thought this might land wrong. I hope we're forgotten.
100%.
If we are forgotten, then Artemis has been successful. We have humans on Mars. We have humans out on the moons of Saturn. We are expanding in the solar system. We have robotic precursor missions going out. We already have spacecraft outside of our solar system.
Yeah, the astronauts have decided that they are naming their Orion spaceship Integrity. Integrity, they say, is what they try to live with and by every single day, and integrity in terms of what they hope all of us as a country and all of us on planet Earth try to live our lives by. And they all acknowledge we're in kind of divided times right now, and maybe this mission will prove to be also inspirational. Hallie, back to you.
Tom Costello, thank you very much for that. Coming up here on the show, could the so-called Taylor Swift tax start a new housing war? What it is and why it could spread across the country. Next.
or getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News,
NBC News,
I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, it's the growing debate around a controversial tax that targets really rich people and their second, sometimes third homes. Some lawmakers in Rhode Island are calling it even the Taylor Swift tax. Why? We're going to let Yasmin Vasugian explain.
A fresh push by states going after new money and old.
There's only so far new money goes. They picked out a home and called it Holiday House.
And it's that holiday house Taylor Swift is singing about at the center of a new national debate. Earlier this summer, Rhode Island passed what some are calling the Taylor Swift tax.
Did you come up with the name?
Did I come up with the name? I cannot take credit for the name.
The real name is the Non-Owner Property Tax Act. It's basically a surcharge for people who don't live in Rhode Island year-round and have a second home in the state worth more than $1 million.
The money from that fund goes towards developing and maintaining affordable housing for Rhode Islanders.
So why Taylor Swift? Well, she owns one of the most expensive properties in all of Rhode Island at roughly $28 million. The new tax levy would add roughly $136,000 to her annual property taxes, which may sound like a lot, but Swift is worth $1.6 billion. Swift and her team have not publicly reacted to the new law, nor did they respond to NBC News' request for comment. But the massive gated mansion is located in Westerly, right on the shoreline, with dozens of other expensive homes around it.
Nearly half of the homes valued at over $1 million that sold last year in Rhode Island were purchased by people who don't live in Rhode Island. We are asking them to either pay their fair share via the tax code or to make that housing available via rentals in order to avoid the Taylor Swift tax.
Senator Megan Coleman co-sponsored the bill, and her office estimates the new law will bring in about $37 million a year. Others in Rhode Island not so happy about it.
For many of the people who own these houses up here and enjoy this gorgeous state of Rhode Island, it does feel like a personal affront.
Real estate brokers like Donna Simmons are concerned the new law will discourage the wealthy from buying or staying in Rhode Island.
And I would just hate for in 10 or 15 years for us all to look around, who live here year-round, who love this place year-round, and to see that we don't have the seasonal tourism.
But it's not just Rhode Island that's looking to tax wealthy vacation homeowners.
Montana also passing a tax on second homes and investment properties that's going to take effect next year. It would raise property taxes 68% for vacation homes, but lower taxes for full-time residents.
Similar proposals being considered in Cape Cod, and it's even a hot-button issue in the financial capital of the world, New York City, where mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani is campaigning to fix the property tax system.
That is overtaxing a number of New Yorkers and undertaxing others, and an inability of political will to resolve that.
In his policy memo, Mamdani highlighting a $238 million apartment taxed at less than 0.25%. After the sale in 2019, New York State even considered a pied-à-terre tax on second homes worth more than $5 million, but it was ultimately squashed. Part of the controversy, whether such taxes would be effective in raising money. Across the country, in Los Angeles, there's been a mansion tax since 2022, with mixed results.
It was expected to raise up to $1 billion a year. So far, it has raised less than half that.
Back in Rhode Island, all eyes are on Taylor Swift's beachside neighborhood. The big question, will she hold her upcoming wedding there?
We're proud to have her. That's not in question, right? This is a broader conversation about what constitutes justice, fairness in our tax code.
Fairness to some, a big bill for others. Just don't blame Taylor.
Yasmin Vasugian is joining us now. Okay, maybe a big bill, but maybe big money for some of these jurisdictions. What are they trying to do with it? What's their goal?
Affordable housing. We heard from State Senator Megan Coleman there, right? Because there is, as they're putting it,
too much burden on Rhode Island homeowners, essentially. They're paying way too much money of their income towards housing. So what do they want to do? They want to build affordable housing, and Rhode Island has kind of been behind the ball on this thing, so they want to get up to date on that. And or they're saying, okay, we're going to give you this high tax, or you're going to rent your house out when you're not using it in an affordable way, so Rhode Islanders can actually take advantage of it as well. And we'll see if other people take suit. By the way, some inside scoop, Hal. Taylor Swift could feasibly get married at her Rhode Island home, sitting on that bluff.
Girl, if you think I'm making any predictions about that wedding, I'm just here to watch.
I'm just waiting for my invite. That's it. Just waiting for my invite.
All right, take pictures or live stream it.
Yeah,
we'll
right.
see you again. We appreciate you so much, girl. Thank you. That's super interesting.
Thanks,
appreciate you being on. Still ahead, why experts say they want to lift a Hollywood movie plot and nuke this asteroid. It's very dark because it's space. It's next. Have you heard about this one? Scientists now proposing a pretty radical response to an asteroid that has a chance, small chance, of maybe hitting the moon. Here's their solution: blow it up. If you're a fan of Bruce Willis, that may sound familiar.
Press it. Confirming detonation.
I'm sorry, we didn't put a spoiler alert, but honestly, that movie is 20 years old. You should know by now what happens. This is actually real life, however. We've told you about this asteroid before. This is a rendering of it. It's called 2024 YR4. Earlier this year, everybody was talking about it because the odds it hit our planet rose briefly to 3%. Then it dropped back down to basically zero. So fine, Earth is in the clear. But this asteroid, clearly addicted to the drama, is going viral yet again.
It's not going to hit Earth. The bad news is that it's not looking so good for the moon.
It has a 4%, yes, just 4% chance of impacting the Earth's moon.
Okay, just a 4% chance. That's still 4%, right, that it hits the moon. That could create some problems for us down on Earth. And now a new scientific report, not yet peer-reviewed, is suggesting launching nuclear bombs to blow up the space rock. If you're like, I wonder what Gotti Schwartz thinks about this, I bet he's reporting the hell out of this. He sure is. He's joining us now. Gotti, thank you for being with us because this feels fascinating. Okay?
Yeah.
4% chance of
not
hitting the
yet
moon.
peer-reviewed. Not yet
We said
peer-reviewed,
it.
but let's check if it's Gotti reviewed yet. I did. I read the 44
We laid in the
page
caveat.
report.
4%
Yes.
is not 0%, right? Like, if it were to happen? Like, that's like a pretty big deal.
Look, they say, you know how they say something's a moonshot? This is like a moonshot to the 10th power. The chances at 4% number, it is like very squishy. Remember, this was supposed to have a 3% chance of hitting Earth. They got a little bit closer, and then they're like, no, you know, the trajectory's off. This thing is still like 5, 6, potentially 7 years away. So we are going to be computing those numbers for some time. But a direct hit on the moon, yeah, that would definitely throw up enough debris to put a lot of our satellites, any space stations up there in danger. So they have started mathing away. And yes, there are two options in this report. Option one is to try to nudge the asteroid off course, like we saw them do once in a DART mission. Or the option two, the nuclear option, like nuke this thing to smithereens. Right now, this asteroid's about the size of like a massive skyscraper. We don't know how much it weighs, which is a big question mark in their math, but it definitely looks possible given the 4-year window we still have to build a spacecraft to deliver that nuclear bomb or possibly bombs. The big question mark right now, though, Hallie, I mean, you saw all those people like together looking up at the heavens. This really comes down to whether society is going to allow a nuclear bomb up in space, given the state of affairs between us humans down here, especially since no nukes in space. That is like a pillar of the International Space Treaty. So there's no harm in running the numbers right now, and that's, I guess, what's happening.
Well, but to your point here, right, like it does sound, I think, to the layperson, you're like, oh, so in 7 years, there's a 4% chance it maybe dings the moon. But scientists have to take that seriously. Like, it's actually somebody's job to research this.
It's a lot of people's job to research this, and it's funny because you read about them starting to do the math, and they're like, all right, and then we get over to the planetary defense, the model that we have over at Sandia National Labs, and we're going to see if we plug in these numbers, what it would do. There are so many people that take this stuff extremely seriously, and for good reason. This is always a potential civilization ender that's just possibly lurking out there. In outer space, but not to oversimplify this, like when it comes down to this one, it's really 3 options for the nuclear options. They either want to vaporize it, which would be to blow it up to blow up the nuclear bomb right before it hits, to penetrate the asteroid, kind of like a bunker buster. But unlike Armageddon, like no roughneck astronauts are going to be necessary for this one at all. Like we don't even, we're going to do it all remote. No,
but we don't know
need
too,
for,
like, blowing up a nuclear bomb in space, like it's not as that's a huge unknown, right? I mean, that's like just a massive question mark.
Are you kidding me? We already saw it happen. Like, I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep because I miss
That's our cue
babe.
to say goodbye. All right. Love ya.
Oh, man, I cried at the end of that one.
Who didn't? Armageddon, man. That really gets you. Gotti Schwartz. Very interesting.
Sure.
I feel like we can say we learned something. Maybe about Gotti's singing voice, but we learned something. Our thanks to him, and make sure to watch him tonight. Stay tuned now, 8 o'clock Eastern, with Gotti and the team. Much more to come on NBC News Now. Much more to come here on this show, too. Thank you all, as always, for watching. I'll see you Sunday on Nightly News, and right back here Monday on NBC News Now. More coverage picks up right now. Tonight, a flurry of new developments related to that shooting at a field office in Dallas, an ICE office that left 1 person dead, 2 others in critical condition. A lot of questions around why the suspect allegedly opened fire today. What we're hearing from those who saw it happen as the FBI condemns what they're calling targeted violence. Plus, Kimmel's back, and the numbers, they are in literally the last 30 minutes. Where do you hear his ratings?